then, we, collectively, we all, today, are all in agreement, right? We're all gonna be normal. I'm not saying this for myself. We are gonna be normal about Helentine. How is everyone doing? I am very tired. I woke up early. I slept early. Woke up early. And in the span between 9 AM to now, I've already taken one nap. It's that dire. With we, I mean me, right? Maybe. Look, right, in my defense, the trailer they released for her has had me in a chokehold since I watched it. It's so good. It is so good. I like her English voice a lot, and I've been very excited to pull her. So even though she's free, and even though you can get her for free, and her cub and a weapon, I'm gonna pull anyway because I had the black cards and I really want. It's not fair, man. They, when they showed the trailer, in the live stream, all the upcoming new contracts, it was just critical hit after critical hit after critical hit. And like, I'm really excited for Adelaide. Give me a second. Still waking up. I did just the nap that I woke up from was like about an hour ago. I'm still tired. Adelaide, right? So I'm. I can sacrifice a few black cards. I also managed to get a another alpha debuff stream, which is pretty cool. But I'm waiting to see if they, or I guess when they release any alpha merch, because they released a lot of good Lucia merch recently. I'm keeping an eye out for any alpha merch because if / when they release some, I might go a little bit crazy. And I'm really hoping, just a little bit, I'm really hoping to do something with the with her coding, or the wedding suit. Which they've released like wedding merch for Lucia. I may or may not have been waiting for them to release something similar for Alpha. If they will, I'm really hoping they will. Please. So yeah, as you can tell, I'm in a very normal mood today. I'm also, I should for once have enough, what's the word? Gifts as well. Last version was so good. It was! Which is why I'm so excited for this one as well. Look, I've been waiting for this. Right. Should I go pull? Should we just pull? I can go pull. We if you think about it, right? We go for like the most efficient strategy here. 40 pulls for the weapon, and then we pull for Cub separately. Because that should be 60 total, right? Think about it. I just wanna get her, Brad. Shall we do it? Just go straight in. It's always gonna be Fate Batter as well. Fate never lets me down, except when it did last time. But right, if we're gonna pull, I might as well do it now. So I guess I get the first temple down. I mean, look, we get like cards back anyway. It's fine. Let's do this. Pull number 50. Let's go. Helentine, please. Actually, I'm hoping she doesn't come early because that way I can yeah, I have a reason to pull for more. Nice. Nothing has ever gone wrong from pulling on Fate. Exactly. Fate Banner loves me. I love Fate Banner. Right. Yo, Teddy, me! Oh, that reminds me! That reminds me!
Oh, my ears.
Sorry, my sister got back from China recently, right? And I gave her a list of like games to get me where it's from. She got me 2 PGR like blind box merch things. I didn't realize this was a thing, right? You can like she got me like these blind box badges. So it's like 2 badges, but you don't like until you open them. And I got Teddy in them. It's very cool as well. I think it might be old badges, but they are very nice. And they're on my shelf right now. Right. Let's do second bowl. Isn't it free? Just claim in the store. You can even claim it in the service shop as well. But I want a pull. I want a pull. This is 60, I believe. Early. I don't think I've ever been I'm just disappointed early. Anyway, right. Look at her, man.
Target's
her model
cleared. Anything else?
Her model is beautiful. She looks so good.
While you're on missions, why waste your breath explaining to them? They can understand. They just don't want to.
I love her model so much, man. She's so cool. Now we have to like think about it, right? If we think about it, I should just keep pulling for the weapon. If you think about it. So I'm just gonna keep pulling to get the weapon then. Let's go! What? Helentine?
Target's cleared. Anything else?
I will not be complaining. I love her.
While you're on missions, why waste your breath explaining to them?
I won't even complain. I love her so much, man. I'm happy that it's it seems to be mutual. Right, another pull. Let's get a 40 for the weapon. Can we go 3 for 3? Ah, getting too cocky then. We're so blessed how am I getting these? It's just unnaturally lucky. I was born lucky, man. That's all I gotta say. Right. I will like. No. We're gonna pull on cup for now. Actually, I could just get her cup from the service shop. No, I'm gonna save service shop for more shards. Let's do this. Watch this. I'll get in temple. Actually, I'll go 3 pulls and I'll do temple after this. Or the temple first. Let's just do it. Straight away. Ah, no. It's fine. 60 pulls total is pretty good. And that's not a big chip in my savings, so I will gladly take that. 3 more pulls. More pulls. Looks like I'm joining Pity Gang today. Or not! I will never complain. I'm so sorry. You will never ever catch me complaining again. Well, that was easy.
Ready for a new day of operations,
I don't even know what
Commandant?
happened. Great. I guess I'll feed her now. I did come prepared. I did come very prepared. I can't. There we go. I wish I say this every time. I wish I could like lock these so I don't use them accidentally. I will keep these until the end of time. I'm never gonna use them, but I do have enough to get her to 6. I think I made sure of it, so it should be fine. Oh. giving her everything right now. Every stream, I just feel like I'm rocking up with like a big sack of presents. Please! Please! Love me. Come on. This is the... There we go. Sorry, I want to make sure it's exactly 6. There we go. Great. Just make sure I haven't selected these two. Nice. Ooh.
Is there anything that you want?
Me? Do I have to say? I want to see the animations, right? I have all of them unlocked now. I came prepared. Let's do this.
While you're on
This
missions,
is the... We
why
already saw this,
waste your
but
breath
still.
explaining to them? They can understand. They just don't want to.
I really love her English voice, alright? It's... How do I describe it? It's a little breathy, but like kind of deep. It's nice. It's very nice to listen to. I wanted to read me books. I could fall asleep listening to her
Everyone has
voice.
their own idea of the future. They make promises, hoping for that future. Commandant, have you ever thought about our future? Will you tell me your answer?
I kind of wish sometimes that I had like a high resolution monitor so I could see the details of the model better. I don't know. It's really pretty, but I wish she'd get closer.
When I gaze at the stars from Port Podesta,
I want to see
I
her
always
model up
imagine
close.
that's what freedom looks like. Vast and boundless, stretching forever. However, even Babylonia drifting in space can't escape gravity's pull. It's a shame. Although, with you here,
Oh,
that alone will be
why are
enough.
we backing up? We're getting further away. No, no. I see the camera slowly backing up. I'm like, no, stay close, please. I want to look at her model. She's so cool. This one tells you to feel like doing it on both days. If she asks me to jump, I'm asking how high. She's so cool. Oh, we already see the faction out, but I still want to see it anyway. As she gets close. Look at her model. It's the spider details, man. Like the lace. What do you even call this anyway? She's kind of like
Is there anything that you want?
Forgive me for saying this. I'm very sorry. She's kind of like a very intricate table mat. or like a really intricate curtain, you know? She's very pretty. I don't mean that as a bad thing. It's just the details. I've seen curtains that look like this, but like in a good way.
What face would she have made? The old Helentine. You say, just being myself is enough. Truly?
Oh. She'll go in the CRT. Yeah. I think she would.
Last night's call. Did I keep you long? Sorry. Night should be for resting. But don't worry. The time we lost, we can get it back in the daytime.
Yeah, I'm fine. she's her personality. Like her, I do genuinely mean, like her smile, man. She's so cute.
You're here.
Her voice is so pretty.
Can we go now?
Man, I love her. I want to see the idol one now. Oh? Hi! What? Hey! Don't hit me! Comes up, hits you on the head, leaves. Well, thank you, Helentine. I appreciate that. It's very helpful. I needed that this morning when I woke up. Wake me up. Nothing else to say. Kind of quiet.
You're back. Yes, I was upset. But it's fine. You left without saying anything. But there was no danger alert. And so, something more important must have come up.
Oh.
I just waited for you. It was a long time. But you're here now.
It's just her voice. Her voice is so good. It suits her so well. Her voice actor just did an amazing job. Oh my god. Right. How does she play? Shall we learn? Shall we learn? Where am I? I'm a little bit tired. Don't mind me. Teach me! Let's learn how to play her then. I want to see these animations. And then I can read her story, which I'm very excited for, especially after
All targets to be cleared, right?
Homecoming Voyage.
I'm going in.
Whoa, okay. Personal dodge has made directed activation and manually trigger matrix. Oh, it's like a spider.
The time
Cool.
for farewells.
Whoa, okay. Tableau of seeing manifestation. Sorry, the back of her outfit. I should have like looked at the model properly up close, but god, that's pretty. Tableau is to gain manifestation points. I know she's like the dancer from her trailers, and you can definitely see that with the back of her design. It's so pretty. After casting a blue orb skill, immediately tap switch to Give me a minute. After casting a yellow blue orb skill, immediately tap the signal orb in slot 1 to cast a aberrant orb skill and switch to Gossamer stance. So this,
No.
and then the new orb. Ooh, hi.
My web.
Sorry, I just thought about a trailer again. Every time I do, it's literally just I take damage. I take damage from it, man. Well, Gossamer stance immediately taps orb slot 1 after using red up to cast aberrant orb and switch to tethered slot stance. So what is it?
Existence.
Wait, hang on.
Done.
What? Hang on. I did it last time! Hey! I did it last time.
Silence.
Well, tethered saw stance taps signature move to consume manifestation points and unleash metaphor surge. Then switch to Gossamer stance.
A dirge.
Oh! That first pose, okay. When Gossamer stance turns signature consume signature energy and unleash illusory vision.
Ignorant lies. Your chapter is ending. This
So
might
it's
sting.
do that, do this, switch stance. Then 3 of these,
A burial just for
do
you.
1 of these. Then do this. That first pose is so cool.
Life ends here.
Also, you can hold this to do that.
Has come. No escape. Ignorant lies. Your chapter is ending.
I see. She's very graceful, despite having a massive. What do you even call this? Saw thing?
This might sting.
It's like a saw on a yo-yo or something.
Slicing. Ignorant lies. Your chapter is ending. A dirt.
And then again.
A death itself.
Mace probably. Ah. Either way, it's cool. It's one thing seeing it beside her and thinking, wow, that's kind of like big. But then it's seeing her use it and just spin it around. How do I describe this? If I say it's kind of like webby, do you know what I mean?
Slicing through death. Existence undone.
Because she's not obviously using a web, despite the spider motifs. But the fact the string of the whirling yo-yo, yeah, the string of the saw is like a very bright color, so you can always see it. It does feel very like spidery, very webby. I think I just sound legitimately insane, but I'm sure you know what I mean, right?
Target's cleared. Anything else?
Her model is so cool. I love the way she stands as well. I just feel like
All targets to be cleared, right? I'm going in.
she seems very sweet. And let's talk about Helentine's basic rotation. Press and hold dodge to activate directed activation. Yes, this
Time
one's.
for farewell.
See, that's
Has
very
come.
spidery. Use, well, I guess the webs in the screen, kinda. Use Aberrant Orb to do blue.
No.
Aberrant.
Inside my web.
I mean, yeah, so give me 3 red, and then another Aberrant Orb.
I offer you.
Is the game kind of loud for you guys as well? Should I turn it down? Kind of loud for me. I can turn it down if I need to. Hang on. Is that better for you guys? I didn't realize it was so loud. Switch stance. And then again, do that.
Your chapter is ending.
Nice. Cool. Easy enough for me. That's easy to remember. I'm glad. My brain can't, like, retain too much information right now.
Anything else?
I love the way I love everything about her, man. I'm sorry. No, I will not shut up about it. Okay, let me chuck some real quick. Is it transform into a morning star? I should probably look at the weapon because I just like claimed it. I should probably look at what they actually like refer to the weapon as. Wait, was she just playing with it?
All targets to be cleared, right? I'm going in.
Let's talk about Helentine's effect practice. Yes. Custom Matrix.
Farewells
Yes, I will.
has come.
With 10 Arctic Ice Layers, pressing on the Aberrant Orb. Ooh.
Trapped in Gossamer.
Is Aberrant Orb skill me after using, yeah. So 3 red.
Slicing through death.
None again.
A dirge.
Switch stance.
Death itself. Ignorant lies. Your chapter is ending.
This is Selena.
Backup
Easy eat. Nice. Helentine's elusive vision grants Rhyme Seal. Each attack of Rhyme Seal plus Negotiation's ice burst damage. Oh, cool. Oh, that's easy.
All
A construct that does not hurt my brain to play. Yes. Nice. I am... Hang on, I can just do this, can I? Yeah. So yo-yo move for sure. Yeah!
Target's
It's a really
cleared.
interesting
Anything
weapon.
else?
Like, her name sounds like a trash of Hellish Valentine. So it does. I've not even thought about that. I've always been reading it like in is Helentine. But it just like every time I hear it as Helentine, it catches me by surprise because I keep thinking it's Helentine, but it's not. I'm so good at
push
English.
yourself.
Alright. Let's see this then. Let's do the main story. This will be spoilers, so if you want to come back watch me once I've finished the story. Am I blind? There's so much to read. Hang on a sec. Am I blind? Having a moment. Is it just the I think I'm having a moment. Just call her Helen. Helen's a nice short of her name. Am I just really tired today? It's literally here. I'm so I am so tired. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what is going on in my head, but apparently not a lot. Right. Let's read this. I'm excited. In the beginning, people believed this bizarre calamity, which rippled through the entire transatlantic region, would scar the historical record forever. A win on the golden age at its height. It turns out I may be kind of slow. The Great Family Council meeting. Transatlantic Economic Community, how do you pronounce that? Jarrett Island. Year 2160. Head out to avoid spoilers, have fun. Yeah, don't get spoiled, don't get spoiled. You can go back and watch later on if you finish this for yourself. Ophelia! Hi! Ash and the stench of blood clogged her throat, choking the air from her lungs. Anyone still alive? Say something if you can hear me. Anyone! Cassie! Cassie! The edges of the stone had come loose under her prying fingers. Grime filled every crevice of her nails. The skin across her knuckles was torn open, blood and dust mingling to a grisly dark red paste. Gritting her teeth, Ophelia nudged the loose fragment of rock a little further to the side. Please, just answer me. Another chunk of rubble fell aside, revealing only pale skin and blood that had not yet clotted. No! No! Numbly, she held the body from under a broken stone and rested it close as she could against the stretch of a wall that had not yet crumbled. She had no time to pause. Someone else might still be alive beneath the wreckage, waiting to be saved. Even just one. Is anyone still here? Anyone, answer me! Still calling out, she fell to her knees again and tore at another heap of rubble with nothing but her hands. The jagged edges of the stone scraped her palms raw and shards of glass cut into her flesh. A searing, fiery pain lanced from her fingertips all the way up to her wrist. I'm good at coughing, I think. It's the one thing I'm very good at when it comes to reading this story. This one, it seemed like she might excavate the silence itself. A tiny sound surfaced from under the wreckage. It's Ophelia! Ophelia nearly lunged towards the sound, clawing madly at the heap of broken stone and twisted metal. I'm here, Cassie! I'm right here! Skin in her fingertips shredded away, leaving blood smeared across the shards of a stone. Her nails cracked and peeled. Oh, no. No. Not that. That's where it gets squeamish. I'm very... Like, my nails are very short. I keep them very, very short. I don't like... I don't have my friends, like, what's the word? Making their nails look really pretty and stuff. I've considered it, but I like my nails being short. Nails are something I'm squeamish about. God. The cough sounded painful. I've got a chronic cough, so I'm used to it. I don't know why. I've had it since I was like... I have no idea. It's been like majority of my life I've had a cough. What's the word? The skin of her fingers are shredded away, leaving blood and smear across the shards of stone. Her nails cracked and peeled back, and each contact with something solid sent a blaze of white agony searing across her head. Searing across her head. Cool. Alas, a face surfaced from beneath the dust and gore. One that had always worn a shy, ingratiating smile. Sophia, I feel cold. Just hold on, just a little longer. Help's almost here. I'm getting you somewhere safe first. Ophelia drew the girl from the wreckage with care and settled her against her own side. But that single motion alone was almost enough to exhaust the last of her strength. Which way? 90% do a good smoker cough? No, I get that. You don't hear it on stream because I mute the cough, but I cough like that so much. I think it's because, like, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, some of my family smoked, but I don't think I was around them ever enough to, like, actually get problems from that. So I think I'm just cooked. Smoke and fire had swallowed most of the view. Ahead, the way was blocked by splintered beams and overturned chairs. Chunks of rubble and twisted steel kept falling around them. The young woman's eyes darted wildly, hunting through the wreckage for somewhere safe, anywhere that might shield them. Then in the space of a heartbeat, she noticed the breathing beside her, growing shallow. Cassie? Cassie, don't you dare close your eyes. Sophia, you should go on without me. You can't. That'd be ridiculous. I still have stacks of paperwork with your name on them. We are getting out of here together. All around them, the roar of falling rubble swelled. Blistering smoke poured into her lungs with each inhale. Then a piercing metallic shriek split the air. A thunderous crack split the air as the metal beam gave way. Came down toward her in a cascade of broken glass. Ah! She was thrown hard to the ground, but even as she fell, she covered the assistant beside her out of pure instinct. When she tried to rise, bracing her weight against her arms, a violent agony tore through her shoulder and calf. Her ears roared, and the world before her wavered and dissolved. Firelight, smoke, a harsh white glow of emergency lights all melted into a swirling, formless blur. Before long, the baffled light began to fade, slipping through the leaves above and pooling on the ground in trembling pools of brightness. Each time the wind stirred, those glowing patches quivered at her feet like shards of broken glass. Baby Ophelia! She looks so cute. This outfit's adorable. Okay. Seemed to be a picnic, but she had strayed too far. Somewhere in the distance, there ought to have been voices. A blanket laid out on the grass, white cloths rippling in the wind, and the soft murmur of adults punctuated now and then by laughter. Yet the woods around her now were a labyrinth without bounds. She could see neither entrance nor exit, and all she could do was feel her way along some possible path, praying for someone to appear. If she could only follow the way she had come, she would soon see the picnic blanket spread upon the grass. She would see her father and her sister. Where are they? She gathered her skirt and stepped cautiously over a tree root. One tree, then another. Each tree resembled the last. Every gap between these. If you get lost, you stand still until someone finds you, okay? Damn, they don't teach kids anything these days. Each tree resembled the last. Every gap between them promised a way back. She walked on for a long while until wet mud caked the toes of her shoes, and low brambles caught at her hem. Still, the distant voices drew no nearer. Impatience and dread gnawed steadily through her composure. She could not tell which way to turn, nor whether she should keep walking at all. The more she fought for calm, the more insistently the tears rose to her eyes. Where's everyone? To a child, even a modest patch of woodland could turn into a nightmare from which there was no aching. Alas, unable to walk another step, she sank down against the trunk of a tree and hid her face in her knees. Dad, Helentine. Just then, a soft rustle stirred among the leaves. What is it, baby Helentine? Please, 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 please. Footsteps crunched over dry twigs. Oh my god! She's adorable! I love this so much! Why can't we as a society dress like this, huh? Because this is so cute. Ophelia! Helentine? The sight of her sister, something closed around her throat. She wanted to tell her how long she had searched. How scared she'd have been all by herself. Not a single word made it past her lips. Oh, thank goodness! You're not hurt. Can you still walk? Follow this path straight ahead and you'll come right out to the picnic spot. Can you see it? You're not coming with me. There are still a few people who got turned around. I have to go find them too. You go on. Dad and the others are waiting. I'll be back soon once I find them. Helentine, do you really have to go? The girl turned her gaze to Ophelia and offered a soft, gentle smile. Of course I do. I made a promise, didn't I? I said I'd protect all of you. Get a hard you, many girls dressed like that. Yeah, I wish... Because in the UK, if you got dressed like that, you'd probably get, like, beaten up. But we as a society should bring back cute dresses like that. Please. It's so adorable. Helentine gave a wave and turned, walking deeper into the woods. Her steps fell upon the dead leaves, the sound crisp and brittle. Crunch, crunch. Each footfall was farther away than the one before, until the shadow forest absorbed them entirely. She'd not hesitate. She'd not look back. It was as if she always knew exactly where she was meant to be. Ophelia rose slowly, dusted the soil from her skirt, and walked in alone in the direction her sister had shown her. The sunlight fell warm and kind. The shadows under the trees were beautiful. The path did indeed lead back to the picnic blanket laid out in the grass. Only her sister never returned. When she turned once more, longing for one last glimpse of that familiar figure. Helentine, where are you? Huh? Ooh! Conference hall? This looks a bit more elaborate than that. This looks very pretty. Applause, loudspeakers, a podium! Ophelia was there as the representative of the Spellman family. Beside her was the assistant she had recently taken on, a young woman named Cassie. What exactly is the phylogeny of Ushio? For most of history, humankind believed that consciousness, the soul if you prefer, was something beyond explanation. Something untouchable. I gotta do like presenter voice for this. Now, under the leadership of Dominic and Arius, we have learned to translate consciousness into comprehensible data. And if consciousness is data, then with the proper tools, humanity can copy it, edit it, perform any operation imaginable upon what we want called... okay, apparently I cannot do the presenter voice. Well, Helentine is slightly resemblant to me? Really? Well, that's one hell of a compliment. How did Spider-Woman, whom you know about pulls go? They went very good. I got 2 copies and 40 pulls. And then I got a cub, so... It's pretty good. If consciousness is data, then with proper tools, humanity can copy it, edit it, or perform any operation imaginable upon what we once called the soul. Yes, human consciousness can be read, it can be understood, and it can be modified. This very principle serves as the foundation of for Professor Arius Airhorn's continued development of mind technology. Ophelia kept her gaze fixed on the screen behind the podium, while her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Earlier that day, she'd been to give her sister a gift to celebrate her promotion, perhaps on the way home after the conference or over dinner. It was no grand gesture, but she'd rehearsed the moment over and over in her mind, and today seemed like the perfect occasion. Once the meeting ended, she would go back, wait until her sister was alone, and then she had already decided on every word. Miss Ophelia, you've been staring into space this whole time. Are you tired? The young woman... I feel like Cassie should have a British voice. She looks very posh. The young woman startled back to the present. Ophelia opened her mouth to reply, and the memory struck. She remembered this moment. Her eyes lifted towards the vast dome overhead. She remembered it. She knew exactly what would come next. Cassie, run now! Applause swelled through the chamber just as a thunderous blast rippled through the dome above, annihilating the calm in a single heartbeat. The roar of the sea rose in chorus with the collapsing structure, the whole hall twisting as though something deep inside it snapped its spine. Fire kindled along several circuits and raced outward. In seconds, the glittering conference hall, so magnificent only moments before, was reduced to ruin. Fire and saltwater, blinding smoke, the dizzying betrayal of gravity, all of it struck in the same breath. Humanity will ultimately mend the fractures of consciousness. Soul is now beyond reach. Cassie! A heartbeat later, the floor buckled beneath her in a wild convulsion. I was gonna ask why Cassie didn't have like a face. I feel like Cassie's gonna be a casualty in a second. It was nice knowing you, Cassie. The ground rolled like a swell at sea, pitching her sideways. She not yet steadied herself when something heavy plunged from above. A white-hot agony tore through her leg. Ah! She slammed hard onto the floor. A jagged piece of metal raked across her calf. Ripping the cloth open, blood rose quickly to the surface and spread in a dark bloom through the fabric. Her body tensed to rise on pure reflex, but her leg would not obey. Loose debris continued to shower down, stones cutting into her hands and leaving bright streaks of blood behind. I'm already like getting a bit... Ugh, from the descriptions. The world around her dissolved into pure mayhem. Only the crash of falling debris and far-off screams remained. Pain splintered her awareness again. When Ophelia surfaced, she could not tell how long she had lain unconscious among the wreckage. She dragged herself back from the brink of oblivion, only to discover that the horror surrounding her had not eased. Ophelia sighed against the wall, her body almost entirely drained of strength. Overhead, a slab of concrete hung by a thread, swaying and ready to drop. How? The useless fight had left her. Now she only wished to wait in silence for death to come. No! If someone could just come and save her. If only she... Ophelia, look out! A voice slashed through the haze like a blade, cleaving the fire and smoke that had swallowed her sight. In the next breath, someone hurled themselves out of the wreckage and planted their body between her and the thread. The slab of concrete hurtled down, skimming past her shoulder as it smashed into the ground and threw up a storm of dust and shattered stone. Ophelia's mind reeled. A high piercing ring was what remained in her ears. Helentine? Whoa! That uniform looks really good on her. She pried her eyes open. There, kneeling before her, was a figure she knew well, one hand still cupped protectively beside her head. Sorry I'm late. Helentine. Cassie still... Helentine tracked the line of her sister's shaking stare. There, propped against the wall, was the girl, already motionless and quiet. I know. She brushed the blood tenderly from Ophelia's cheek and looked back over her shoulder at the rescue party surging toward them. 2 wounded here. Right leg's injured. Shoulders and back likely took hits too. Be careful of the wounds when you move her. And there's one more. Take her too. At least, don't leave her here alone. Understood. I need hands over here, now. 2 members of the rescue team rushed forward at once. One braced Ophelia, keeping her upright, while the other knelt beside Cassie to assess her condition. Helentine, what about you? Helentine didn't answer right away. Another stifled cry for help rang out from somewhere deeper in the wreckage, breaking the short silence. Filtered through smoke, fire, and mangled steel, the voice was so thin it scarcely seemed to belong to the living. Helentine straightened up and raised her head. You're going... deeper in? Look at yourself! Don't go, please, Helentine. Someone else can save them. It doesn't have to be you. Ophelia gathered the last of her strength and caught hold of Helentine's sleeve. Well, government reinforcements will be here for a while yet, so... I'm not going to abandon a single life. Ophelia had faked for so many ways this evening might unfold. But none of them had looked like this. She went to give her sister a gift. Helentine, you... She's gonna give her sister 2 PGR blind box badges. Sorry. Helentine rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. I made a promise. I'm the elder daughter of the Spellman family, and I will protect the people of Transatlantic Economic Community. Every last one of them. The old, shameful memory surged back over her like a tide. Her sister had always taken everything upon herself for as long as she could remember. As though she were convinced she must bear the weight of pain that did not belong to her. This time is different! We don't even know it just blew up. Did you not see those flashes across the sky? The noise of the catastrophe rose and slowly swallowed Ophelia's desperate words. Helentine, there's still people trapped inside. Understood. Please get this wounded lady out of here first. Helentine? I'm sorry, Ophelia. There are still people who need me. This is something I have to do. Her breath scraped in and out of her lungs, ragged and raw. Still, she reached over and cleaned the blood from Ophelia's face. A rescue report rang out in the distance, and Helentine lifted her head. Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. Helentine held still and met her eyes a final time. She offered no further words. She worked Ophelia's fingers loose, one by one, with a gentleness that ached. Then she turned on her heel and followed the rescue team, plunging together into the heart of the blaze, deeper, brighter, and far more lethal. rolled over a receding silhouette as though it meant to consume her whole. Ophelia was hauled towards the exit, half supported by the rescuers, but her gaze never left that distance point. Smoke, grit, blood, tears, and the stark white glare of the emergency lights all swarmed together into a blinding smear. She wanted to scream at Helentine for her arrogance, for treating her own life as if it were worthless, for doing this again and again. Yet no sooner had the thoughts risen than a weight pressed down on her chest. Because she understood, more clearly than anyone, that Helentine was doing the right thing. And so her fury crumbled from within, folding into a feeling far deeper, far heavier, something she could not outrun. I know I said that like so, announcery. Concern for her sister and the inexplicable sense of smallness that surfaced around her wove together into an emotion she had no name for. Far above the mid-Atlantic range, a thread of silver spanned the horizon for hundreds of kilometers, cutting the ancient and boundless ocean cleanly in two. It was a wonder produced by the Golden Age Planetary Transformation Initiative, a colossal dam built upon the North Atlantic currents, a crown jewel of the transatlantic economic community, the Atlantic Eye. Just 32 minutes ago, its central body detonated, and already the ruin was visible from orbit, a scar of ruin carved across the structure. A column of water shot upward from the Atlantic Eye, veined with patterns that resembled a vast golden tree, and it pierced the heavens in a single breath. Where the light reached, the rules of the physical world bent and broke. Metal ran like liquid, slabs of concrete hung suspended. Gravity itself became a game of chance. Ooh, look at that description. What was firm grew soft, what should have collapsed remained upright. Things meant to stay apart bled into another. The great metal wonder that had once pierced the sea now gaped with ruin. The ocean rushed in like a maddened animal, battering the structures that still stood around it. The waves built and collided, trembling the neighboring shores. Shockwaves ground steel and brick at the outer edges into dust and splinters. A rescue transport pushed through the churning air, its frame shuddering hard with every gust. Rescue transport H-17 entering descent corridor. Adelaide, do you read me? In the plane circling over the Atlantic Eye, Helentine keyed the communications radio to live. Reading you is the... I'm gonna say Jarrett Island. Rescue wrapped up. Strange particles surging out the catastrophe site led into the transmission, breaking the communications into broken syllables and static. Affirmative. Podesta's rescue team is over Atlantic Eye airspace now. We'll join you shortly. What's your status? How bad is it down there? Blank shape. Prepare for the worst. Explosion epicenter looks to be eyes lower blank. On the upper, it's a complete down here. Hell on Earth. Oh, I didn't mean to hold it down. Oops. A string of thunderous blasts tore through the conversation. Watch out! Don't go there. Copy. We're expediting landing. Stay safe. You too. Atlantic Eye rescue operations are now underway. All units prioritize support for the Helio family rescue teams. Yes, ma'am. Morning, people. Good morning. In the beginning, people believed this bizarre calamity, which rippled through the entire transatlantic region, would scar the historical record forever. A wound on the Golden Age at its height. And so it came to be known as the Atlantic Calamity, a disaster that swept across the whole of the Sea of Atlas. But no one at the time could foresee that tragedy was only a prelude, a dress rehearsal for another destruction still waiting in the wings. Less than 4 hours into Operation Stakes Crossing, the initial rescue response to the Atlantic Calamity, and yet the wounded pouring back from the site had already overwhelmed the medical facilities across the neighboring islands. The sound of news reports droned through the wards. Breaking! A massive explosion has struck the Atlantic Eye. Eyewitness reports indicate the epicenter lies within the lower structural ring. And physical anomalies have occurred near the blast site, described as a breakdown in physical order. The cause is yet to be determined. In response, the transatlantic economic community has declared its highest level disaster alert for surrounding territories, and world government rescue units are now mobilizing towards the epicenter. I'm never good at making like a reporter voice, am I? In response, the transatlantic economic community... Can I just call it the TUC for my own sake? The transatlantic economic community has declared its highest level disaster alert for surrounding territories, and world government rescue units are now mobilizing towards the epicenter. The incident remains active and dangerous. Communications inside the Atlantic Eye have collapsed across large sections of the structure, with multiple areas reported to have suffered structural failure. The full extent of casualties remains unknown. Crucially, fires at the epicenter are not yet under control, and the continued collapse of internal structures has prevented the first wave of rescue personnel from delivering a full situation assessment. Update. Rescue Team H-17 has gone silent while operating in the low rescue airspace of the Atlantic Eye. The personnel manifest is still being confirmed. To repeat, a massive explosion has struck the Atlantic Eye. Rescue forces are converging on the scene, but the situation inside the structure remains unclear. Philia. Helentine will be alright, okay? Philia gazed numbly at the newsfeed running across the screen inside the ward. She appeared to be reading, but the words refused to take shape in her mind. A moment later, the door swung open and a doctor hurried in. Philia Spellman, you're Helentine Spellman's sister, is that right? Yes. Your sister's been pulled out, but her condition, it's not looking good. Where is she? ER. We've already started resuscitation. This is the family consent form. It's critical. Massive blood loss, multiple fractures. Severe trauma to the brain. To the brain?! That explains... Okay. Stabilizing her vitals, but conventional measures can only be via so much time. Even if we manage to bring her back, she may never regain consciousness on her own. Where's my father? Tavis Spellman. You must know him. He should be at Port Podesta today. Mr. Spellman. He'll be here soon. But he also feels that in this situation, the odds are not in our favor. We'll do everything we can. She gazed at the name inscribed on the page, Helentine Spellman, and it struck her as unfamiliar, almost foreign. She held the paper tightly and looked at it for a long, long time. The pen did not move. The memory of her last sight of Helentine forced its way into her mind, unbidden and unstoppable. Her blood-smeared face, disheveled clothes, and that voice she knew better than her own. This evening should have marked her promotion, a cause for celebration. What step had gone so terribly wrong to lead them here instead? Every memory she had of her sister came rushing back. Late-night conversations, the grievances traded over meals, the private talks with their father. They broke apart inside her like shards of glass and drove themselves deep in the hollow of her chest. Miss Spellman? Yeah, I know. Ophelia's hands trembled as she tried to write her name. The characters on the consent form, the document that might decide her sister's fate, came out crooked and barely legible. No! She could not imagine the days that would follow without her sister in them. The thought alone made her head spin, or a wave of dizziness washing over her. Would everything be far easier if she were the one laying in the emergency room? There was truly a way for her sister to live. Then what must she sacrifice in exchange? What would count as fair? Her tears dropped onto the first signature, spreading the ink into pale, ghostly stains. You might need to rewrite that now. I see, though. I see. At approximately 4:52 on 2160, an extremely severe laboratory accident occurred at the Atlantic Eye located in EOA-01 sector. Central Atlantic, triggering a massive chain explosion and devastating the area that caused the incident. Recommended for disciplinary actions against responsible parties. Following investigation, it's recommended that no further action be taken against primary responsible parties as they perished in the incident. Oh! I didn't realize there was more to scroll. My bad. Among the remaining personnel, 76 individuals have been held accountable, with several transferred to the World Government Control Court for further investigation. Incident timeline. Let's see if there's anything I missed. Analysis of contributing factors. There we go, I missed something. Developer failed to implement proper protocols for production quality and safety. Regulatory departments failed to fulfill supervisory duties during the research process. Security screening, personnel verification procedures in the core area were severely neglected. Cool. Well, that's not very good, is it? Don't neglect your security, and safety protocols. Right. How to read these while tired? I just lock in. I feel bad because I end up slurring, like, my words. I'm bad at reading out loud. I'm a very fast reader, like, in my head. Whenever I read out loud, I, like, end up slurring my words a little bit, and I feel really guilty about it, because I wish I didn't have those issues, like, stuttering and stuff, but they happen more when I'm tired. How have you been feeling this past month? Any better? Maybe, perhaps a little. The room has been deliberately softened with beige walls, furniture with rounded edges, and a faint calming scent in the air. A psychologist sits behind a curved desk, stylus in hand, a case file open in front of her. Are you still volunteering at the cemetery? When I'm there, I feel at peace. That tracks. Julia's readings show your mind has been remarkably stable. Those brave souls deserve that much. I want to walk with them to the end. You really are different from the others in your year. She shifts in her seat, folding her hands over the open file. Her expression settles into a look of practice, measured empathy. Got it, 1 sec. Soon, I may need to return to Port Podesta. I've been briefed. I believe it may help you recover the memories of who you were. It's not a bad thing. Do you still wrestle with it? Whether you're really Helentine? A stretch of silence. Then the construct reaches for the leather-bound notebook resting on the table in front of her. Here it is! This is what was, what's the word? Included in the trailer. It was the character demo, right? Helentine, try not to lean on the notebook. I'd like you to answer from your own memory. She offers a gentle smile. You and Helentine was forever left behind at Port Podesta. That's not what your actions tell me. The doctor rests her hand lightly over Helentine's. At the very least, your habit of keeping a diary says otherwise. And what that surgery did to your mind, you wouldn't be able to see it clearly yourself. Helentine's fingers tightened around the notebook. It's also a chance to visit your sister. In our past few sessions, you've brought her up 21 times. Keeping track, okay? The psychologist pages back through the earlier records. She's gone, yes, but a chance to face the ones connected to you who've passed. Say a proper go... Damn. Say a proper goodbye. That is never a bad thing. You stood before death far more than I have. I think you know it better than I do, diplomatic advisor. The psychologist releases her hand and writes a concluding note in the records. Construct, Helentine. Mind status stable. Frame condition meets mission deployment requirements. Observation to continue upon return from Port Podesta. What a wholesome story, yeah. Right, let's do some diplomacy. This is a punishing rights concentration report for the transatlantic region. Focus on the sections in red. The conference room plunged into shadow as the cold white lights die. All eyes turned to the single holographic screen burning in the dark. The image zooms in on a small and remarkable port city hugging the Atlantic coastline. Port Podesta. Over the past several months, joint surveillance from the military and the Science Council across the transatlantic region all points to this one little port. Has the military already coordinated with the Science Council on this? Commander, spare us the preamble. Why is the military inserting itself into diplomatic affairs between the transatlantic economic community and the diplomatic corps now of all times? If you want the bottom line, there's a high probability an agent is hiding somewhere near Port Podesta. Ooh. The mention of the word agent, the low murmur running through the room, dies in an instant. A chill settles over the conference table, like the air itself just turned cold. Please explain. Bliss taps his fingertips slightly on the table, his brow tightening. Give him the data. With a small gesture from Nicola, additional data files flicker onto the screen, arranged in contrast to the report everyone just saw. Apologies. Mr. Asimov is unable to attend this meeting due to unforeseen circumstances. As his assistant, I'll be walking you through these data reports. Let's go, Rosa! From among the council seats, a timid young girl lifts her hand and gets to her feet. She makes her way to the front, where the holographic screen glows. Okay. These reports contain data samples collected by Grey Raven during multiple engagements with Agent Vonnegut. They're tied to punishing rights fluctuations within the Ascension Network. Please direct your attention to these readings. Rosa marks the same figure in each of the reports. Across all environments, under every combat condition, this single metric stayed fixed whenever Agent Vonnegut made his appearance. As you can see, this reading is independent of the ambient punishing rights concentration. It only shifts when the agent appears. Using data collected from Omega weapons and previous combat encounters, the Science Council has built an identification database for agents and descendants. Now using that database as a baseline, Let's compare it against the punishing virus report from Port Podesta in the Transatlantic Economic Community. Rosa pulls up the Port Podesta file, expanding it across the screen. Several data points stand out, the same ones used to flag ancient ascendants. It's clear, the readings are nearly identical. Agent Vonnegut is still active in Port Podesta. That doesn't align with the mission records Grey Raven submitted. No, we can't confirm that identity yet. Signature doesn't match Vonnegut. How reliable is this report from the Transatlantic Economic Community? Everyone? No data that hasn't been personally verified by Mr. Asimov would ever reach this table. Any further questions regarding this report? Yeah, don't question Rosa. She knows what she's talking about. She's very smart. The rustle of whispered exchanges spreads through the room, yet not a single hand goes up. And you all understand why the military called this meeting. The holographic display shuts off. As the cold white ceiling lights reignite the dim chamber, Nicola's familiar grim expression re-emerges before the assembly. The engineering forces confirm that Port Podesta's central purification filter has been functioning without an issue for at least the past month. So why hasn't Port Podesta reported these punishing virus anomalies to Babylonia? Or are they playing deaf now that we've tracked agent activity to their doorstep? What does the military propose? I know Babylonia is currently engaged in diplomatic negotiations with multiple independent and semi-independent factions across the Transatlantic Economic Community. Port Podesta is among them. Nicola's gaze shifts to the diplomatic court section. Liz sits there, visibly preoccupied with concerns of his own. The military's plan is for the diplomatic court and the control court to take the lead in our communications with Port Podesta. Under the pretense of investigating the agent threat, we assume control of the regional defenses. Same as, Catania. He glances at the presiding figures of the control court and diplomatic court. The pause that follows is deliberate. I'm afraid the control court cannot support this. Everything we have right now comes from remote analysis and third-party accounts. Acting on that alone would be reckless. We can't control the risk. And the diplomatic court? Port Podesta is not the only city in the Atlantic coast. The diplomatic court is working to bring it into the fold peacefully as a model special administrative region under the government. An example for other independent regions around the world. Not to mention the Boulder Rift. Refit negotiations remain stalled. The TEC wants Babylonia's technology, but they are equally fearful of us interfering with what they call family affairs. Even this one ship has required the utmost caution at every turn. A quiet rhythmic tapping sound from Liz fingertips on the tabletop. I think I set my noise gate too high for you to hear me doing it myself. The hush stretches, seeping down the length of the table. A soft cough breaks the silence. It comes from Wells, General in Chief for the Babylonian General Staff, seated among the military benches. More than a few in the chamber recall that this high-ranking military official and the Transatlantic Economic Community have their own business to settle. Everyone, taking over the defenses outright or dispatching an investigation team under military authority. Either approach is far too conspicuous. Council lists. If I recall correctly, the diplomatic court is planning an official visit to Port Podesta in the near future. That's correct. However, our delegation roster has already been submitted to Port Podesta. Swapping members in now would be too obvious. Could a second delegation be arranged? It can. But the military's investigation must not interfere with the negotiations, and Les picks up his terminal and brings a list of names. They've been extremely guarded in their dealings with us. This is the personnel roster both sides mutually agreed upon prior to the first delegation. You're welcome to review it and see if anyone in this list suits your needs. I calculate a retreat. Liz gave him permission to proceed, but he stacked the terms so high that only a fool would accept. He expects him to step back without him ever having to say no. I have no objections. Wells hands the list to Nicola, whose face remains unreadable, and gives his answer without a moment's hesitation. Our second delegation will depart only after the diplomatic court's delegation has returned safely. It won't interfere with your negotiations with Port Podesta. If Port Podesta has something to hide, the investigation will bring it to light. If not, we simply follow additional diplomatic procedure. And it seems we have our candidates. The holographic screen goes back to life. List appears before the assembly. Two names standing out in bright highlight. Helentine Spellman and me. Me? Yeah! Oh, we got this under control. Every eye in the conference room turns towards a familiar figure seated at the far end of the table. I'm just gonna nod. Just gonna keep to myself and nod. Greyman's prior operations established strong ties with representatives of the Copperfield family. You're one of the few military personnel the TEC is willing to trust. But that trust only extends to you. They remain wary of combat-grade military constructs. The construct Helentine Spellman, however, while she serves in the military, her ties to Port Vedessa's authorities run deep. She's negotiated they can, at the very least, accept. Wells gestures towards the screen, where a portrait of a female construct floats in the air. Go meet with her before you depart. She'll be your partner for this mission. Her temperament is particular. I suggest you two familiarize yourselves with each other as soon as possible before the mission officially begins. Understood. Cemetery of the Unreturned. That's a dark way of putting it. Tiny grave markers stand in rigid uniform rows like a silent army stretching endlessly towards the horizon. But this section near the cemetery entrance holds more than just headstones. Over a dozen simple biers are laid out in neat formation on the ground. White sheets drape the still forms beneath, many stained with vital fluid or blood. Beside the biers rest an open violin case and a modest bouquet of pale flowers. The person you're looking for kneels beside one of the biers, a comb in hand. Her other hand moves with extreme gentleness, brushing straight strands of hair from the forehead of the deceased and tucking them behind her ear, tending to her appearance with care. Please give me one moment. She doesn't turn. Her attention stays fixed on the bier, on the quiet shape of the female construct laying there, still and silent, all life long gone. Her hair so long. It looked beautiful, braided, I think. She combs her fingers through the lifeless synthetic locks, plaited and particularly scorched, dividing them into careful strands. Every motion is slow and sure. Once the braid is complete, she selects a single flower from the bouquet and tucks it into the braid's end. Then she stands and moves quietly to the next bier. She lifts the white sheet gently. Beneath it lies a male construct, half his body torn away. His one remaining hand, barely intact, still grips his weapon with a deathless hold. Battle is over. You've done well. You can let go of it now. Helentine gently works the weapon free from the deceased's grip. Into his palm, permanently misshapen by years of holding a gun, she presses a single pale flower. She moves to the next as though wishing good night to someone who has only just closed their eyes. I'm getting like teary-eyed, man. She's really sweet. Rest now. Goodbye. She moves slowly among the dead, who will lie here in their long repose, pausing at each bier to offer a soothing look and a murmured farewell. Is that how you pronounce that word, by the way? Bier? I don't know. I've never seen it before. I'm assuming it's like a cloth over a dead body, but I'm not sure because I've never seen it. Her quiet round's complete. She comes to a stop once more before the rows of the departed. A short silence settles. She brings the violin to rest against her shoulder, closes her eyes, and lets the bow drift across the strings in long, slow strokes. A still moment passes. She returns the violin to its case, leans down to snap the clasp shut, and rises, her gaze now meeting yours. Sorry to keep you waiting. By the time you reach her side, the soft expression she wore earlier has faded. It is as though the Helentine who whispered gentle words to every fallen soldier was folded away the moment the case clasp clicked shut, stored back into some deep, private place within her. Helentine Spellman, Strategic Diplomatic Affairs Office of the Military. I'm from the Transatlantic Economic Community. Good to meet you. I'm Abby, Commander of the Graven! Waving emoji. Here's a routine briefing from the Strategic Diplomatic Affairs Office. After a mission is issued, the assigned advisor compiles the information and briefs the partner. I gotta chuckle. I feel like I'm not able to speak properly right now. My mouth's too dry. So you've already been briefed on the mission? Yes. We'll be working together, entering Port Podesta as members of Babylonia's diplomatic delegation to conduct our field investigation. Is this the kind of work your office normally handles? That, along with assisting military staff officers, compiling pre-operation intelligence, assessing frontline squad combat effectiveness, and... Given my background in the transatlantic economic community, I'm often brought in as an advisor in diplomatic affairs related to the region. And this as well. As she speaks, she walks to the nearest bier and kneels. She begins copying the designations of the fallen into a leather-bound notebook by hand. I help prepare these unclaimed fallen for their rest, tend to their appearance, ready them for burial. And after that, they rest here together. She raises her gaze to the graveyard stretching before her, a field of markers without any visible end. Is that also part of your office's responsibilities? Hand never pauses, the pen still moving as she copies down the name from the next sphere. Normally, this work is handled by other military personnel in coordination with the Star of Life. But I chose to take part in it myself, of my own accord. Your own accord? I want to record their names. Hunched over her work, she copies down every designation, every name and the record of their deeds. For some, the account runs long. For others, it's over in a few sparse words. Every life is unique, in life and in death. No one wants to be forgotten. If you've lived it all, you leave something behind in this world. All I can do is write down the stories I remember from my own memory. Once it's written, even if the memory fades, no one can erase the fact they lived, that they fought. She turns the densely filled notebook slightly and opens it to a fresh page. More often than not, I also record the faces of the living. She sketches a small frame in the bottom right corner of the page. Within its borders, a portrait emerges in quick, vivid strokes. The face of me coming to life. What? Whoa! See? Like that, you're now recorded too. Silence settles over the cemetery for a long moment. Then a wind drifts up from somewhere deep among the graves, catching the white sheet on the first bier and ruffling the flower tied at the dead's hair. She bends her head and writes down one final line in the previous page. She really is sweet, man. Today's rites for the fallen are complete. Sleep well. May never be forgotten. Her pen hovers over the page. A small dot of ink bleeds where the tip lingers. And then she adds one more line. May I remember you all. I'm trying to like do a Helentine voice. I feel like I could do it better at the start of the stream, but now like I've already lost it. I'm sorry. It's done. She picks up the violin case and gestures for you to follow. The two of you walk side by side towards the cemetery exit. After only a few steps, her terminal chimes. She glances down at the screen and stops. I'm sorry. I forgot. What's wrong? I forgot that there's one more I need to say goodbye to. You look back at her. Her face is caught between light and shadow at the cemetery entrance, her expression unreadable. The case is set back down with a quiet knock against the ground. After that, the silence stretches on. Poor Podesta. That is where every memory is kept. That is where all the hurt and all the feeling come from. It's the old web Helentine left behind in her past. Here, cause and consequence, recollection and impression weave together into an inextricable net. Helentine stands among the dead. On her terminal screen, a mail icon blinks silently. Sender Ophelia. Is it really you? She stares at the name on the screen, suspended between hope and doubt. The violin sings once more before the day is done. Ophelia lives. Why have I got a headache right now? I woke up with a headache this morning as well. It's way too hot, I think. Lee! Commended. I've been looking into Port Podesta and turned up some useful intel. Thank you, Lee. It's very helpful of you. Port Podesta's current chief administrator is a man named Tavis. I pulled his records and found he's the head of the Spellman family. Spellman? You vaguely remember that your partner from this mission bears the same surname. During the height of the Golden Age, he was a researcher for the Transatlantic Economic Community. His project reported directly to Dominic. To win his field? Take care of yourself? It's fine. I need to chug some more water, I think. I've been drinking a ton of water recently, but it's like, it's not really sticking. And the heat's still getting to me anyway. But, yeah, I woke up this morning, my mom woke me up, I was like, I have a headache. It hurts so much. And she scolded me and she was like, Evie, you need to drink more water, please. I'm drinking a ton, I'm like, but it's not enough. Anyway, let me turn my fan on, it's getting a bit warm in here. Ah, there we go. Do we know his field? Specialized in mine research. I was only able to pull a few of his academic papers, but after the punishing virus outbreak, he left the scientific community entirely. Commandant, your weapons are checked and ready. I've calibrated the parameters to your preferred settings. Should be more than enough to handle regiment level corrupted. Also my pirate katana. Lucia? This is a diplomatic mission, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Understood. After a brief hesitation, Lucia reluctantly loosens her grip on your hand. Liv! Everybody's here today! Commandant, since you'll be on an island, please take care of yourself, okay? And don't go sneaking in any strange, local foods. I've had some medicine and supplements for you. Oh, and I checked the schedule. It's actually pretty light. Try to take it easy and let yourself unwind a bit, Commandant. As she chatters away, Liv hoists a stuffed backpack onto your shoulders. Thank you for packing for me, Liv. Comms check. call from Lee comes through on your terminal. You copy? Loud and clear. I've turned the comms. They'll hold a stable connection with Port Podesta's designated... They'll hold a stable connection within Port Podesta's designated diplomatic security perimeter. If anything usual happens, contact us. Don't hesitate. Lee raises his hand to his ear in a call me gesture. We're not gonna stop here because you have to get ready to go out now. Watch the VOD. Hey, hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Hell yeah. The VOD will be waiting if you wanna come back and watch. Also, I guess it's cool to know they still have the call me gesture. Because I feel like, as time goes on, not to be that person, but kids these days don't even know what the call me gesture even exists, you know? Kids these days only know smartphones. I know you're going as a diplomat, but the fact they kept turning down Babyloni's official security presence doesn't sit right with me. Concelia is the closest Babylonian territory to Port Podesta. We've already submitted a request to command. Once we reach Port Podesta, we'll be on standby at Concelia. If anything happens, Grey Raven can deploy at a moment's notice. Please be careful, Commandant. We'll be waiting for you. Liv's tone stays quiet, but when she says waiting for you, those few words carry everything. I will, promise. Beyond the transport window, the clouds thin, revealing the vascular expanse of the ocean below. Helentine sits by the window, the same leather notebook resting open on her lap. Her hand does not move. Her eyes remain fixed on the world outside. What are you looking at? The sea. It's been a long time. Look. You follow her gaze. As the transport descends, the planet's arc presses down into a flat... What's my glasses? Hang on. It was an eyelash. The planet's arc descends down in a flat seam between sea and sky. And there at the horizon's edge, something massive begins to emerge. A stranded iron whale, impossibly vast, rises from the water. Perched along its metal spine, a broken city flickers like a ghost. A city on a mechanical whale? Port Podesta. General Wilson, you knew the place well. Yes, it's where I'm from. What's it like? Helentine pauses at the question as if searching for an answer. Then she looks down and begins flipping through her notebook. Question mark? During the Golden Age, Port Podesta was one of the most prosperous port cities in the transatlantic economic community. Her tone stays even as always, like the voiceover in a documentary. It was a shipping hub of the North Atlantic. Back then, merchant vessels and cargo ships from both sides of the ocean passed through here, and Port Podesta thrived on the traffic. She pauses briefly, then turns to the next page. Commerce, advanced technology. As the Golden Age invasion accelerated, Port Podesta adapted to meet the changing demands. They turned the entire city into a massive bionic machine. It's so much eyelashes for full currency? Wait, huh? Is that a thing? The transport descends and the coastline sharpens into view. From above, it almost looks like something out of a strange dream. An enormous biomechanical skeleton rises from the foundations, the remains of some colossal creature long dead. It still holds up the fading outline of what the city used to be. Then came the Atlantic Calamity, the punishing rice outbreak, disasters that severed the world's connections. The maritime trade that kept Port Podesta alive collapsed along with everything else. The transport sends out its landing request and sweeps past the city's outer edge like a great bird crossing above ancient bones. Beneath those skeletal bridges, low buildings pressed together in great clusters, spreading like moss over the body of a fallen giant. What are those? The old port district. Some rusted ornaments. When they first rebuilt Port Podesta, people dreamed of a mobile harbor, sailing the North Atlantic forever. Back then, Port Podesta handled over 8 million tons of cargo a day. This is super informative. Thank you. Massive freighters lined up beyond the harbor, waiting for the pilot boats to guide them in. The cranes and floodlights never went dark. Transport drops lower. The colossal cranes of Port Podesta hang their heads over the rusted, empty port district, silent as a herd of giraffes deep in thought, utterly indifferent. And now, this great whale lies stranded, waiting for the passage of time and the weight of oblivion to finish it off. As Port Podesta, a city first in decline and mourning. She closes her notebook and looks at you, expressionless. You mentioned the Atlantic Calamity earlier. Was Port Podesta affected? It wasn't among the hardest hit in the immediate aftermath, but the flooding and economic collapse that followed, those reached everyone equally. You have long known of the great catastrophe that occurred just before the punishing virus outbreak, but the finer details have always remained beyond your reach. I remember the Atlantic Eye was supposed to be a marvel of Golden Age engineering. How did a disaster like that even happen there? The publicly accepted account is that a major research accident occurred at the Atlantic Eye, triggering a chain of explosions across a devastating radius. The explosion itself was catastrophic, but what made it truly fatal was the timing. It happened right before the punishing ice outbreak. The transatlantic economic community was already shattered by the disaster and had nothing left to face what came after. I see. She closes her notebook. Helentine's fingers move slowly across the notebook cover. I feel like if she's writing everything in there, it must be a pretty thick notebook. Her eyes rest on the view outside, with the great coastline inches closer. The port district grows sharper by the second. Streets, buildings, docks, all of it washed in a muted gray like an old photograph bleached by time. Ushio Reefy, hi Christian, how you doing? Oh wait, Christian! After the stream, I wanna play you Helentine's voice lines. I feel like you'd appreciate the voice acting in them. They're really, really, really good. Science fills the cabin, broken only by the growing rumble of the engines. The transport shudders hard, then touches down. We're almost there. The transport has landed on high ground, offering a sweeping view of Port Podesta below. Through the porthole, rusted containers are piled into the grey hills that scar their landscape. The blight here is clearly fast and deep. You good and sure? Hell yeah! Yeah! I feel like you appreciate this because I know. Well, I'll tell you why after the stream, but I feel like you'd appreciate it. Through the port. Oh, I already read this. Sorry. The transport hatch remains closed, yet the view through the windows brings the port's decay near enough to touch. Not quite what I pictured when I thought of the TEC. The engines wind down to a deep hush, and then to nothing. The conscript beside you tucks her notebook away. The hatch swings open. Salt air thick with rust and brine breathes into the hold, threaded with something quietly unsettled. Just as your feet step out, Helentine moves forward and places herself before you. Careful. We've got a situation. As the view opens wide, a strange and almost absurd scene reveals itself before you. The docks are in an uproar. Two crowds stand shouting at each other. Guards in standard issue equipment have already set up riot shields. Across from them, workers in ragged clothing grip steel pipes and crowbars. Both sides hold firm. Attention! This is a restricted airfield zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Withdraw from the security perimeter immediately or we will use force. Crassus, Vic, this isn't your first time causing trouble. Get out of here now. Restricted zone? Because this is where you've been taking everyone who's gone missing from the docks. A tall man stands at the front of the workers' group, dressed in dock worker overalls. His bare arms are covered in old scars. A few days ago, you were still sneaking them out in trucks. Now you're using aircraft in broad daylight. Not even pretending to hide it anymore. I'll say this one more time. Leave immediately, or we will treat this as a lawful assembly and respond accordingly. Get out of our way. You expect the missing will put back. Simple. Final warning. Stop fabricating wow, what's that? Stop fabricating lies and inciting a riot. None of this is a lie. A thin young man suddenly bursts forward, stabbing a bony figure towards the guards. His voice comes out sharp and cracking with fury. Tavis has been running human experiments. I'm interested. He used to be some kind of mind expert, right? That's what those headache patients say. The ones they drove out the city. And what about everyone who's disappeared? Has he ever explained that? He took them. He took them all. It's gotten worse every single year. Tavis has completely lost it. And you. Someone else's hand acts faster than their brain can think. A gunshot cuts through the air like a blade, slicing off Vic's words mid-sentence. And it cuts the final taut thread of sanity, holding the crowd in check. They're shooting! With me! Crassus charges like an angered bull, roaring as he hurls himself toward the guards. His rusted steel pipe comes crashing down on a riot shield with a thick, heavy thud. All units hold the line. The riot shields swing out in unison and slam into the ground. Guards drop their weight behind them. Shoulders braced. Rusted pipes and crowbars hammer down against the shields in a steady drum of heavy, blunt blows. In the next moment, the two sides collide. The impact seems to shudder through the very ground beneath the port district. The standoff turned to chaos in seconds. A quick sweep of the scene tells you there are over 30 workers and 12 guards. You have barely grasped the situation. No context, no clear sense of right or wrong. You're simply caught in a storm that broke without warning. Helentine, stay sharp. Understood. Her answer is brief yet and swift. Her eyes meet yours for a moment. I'll ensure your safety. Yours and every member of this delegation. The words are barely out when a worker charges from the side. A rusted pipe clenched in his hand and pure rage in his eyes. Stand down. I'm with the Babylonian delegation. Huh? I could give a damn where you're from. Chaos around him is so loud that the high-headed young man seems not to hear a word. The pipe whistles through the air and comes crashing down. Already prepared for this, you sidestep easily. The pipe slams into the ground. The recoil sends him stumbling. Before he can steady himself, the nearly invisible thread snatches the pipe from his grip. What the? Another silver thread lashes out, whipping the baton from a guard's hand. What? My weapons! Countless threads burst through the... I feel like... do people normally keep grenades, like, next to their head? I feel like it's a bad place to put grenades. In one fluid motion, dozens of weapons are ripped skyward. Pipes, wrenches, crowbars, batons, riot shields. All of them fly at once. You will not lay a hand on the Grey Raven commanded. Helentine bolts over the crowd. Fine threads extend silently from her fingertips, weaving an invisible net through the air above. Every strand locks into a weapon with perfect precision. Her silhouette arcs across the port's district iron-gray sky. Then she lands with a spider's lightness, settling into the center of her woven net. Evie, step this way. She pulls you one step closer, then crooks her finger back. Oh! Clang, clatter, clang. The weapons fall from the sky, their impacts crashing together across the docks in a downpour of iron. When the rain stops, you realize that right where you stood a moment ago, a riot shield now lies on the ground. Her one hand still holds the last faintly trembling thread, the other hangs loose to their side, her dress drifts down with the sea breeze. As her gaze moves slowly across the clouds on either side, her face remains expressionless. All of you step back. On a rise across the way, a girl in a silver blue leans idly against her motorcycle. Binoculars trained on the distant port. A commotion at the far end of the docks catches her eye, but it's too far off. Even with binoculars, she can't make out much. Can't see a damn thing! I wonder who this could possibly be! This looks like a whole lot of wish-bam chaos from here. The curiosity is killing me. You should just head over. First rule of fun, never miss the action, right? Vanessa! Vanessa, we need to talk about your fashion sense, Ned. Hi, Leia. It's been a while. I do actually like Leia's design quite a bit. The sound of it sort of makes her lower the binoculars. Oh, Winnie, you late to the party. Leia twists around and calls out to the girl in the reporter's outfit, who's been clicking away at her from just a few steps off. You know that shot of you leaning against your bike, staring off into the distance? Solid composition. Have you ever considered modeling? The reporter hurries over, clutching her camera, and tries to get Leia to admire the brilliant, candid shot she just captured. Whoa, the new outfit Lady Vanessa gave me is seriously dazzling. Super photogenic. I just took an amazing shot of you, and you're not even gonna toss me a compliment? How about a photograph fee while you're at it? Photography while you're at it, sorry, my bad. The reporter barely finishes her sentence before Leia, as if flipping a switch, raises her binoculars towards the distance again. What are you looking at? Looks like trouble at the docks again. It's Port Podesta, a port with zero shipping traffic. Trouble's pretty much the only thing that isn't out of the ordinary down there. Anyway, that thing you asked me to look into. I got something. The reporter pulls a newspaper from her bag and hands it to Leia. Okay, that's weird. Why newspaper's still a thing here? Talk about ancient... Leia! Old saying. Only what's physically recorded can't be erased. Good point. Port Podesta locks down information tight. Tao swiped the most older data from before the Atlantic calamity. So the only intel you can really trust is what you can hold in your hands. Even when it's stuff like this? Leia jabs a finger at the newspaper. Winnie just handed her. Is it Win or Winnie? It might be Win. Might be Win. It's the latest issue of the Transatlantic Herald. The front paper headline reads: Airhorn family cemetery burglarized. One has been taken from the graves. The family locks down the site for a private investigation, refusing all assistance from TEC authorities. So they do call it the TUC. So if I call it TUC, it wouldn't be wouldn't be too random. Totally. This is the Transatlantic Herald, the most authoritative paper in the whole TUC. I'm calling it TUC now. Who knows? Maybe your Babylonian bosses read it too. Leia's gaze rests on the name Airhorn for a moment, an uncommon seriousness crossing her face. Beside her, Win is too preoccupied with answering it to notice the change. Yeah, I think it is Win. Or could be Win A? I don't know where this name originates from. I'm gonna assume it's Win now. Leia looks away, slipping back into her usual self. You've got to be kidding me. It's the 22nd century and people still read newspapers. Still, this article kind of strange. It's kind of strange. Not their usual quality. A family that powerful and someone digs up their graveyard. I mean, it's the 22nd century. Who even buries valuables anymore? Unless the dead are crawling out on their own. No, it doesn't track. The cemetery isn't even in Port Podesta. Wait, hold up. Question. What does the cemetery not being in Port Podesta have to do with anything? You've been sneaking around Port Podesta for a while now and you still haven't heard. Tales of the dead returning and missing persons. Those are Port Podesta's two biggest claims to fame. Win points to a side article tucked into the corner of another page in the Transatlantic Herald. Midnight returns! A string of paranormal events in Port Podesta. 3 cases of the dead returning home were reported in the Port District. Experts refuse to rule out mass hysteria. Ophelia. Scratching my chin, Ophelia. Again, 22nd century. Maybe we try a scientific explanation first. Why don't you see for yourself? Well, the first time anyway. The same thing happened 30 years ago. The reporter digs through her bag for a long moment, and carefully pulls out a yellow, fragile newspaper and hands it to Leia. Here, be careful with this one. It's not something you come across every day. 30 years ago? Wait, that would be the Golden Age. You must be that old. Don't make a big deal out of it. Just read. Transatlantic Herald, issue 312, printed the day after the Atlantic calamity. Unlike every other edition, the front page that day ran no headline at all. Just a long list of victim names. Leia runs her eyes down the long list of names. It doesn't take long for 2 to stand out. Arius Airhorn, a close friend and colleague of Dominic, a pioneer in the construct of mind technology and the head of the Airhorn family. And then another name among the dead. Wait, Helentine! Hang on a sec. So what's going on here then? Obviously there was like a head injury involved. From what they said at the from what the doctor said to Ophelia. So I guess they weren't able to save her then. But she's still alive. Okay, interesting. But she's construct though. So they must have just made her a construct though, right? Piecing this together. Okay, this is interesting. I like this so far. The white lights in the corridor gleamed with an almost cruel coldness, as if all warmth had been drained from the world. The endless surgeries through the night had wrung every last drop of strength from the staff. In hastily changed clothes, Ophelia stood by herself outside the intensive care unit, her weight pressed against the cold pane of the observation window. Oh god. Beyond the glass, Helentine lay among a web of tubing as an oxygen mask covered her face. Patches and straps crisscrossed her wrists, her chest, the delicate skin of her neck. The bandages wrapped her shoulders and brow, yet blood continued to rise from somewhere deeper, blooming through the clean white gauze in stains of red. The monitor at her bedside kept up its thin, relentless beeping. Oh! It started as nothing more than a faint twitch of her fingers. Then the trembling crept outwards, little by little. I don't think I can scream. I think it'd be too bad if I did that. A violent shudder wrecked her shoulders. With every ragged breath, blood bubbled up through the ventilator tube. Her chest rose in lurches, only to cave inward again as though pressed down by something unseen. A nurse hurried into the side and held her body firmly against the bed. Within a few heartbeats, the clean sheets were drenched in red. The second nurse moved in to secure the straps, then bent over the monitor to study the shifting numbers. Beyond the cold glass barrier, the screaming went on and on. A heavy door thudded as a man emerged from the room, every line of his body heavy with fatigue. His collar was open, his sleeves rolled carelessly to the elbow. A dry track of blood ran along the inside of his left wrist. It might have come from the surgery, or it might have been his own. Father! Ah, okay. Instead of walking forward, he leaned against the wall by the doorway and let out a long, shuddering breath. How is she? She is not well. Not well? What does that mean? Please, I need more than that, Father. We saved her life, but that's all we managed. Ah! Okay. So, brain injury. Trudy knew the answer. The doctors had made it perfectly clear to her. Still, she held onto a thread of hope and pinned it on her father, the man she had always believed could accomplish anything. That was all of the good part, wasn't it? The man with his back to her let out a sigh. Right now, she's only being kept alive by IV fluids, barely maintaining baseline vitals. But the damage to her brain is catastrophic. Whatever poured out of the Atlantic Eye is eating away at her cells. For her, it's like being burned alive from the inside. Gathered his loose white coat around himself as if the small act could restore the composure and distance befitting a man of science. We've done everything we can, but the necrosis is still spreading. I'll do what I can to minimize her suffering from here on. Ophelia's shoulders trembled. Minimize her suffering? That's it. There has to be something else. Father, this is your field, isn't it? Constructs, consciousness repair. You used to talk about so many possibilities. How can there be nothing? The man's back trembled. A stunned silence hung in the air. A long silence passed. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy as though reciting words he'd rehearsed 1,000 times over. Constant modification isn't a miracle. It has requirements and boundaries. Helentine has a strong affinity for Tentel and 193, yes. But her brain damage it's too severe for the procedure now. No one can guarantee the surgery would even succeed in her state. I'll keep her stable for as long as I can. Until brain death. Maybe I shouldn't have even subcaught in his throat. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. A young assistant in a lab coat hurried over, stopping several paces away, hesitant to approach. Dr. Tavis? Though I still need you to sign off on the aftercare protocol. Okay. I'm sorry, Ophelia. Let me just take care of what's left. Helentine will be moved to a general care ward soon. Spend as much time with her as you can. The father let out a quiet sigh and walked away, each step weighted with sorrow. God damn it, man! Ophelia kept her hand pressed to the cold glass, gazing in at Helentine's body, still stained with blood on the bed. She could not recall ever seeing her sister so broken. Childhood memories surfaced. The praise for her sister had never stopped, not for as long as she could remember. It was the last lesson before school let out. Her report cards were handed out as usual, thin booklets with the family emblems and school motto printed on this card. Were they in the same year? Sorry, I got distracted. Were they in the same year? Alright everyone, last class of the semester. Everyone's got their report card. Helentine, come see me after class. I'd like to keep a copy of your essay. I'm putting it forward for recommendation. Helentine simply closed her booklet and offered a gentle alright. Nobody found it strange. That's the third time this semester, right? You know, I let her borrow a novel a while back. She actually worked a quote from it into her essay. When I asked her about it later, she couldn't even tell me the exact page. So she used to have really good memory. Ah, I see. Okay. She took the first place in me in PE this time too. Honestly, I should just print her name at the top of the end of your roster and call it a day. Well, everyone's built differently, right? She lowered her eyes and opened her own report card. Letter B sitting in the grade column lay there, quiet and still. Born into the same house as twins. Oh, they're twins! I was gonna say, because having to be in the same year otherwise is like kinda... Like that wouldn't really be possible otherwise, right? You think about it? I feel like it'd be a bit dangerous if they were in the same year. The two sisters had always been spoken of. In contrast, Helentine the exceptional, and Ophelia the unremarkable. Ophelia had once believed that every person had their own gifts. Their brilliance in one domain must be balanced by deficiency in another. Helentine's very existence proved that belief wrong. Talent was not a zero-sum game. Some people could simply outshine others in every single way. At first, some people praised Helentine. Ophelia felt genuinely proud of her sister. Yet as the years passed and that pride became a weight pressing down on her, her feelings towards Helentine became far harder to name. I mean, that's normal, right? Well, just go in shooting. Results are up. Come on, what'd you get? How'd you do, Ophelia? Could we not? Let's talk about something else, Helentine. I saw you out there during the exam, you know? But you might want to show off a little or something. Can we say we've watched a movie tonight? What are we thinking? I'm voting horror. That's what you want. Great, see you tonight then. Dodging the question. That wordless weight always hung over her. She knew all too well that no matter how hard she tried, she could never match Helentine's effortless brilliance. She knew Helentine had never thought less of her. It was not her sister's fault. Still, a sense of her insufficiency ate away at her all the same. What kind of person do you think you are, Helentine? Huh? Where's this coming from? Just answer the question. I'm not really sure myself. I just try to do what I can. So that's why you bombed the exam on purpose. Your acting's terrible, by the way. What's wrong with that? People who hate me got to feel a little better. And the ones close to me should understand why I did it. You're such an idiot. Never wisdom in disguise. Can't you say something nice? Absolutely not. Playing the pity card is one thing you got zero talent for. During years at FOS College, Helentine's grades never once slipped from the top. How could Ophelia find fault with someone so perfect? There was simply nothing to hold against her. And so those feelings had nowhere to go but inward. The inferiority she felt living in her sister's shadow grew into a dark, bottomless void she couldn't even understand. She had envied her. She had even resented her. But she had never spoken a word of it to Helentine. Helentine, once you graduate from FOS, I want you to take over the affairs of the Spellman family. I don't recommend staying with the world government. Sending you to FOS in the first place was your mother's dying wish. She wanted you to broaden your horizons there. You've always known that, I trust. I understand. I'll give it proper thought. I love the way she looks in the uniform. She really, suits it. Sorry, Ophelia. I feel like Helentine even outdoes you in that, too. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ah! And what about me, Father? Ophelia, if you're willing, I'd like you to return as well to assist your sister. Unless you prefer a different position within the family. Let me think about it, Father. She knew others saw her as worth far less than her sister. The world produced prodigies in endless supply, and Helentine stood among them while she did not. People love to say geniuses were no different from anyone else. Ophelia knew better. That was a lie, plain and simple. Who matters more to the world? An ordinary person or a genius? The answer's obvious enough. It was a reminder she had drilled into herself, time and again during her days at FOS. Even after Helentine took charge of the Spellman family, Ophelia kept piling responsibilities onto her own shoulders, trying to prove she had value. Now, the observation window, she stared at her sister's motionless form while the monitors kept their steady rhythm. A tightness rose in her throat. A painful, ugly thought coiled its way up through her chest. Am I really the one who deserves to survive? If Helentine had never come to rescue her, or if she had managed to persuade her sister to stay behind, would everything be different now? Helentine, her brilliant and perfect sister, have gone on to give so much more to the world. I'm thinking now. Inside the office, the lighting was softer than the hallway's glare, yet somehow more oppressive for it. Through the windows, alarms and traffic from the hospital's direction echoed faintly. It was as if the catastrophe had not truly ended, only held back by thick walls. Humanity's chief technician stood in front of the Travis's desk, wearing the same mild and troubled look as always. As Serenity saw Tavis, I keep saying Travis is almost cruel. Catastrophe, mourning, bloodshed, and death seem to register as mere outcomes. Never as events that could wound. So, is that it? The control court finally got its sights set on me, ready to brand me as a conspirator. Did they send you here for a little chat? The Atlantic Eye. How did it even come to this? please calm yourself. I understand the guilt you're carrying, and I understand why you're so angry. My time is short. The tower and them have their eyes on me. I came to you today because I have something to ask. Tavis frowned. Unable to make sense of the cryptic words. I intend to entrust the remaining half of the understanding Serapha to the Spellmans. To your family. The anger drained from Tavis's face, replaced by shock. Why me? What I'm about to say may sound impossible to you. But under the present circumstances, the list of people I can trust has grown very short. Or to put it more precisely, among the researchers who are left, you are the safest choice. You have a particular quality, Tavis. You don't hunger for scientific truth. You only care about what works. To me, that quality places you at the greatest possible distance from the answer. But it also places you farthest from madness. Those who hunger for truth often lose themselves along the way. That doesn't sound like a compliment. No, it is one. If I had met you a few years earlier, perhaps we could have been good friends, Tavis. That's a luxury time won't grant me anymore. Dominic paused, his gaze softening. Under your family's jurisdiction, Poor Podesta's title hub will serve as a hidden container. Tavis shut his eyes for a moment, as though fatigue had finally crushed him. Even his breath came heavy and slow. I never liked the way you shift your burdens onto others, Dominic. A genius like you should be taking more responsibility for Philatry, Lucia. Hope you can believe that, at this very moment, I'm taking that responsibility. Dominic gently pulled aside his collar, revealing a twisted, fatal wound beneath. Perhaps someday you will understand me, but not now. I believe that given your character and your pursuits, Poor Podesta will be shaped by the legacy Philatry Lucia leaves behind. Whether that change will be for good or for ill, I'm afraid that will depend on your own interpretation of the Serapha. You're not afraid I'll misuse it. This isn't what you and, Arius devoted your entire lives to. The Serapha still require a great deal of time before it can be saturated with information. By the time it's ready, I suspect someone will have stepped forward to take it, regardless of whether you intend to use it for good or for ill. Tavis let out a quiet, humorless laugh. You don't trust me. You're just putting your faith in mediocrity. Tavis fell silent for a long time, as if wrestling with himself. When he finally spoke again, his voice was hoarse and worn. I have one last question. In your eyes, has Philatry of Ushio already failed? I need a proper answer, Dominic. Cause and effect are notoriously... This is not an answer! Cause and effect are notoriously difficult to prove. A single event can set off countless outcomes. Some are chance, others are inevitability. But as long as this world keeps turning, the chain will never stop extending. So if you ask me whether Philatry of Ushio has failed, I would say it's far too early to tell. Somewhere in the future, there will be an outcome that you find satisfactory. Is that an answer you can accept? The corridor fell silent once more. Tavis retrieved the classified Philatry of Ushio dossier and sank deep into thought. By the time night fully claimed the sky, only a scattered few remained in the hospital's family lounge. Ophelia sat at the table, the food in their plate barely touched. Tavis lowered himself into the seat across from her. The table between them was small, but the silence filling the space felt as solid as a wall. No appetite? Tavis blinked back to the present and stared at his untouched food. You should eat something, Father. You can't think clearly on an empty stomach. Helentine's condition is stable for the moment. If she makes it through the critical window, she won't deteriorate any further. Not in the short term, at least. That does sound like a good thing. Tavis spared a few perfunctory bites, chewing for a long moment before he could bring himself to swallow. Ophelia, what if... I was about to say that there... Okay. This was my theory. When Helentine... Sorry, when Ophelia was saying that, like, what if she could do something to basically, keep Helentine alive or something earlier on when she was, like, at the window. I was like, what are they gonna do? This doesn't feel like survivor's guilt. This feels like a gun being placed on the screen. What if, and I mean purely hypothetically, what if there was still a way to keep Helentine alive, but it required a certain sacrifice from you? It was like a joke to ask without the context, isn't it? Would you be willing to try? Yes. He prepared so much for this. He planned out every word to steer the conversation towards the hardest thing he would ever have to say. But Ophelia answered before he could begin. One of those delicate words felt useless. Tavis paused for a brief moment before pressing on. Human consciousness is not sustained by biology alone. It also requires a foundational substrate. Helentine's problem right now isn't just physical. The real issue is her consciousness substrate. A significant portion of her consciousness has been lost. Which means... It means even if we use construct technology to give her a new body, we would first need to restore that foundational substrate. You're twins. More than that, you share a lifetime of history. I could have seen this coming from a mile away. You're bringing your shared experiences, the imprints you left on each other's consciousness. They are practically intertwined. A part of Helentine is still alive inside your mind. Lilia's fork stopped in the air. I know my research has never interested you, but there is technology I'm aware of. Mind reconstruction. In recent years, institutions across the globe have been studying the mind. I got a set of technical data from Arias' partner, a guy called Corona. His team has been researching mind fusion. Technology is still in its earliest stages, but after cross-referencing it with my own work, it became mind reconstruction I mentioned just now. The procedure requires a set of highly compatible consciousnesses. We preserve the primary consciousness, then use the other compatible ones. Those who share memories to fill the gaps in the substrate. Put simply, it's a kind of fusion. I can preserve the primary consciousness' personality with mind as the vessel. In theory, reconstructing Helentine's consciousness and completing the construct conversion is entirely feasible. I don't understand any of this. So what is it you're asking from me? Using Ophelia to stabilize Helentine's consciousness, which is a lot to ask of her, I feel. Your consciousness, Ophelia. This is the only way I can see to save Helentine. It's literally just which daughter do you prefer the most? Still holding the knife, Ophelia's hand locked as if turned to stone. What will happen to me? I'll ensure your safety. I'm confident that even after contributing your consciousness, I can keep you living as a normal person. Ah, okay. We would simply need to use that thing Dominic entrusted me to handle the processing. The human consciousness can also... Watching him lose himself in his long-winded technical explanation, Ophelia lets out a small, quiet laugh. And yet you still came to ask if I'm willing to save her, Father. You already have the answer. Okay, so that's... Okay, this explains a lot then. So Ophelia can still be alive afterwards. You already have the answer. This isn't a discussion. It's a formality, isn't it? Father, to you, am I anything more than a spare copy of my sister? What a situation to be in. The Spellman family needs to ensure a worthy future. And nothing is said in response. The fork in Ophelia's hand trembled. And of course, only the perfect Helentine is that future to him. Father, if you really want to discuss this with me, you should have started by asking if I was afraid. I hate you, Father. Ophelia quietly pulled back her chair. Without another glance at Tavis, she walked towards the door. Don't trouble yourself with guilt. This is my choice. Because the Spellman family needs to ensure a worthy future. The door clicked shut behind her, and silence reclaimed the lounge once more. God, that's so messed up! The food on the table had long gone cold. Not even a trace of warmth remained. What am I doing? The man's head sank into his hands, fingers raking roughly through his hair. But of course, only the better Spellman must be preserved. Yeah. The next light to come on was the one above the operating room. Staff and machines alike stood ready. Researchers, nurses, surgeons, monitors, data streams, backup lines, emergency ports. All of it was waiting. Commencing Helentine's construct conversion and mind reconstruction procedure. I'm gonna sneeze, sorry. Subject Ophelia, destination SO2. Of course she's O2 as well. Consciousness localization complete. Shared memory area flagged. Please confirm proxy processing medium interface. Interfacing understanding proxy processing. Synchronization stress exceeding thresholds. Tranquilizer administer now. Time stretched invariably long. Robotic arms lowered into place. Interfaces clicked home. Neural pathways began to bridge. The nutrient feed tapered off, and the monitors updated in an endless silent rhythm. Tavis stood rooted to the spot, barely moving an inch. Cold sweat trailed down his temples, dampening the hair at his sides. But he didn't seem to notice. Contract female stable. Oh, contract frame stable. I can't even read. Helentine's contract mine reconstruction successful. It worked. Tavis stayed frozen in the console, his hands clamped to its edge, his very bones seeming to seize under the pressure. For a fleeting moment, he could not say whether he had rescued one daughter or broken something in both of them. Broken something in both of them! The thought flickered and died. A stronger feeling surged up and then pushed it away. His breathing turned ragged, his eyes reddening at the edges. Even the faint smile tugging at his lips looked almost broken. The tears erupting in the operating room drowned out the sorrow that should have been for Ophelia. After all, the surgery only went ahead because she agreed to it herself. They made it. Both of them made it. But are both of them, how are both their brains doing? That's the real question. For Podesta. This is such a good story, man. I'm really enjoying this. Sorry. I think you can tell I'm really invested in this. I like some good human experimentation in my stories. They got a construct. Everyone together. Babylonian construct. You have no authority to use force in Port Podesta. I know you. You're... The crowd turns around Helentine, who stands between the workers and the guards. Both sides appear to regard the construct who stormed into their fight as an enemy. 44 hostiles identified. Shall I neutralize their combat capability? I mean, okay, right. You might have noticed by now, I hate using names. Including reading my own out in stories. I feel, I cringe at it a little bit. It's just like, even with my friends that I've known for years, calling them by their name makes me cringe a little. Like, not cringe as in, like, I think it's cringe, but, like, it makes me feel uncomfortable to use people's names. Including my own, and I don't know why. No, we're not escalating this. Everyone listen. We are a delegation from Babylonia. We were invited here to Port Podesta to advance cooperation between our two parties. Their words seem to have landed. The noise from the crowd slowly subsides. The lead guard, I'm sorry, this lead guitar. The lead guard touches his communicators and receiving an order and glances around at the others. Why not? I have no idea why. I genuinely have no idea why it's the case. But it's like... It feels really, really, really personal. In a way that, like... How do I describe this? I was gonna say it's like telling your friends that you love them, but like I feel like most people don't struggle with that as well. I struggle with that a lot because getting the words out is really like painful for me. Not, I'm being dramatic, of course. It's just like it's hard to do. Despite how much I love my friends, like telling them is like I find it hard to say. It's really funny because whenever I do say it, to like Christian and Aries, they both cheer. But it's like, it's the same thing for me. It's just difficult to say. I don't know why. Anyway, well, it's the same for myself. My own name, I just feel weird hearing it because not even my family calls me by my name. Mrs. Bellman is here. All units, clear the way. A tremor runs through the ground, signaling that the arbiter of this conflict is about to arrive. A heavily armed riot troop surrounds the scene. Clad in dark gray tactical armor and carrying heavy shields, they form two walls of bodies along both sides of the road. A sleek limousine rolls slowly down the passage between them. Hi, Tavis! Preferred you in the lab coat, but The door swings open. A man of solid muscular build emerges with unhurried ease. He stands beside the car, smiling as his eyes travel across every face in the crowd. Tavis! The Babylonian delegation travels all this way, and not only are we failing to extend proper hospitality, we've nearly left our honored guests come under attack. Our honored guests come under attack. Also, it extends to like fictional characters sometimes as well. It's so weird, I don't understand it. Cassie, this is negligence on your part. His voice is quiet and hurried, carrying a politeness that feels distant rather than warm. I'm sorry, Mr. Spellman. The woman standing at her side gives a slight shiver at the reprimand, her shoulders tensing. Cassie? The woman appeared. Helentine has not taken her eyes off her. You know her? She seems familiar. I may have something in my notes. She flips open the notebook, her eyes darting across the entries. She glances up, then back down, checking the details against the living face before her. The woman notices her too, but a polished, professional smile covers her pale face like a mask, hiding everything underneath. When we're done here, report to the hub. Yes, Mrs. Spellman. My apologies. You came all the way from Babylonia, but poor Podesta has been a poor host. I hope you'll overlook this unsightly display. That site is not where you should be staying. It's unsafe. Tavis, you got some nerve showing your face in the docks. Tavis left his arm, the gesture and hurried. The riot troop does not hesitate. They rush to the defenseless workers in a single wave. Panic rose through the crowd. Civilians stumble backward. The front line of workers is slammed to the ground by riot shields. Stop! Cassis holds the front, shoving back against the tide. In the chaos, a small photo frame hanging from his chest lifts out. It's a woman's faded face. Dark shape swings through the gap. A rifle butt drives into a shoulder blade. Brown hair? Could that have been... Stop. You and Helentine move at the same time, stepping forward to stand between the workers and Tavis's troop. Tavis looks to the conscript at your side. A pulse hangs in the air. Helentine? It's been a long time. I'd expect a more proper greeting. Helentine hesitates, her hand instinctively reaching for her notebook. Poor Podesta was not like this before, Father. Father? Acting surprised when you were this time. I thought becoming a diplomat from Babylonia might have helped you grow up a little. Surely you at least remember basic diplomatic protocol. Poor Podesta's local administration is none of your concern. After all these years in Babylonia, is your mind still as broken as it was? Or have you forgotten? You're nothing more than a counterfeit. So what happened for him to hate Helentine so much? As his perfect proper daughter, he is willing to sacrifice Abilia to save. He was willing to sacrifice Abilia to save. Take these riders away. Waves a hand. The soldiers move around you and Helentine, closing in on the workers behind you. Wait. The soldiers freeze at your intervention, glancing toward Tavis for their next order. Mr. Spellman, these workers are just still citizens under the royal government jurisdiction. On paper, at least. Are you asking me to stand down? As a delegate, I have no intention of interfering in Port Podesta's internal affairs. But this... I doubt either response is formally documented. You're an experienced administrator, Mrs. Spellman. I'm sure you follow. A Babylonian delegation arrives at Port Podesta to find local forces violently suppressing civilians. A line like that in any report would reflect poorly on Port Podesta, wouldn't you agree? So it's not just a local matter anymore. Sand settles over the scene. Good job, Commander. High-fiving myself. Let's go. Mr. Spellman, the freshwater supply agreement with Babylonia. Well, if the Grand Commandant is willing to speak on their behalf, let them go. As it were, the riot troop withdraws their shields and falls back, moving in unison like a tide rolling out. Tavis, this is not over. The workers pull themselves. I shouldn't have coughed like that. It actually hurt. God. The workers pull themselves up from the ground, supporting one another as they retreat deep into the port district. Some of them glance back, but no one stops, and no words of thanks come from them. Tavis watches their silhouettes vanish from the container shadows, then turns his gaze toward you. You see? Those are the people Babylonia chooses to protect. He gestures the bleak, crumbling port surrounding you. No one's going to thank you, just like poor Podesta never thanks me. They won't remember you, only that they made it through another day. Decades of history, and neither you nor I can change any of it. Still, I respect your backbone. Perhaps we're not so different after all. I've heard that one a few too many times. He forces out a faint chuckle. Well, the impromptu entertainment is over. Time moved on to proper diplomatic proceedings. This isn't exactly the place to receive honored guests, if you would. Is face-pumping yourself kind of high-fiving yourself too? I think high-five has to be hand-to-hand, right? But... he moves to one side, opening the way to the car. Top of your head, yeah. I just did it to see. I don't know. I don't think so. But it makes the same sound, so if I didn't know, I would know. The vehicle glides smoothly away from the port district. Outside the window, the rust and ruin creep backward, swallowed by the gray light of the sky. Inside, the cabin is immaculate, a world apart from the docks. Every relic of the Golden Age gleams with meticulous care, as though the decay beyond the glass is merely footage from an old documentary. Here. Tavis sits opposite the two of you and offers each of you a drink. Every movement is unhurried and precise, as if he's hosting a small private salon. Helentine doesn't take it. Where's Cassie? Tavis' hand pauses midair for a beat, and he sets the drink back on the tray. She still has work to finish at the port. She'll be joining us. What's happened to her? I remember she... It's not important. So she did die then. Tavis eyes his drink, gives it a slight swirl, and empties it in one swallow. He says nothing else. Ventilation hum rises into the quiet, filling the space. The atmosphere inside the vehicle turns cold and still. You two. It seems you aren't fully aware of our relationship, Graving Commandant. Sorry, I should probably say Commandant properly. I keep saying Commandant. Tavis sets down his glass. His gaze moves between you and Helentine. I assume the two of you know each other better, working as diplomatic partners. Perhaps she hasn't told you why she hasn't set foot in her own home for all these years. His gaze shifts to Helentine at your side. Still, she says nothing. Outside, the port's dilapidated... I love that word. Streetlights flicker to life one by one, their glow filtering through the window and casting shifting patterns across her face. When the punishing virus hit and poor Podesta lay in ruins, she abandoned the city, left tens of thousands of displaced survivors behind when they were still waiting for help, and went to Babylonia on her own. Poor Podesta's rainy seasons are long. I've been waiting for someone who left without a word to come home through more than 30 of them now. That's not how it happened. Helentine's hand tightens around her notebook. Then how did it happen? What reason could possibly justify cutting off full contact with your family for this long? Helentine. Still going on about Helentine. Tavis places the cup back onto the tray. The sound of glass beating metal rings softly. Why hasn't she contacted home in all these years? Because she thinks I don't know what she is anymore. And as for her, Helentine, do you really know who you are? He feels resentment over her for the choice he made. This guy sucks. Helentine doesn't meet either of your gazes. Her reflection clings to the window glass, blending into the blurry cityscape rushing past outside. The air in the car turns frigid. A wall of silence rises between you all. Tavis looks away. He glances down at his own hand resting on his knee, veins prominent beneath the skin, then reaches over and touches the car's terminal. Low, soft jazz drifts from the speakers. The saxophone drags out its final notes as if sighing on someone's behalf. My apologies. It's just some tiresome family matters. I hope you'll overlook it. Officially speaking, you are both diplomats of Babylonia after all. When he lifts his head again, the smile has already found its way back to its proper, polite place. Is this your first time in the transatlantic economic community, Gray commanded? Yeah. In this capacity, it's the first. Hang on, I'm gonna chug some water then. I got a drink. Also, I need to go pee as well. After this part, I'll go pee. I just realized my bottle took the coaster with it. There we go. How much do you know about this place then? Just the broad strokes. I see. He taps the terminal a few times. A pale blue holographic display lights up the center of the cabin, showing 4 family emblems rotating slowly around the transatlantic economic community emblem. Then allow me to play the gracious host. I had Cassie prepare an introductory briefing for guests visiting the TEC. Please, take a look. Cool. Look at the emblems. Horsey! What's that meant to be? The last one. He gestures towards the 5 emblems rotating slowly within the holographic display. Let's look at the TEC one. A map of the TEC unfolds within the spacious cabin. The Transatlantic Economic Community is a loose economic alliance. Each region governs itself independently, with the families retaining a degree of influence within their respective territories. Only a degree of influence? You freeze the projection and look at Tavis, who sits before you with perfect composure. This arrangement didn't take shape overnight. He resumes the projection. During the Great Depression, 3 families were the first to achieve regional unification: Airhorn, Spellman, and Helio. Led by these 3, the transatlantic families funded the Science Council, established the United Foundation, and step by step built what became the transatlantic... The TEC! I'm just gonna say TEC. Together they guided the Atlantic coast from fragmentation towards shared prosperity. It should be noted that, contrary to what you might expect, the Copperfield family had not yet risen to prominence at this time. The renowned bionic technology was still in the experimental stages. During the Golden Age, the TEC was deeply involved in the initiatives across the board. Just this development, orbital satellite construction, planetary transformation projects, contributing talent, materials, or financial assets at every turn. The world's greatest achievements all bear our mark. In that sense, the TEC was one of the cornerstones of the Golden Age. This is news to me. I never heard much about the TEC's history during the Great Depression. Not surprising, the TEC has been in decline for far too long. No matter how brilliant the past, it's little more than dying embers after the punishing rice outbreak. Now then, you may begin with whichever family interests you. What's the unfamiliar one? The Twin Seahorse one. The Helio family, titans of the energy sector. They command the development of the Atlantic marine and land resources, and the energy supply that fuels oil production across the region rests in their hands. They were also the original advocates behind the United Foundation and Great Family Council of the Transatlantic Economic Community. To this day, every independent regional power within the TEC depends on their energy supply to survive. Beyond that, the Helio family is also renowned as an engineering powerhouse. Tavis pauses the projection. I suspect you already know that most famous project are in Commandant. Which one? The Megadam Atlantic Eye, the crown jewel of planetary transformation, was constructed under the Helio family's direction. I know. This is where the calamity happened. Yes, and it was that very dam that destroyed the TEC. And destroyed this. With a sigh, Tavis taps on the final emblem. Fix a manta ray! Ah, that's what it is. Swing over the sea, clearing the mast of a sailing ship. A family, the Spellmans. Oh, that's the Spellman emblem! Our business used to be simple: shipping. During the Golden Age, 2 out of every 3 cargo ships in the TEC flew the Spellman flag. Until I came along, the family finally had someone who could pass for a scientist. So at my urging, the Spellmans began branching out into biotechnology, life sciences, and mind research. So at least back then, I left the family's shipping interests in the Port Podesta's governance in my daughter's hands. He glanced at Helentine, who has been silent beside you. How much do you still remember from those days? Helentine traces her finger over the notebook, as if sorting through her thoughts and memories. Documents, reports, global cargo capacity tracking in real time. All that lingers now as shattered images and stray words, clinging on to testify to what she once tried to do here. With a sigh, the blue projection dissolves, emblems and all, and the cabin sinks back into shadow. Outside the window, the rusted containers, squat shacks, and grey laundry lines blur past. The Port District's stale dampness, its exhaustion and poverty. All of it falls away as the vehicle races forward. A sharp boundary divides the port from the city proper. High walls, wire fences, armed sentries. Here the docks come to an end. Tavis's vehicle glides across that thin line on the map, and the world switches frames. The buildings straighten, the streets turn clean, the smell of rust is replaced by a fragrant scent. Port Podesta wasn't divided like this when I left. Helentine stares straight at Tavis, her look carrying the weight of an accusation. Why are these people kept out? This is why the port workers are rising up against you, isn't it? Remember what I told you earlier? Port Podesta never thanks me. Before the disaster, Port Podesta had registered a population of 260,000. Today, roughly 20,000 remain. This location is a natural harbor, but it's no good for growing food. Factor in 90% collapse in global maritime capacity after the disaster, Port Podesta's local energy output, and the hydroponic farm's production cycle. The upper limits of our medical supply rationing. We can sustain basic survival for fewer than 3,000. We all have to accept the truth. Modern civilization long ago created a population that far exceeds Earth's natural carrying capacity, propped up entirely by scientific progress. To keep everyone alive, but to strip away comfort and dignity. In this age, survival alone is a luxury. That doesn't justify segregating and mistreating part of your own people. You could request additional aid from Babylonia. The Atlantic calamity. The punishing. I need to wash my hands. Hang on a sec. Can I go pee real quick while I'm gone? It was like something stuck to my sock, so I'm gonna go and like pee. Hang on. 1 second. Where's my pee dice? Hang on. Ugh, I can't use my whole hand. I'm gonna go pee. So sorry. I'll be right back. 1 second. Don't go anywhere. I don't know if you want somewhere. I'm gonna go pee. Be right back. Yeah. Mike, sorry for the wait. Oh, God. There we go. This is very relaxing to pee to, I will say. Great, I could finally read again. I feel like it was a good break. I needed to reset my mind so I stopped stuttering as much. I say stuttering. The Atlantic calamity, the punishing virus outbreak. After the initial chaos, the whole world was waiting for the government to step up. And what did the world government do? Launch the farce they called the Great Evacuation. And even then, the world government made a big show of tossing us scraps. Token relief supplies. Some patchwork rescue crew that barely skimmed past Port Podesta before they pulled out. Don't tell me that was about rebuilding. That's just a little theater for the masses to prove the bureaucrats did something. Whether it made any difference, that was never the point. Some snacks for you? I don't bring any snacks, unfortunately. I'll bring snacks next time, trust. I poured every last resource I had into saving Port Podesta. Where was the whole government then? They abandoned Port Podesta once during the Great Evacuation. I don't trust them, and I will never hand my city over to them. Port Podesta has weathered the punishing virus on its own. Our internal affairs are none of anyone else's concern. I can't accept that reasoning. I suspect you're perfectly content to keep Port Podesta's people scraping by. That way, the powers wins in your hands, isn't that right? Think what you like. I've told you honestly where Port Podesta stands. Bologna, why are we getting on this guy's like bad side as a diplomat? That's what I have to ask, man. Bologna has his way of governing, and Port Podesta has ours. He shows no anger. Instead, a slight smile crosses his face. You don't need to trouble yourselves with this. In fact, you'd best not trouble yourselves with it at all. We're here. The car stops in front of a building built in the Golden Age style. The portico glows with warm, understated light. Attendants are already waiting on the steps. Helentine, care to see home again? I've had the housekeeping staff maintain your rooms. Everything's just as it was. Just before stepping out, Tavis calls Helentine's name. She pauses, then looks at his face, familiar and yet not. No, thank you. I'm here as a Babylonian delegate. It wouldn't be proper. Very well. I hope you both find the Atlantic nights agreeable. Oh, and one more thing. Tomorrow evening in the banquet hall in Hillstone Street, I'm hosting a welcoming dinner for our honored Babylonian guests. I do hope you'll both be there. After a farewell that could have been sincere or merely polite, the car pulls away and vanishes into Port Podesta's hazy night. You walk a few paces, then realize the young woman behind you is still standing there, utterly still. Helentine? Abby, I have a request. Would you come somewhere with me? Right now? The sun's almost down. Yes, if I go alone, I might not know what to say. Then let's go together. That place is very important to me. Alright. The two of you leave your luggage with the hotel concierge and walk away from the bright streets, heading in the opposite direction. Is it Ophelia's... Great. God damn it! Night has crept in. The day's final light is being eaten away at the horizon, gnawed down to a single crimson crack. A sea breeze rises up the slope, still warm and with a fading touch of dusk. Helentine counts the 73 steps as she climbs. 25. Ophelia Spellman. That was her age when she died. She reaches out, her fingers trace the letters carved into the stone. It's cool to the touch with the chill of the evening behind it. She is a twin sister. It's been a long time, Ophelia. Before the plane's gravestone, a red note of sorrow slips into her voice. Vision beyond all. Duty above all. This is the Spellman family's motto. Ophelia always hated it when she was alive. Why? She said only Helentine and father could ever live up to that aspiration. For everyone else, it could mean something terribly unfair. So it's never really an aspiration. It's a weight, a crushing one. She said the Helentine of the past never saw it that way, that she was oblivious to it, so oblivious that it came all the way around to arrogance. I still remember the look on her face when she talked about all of this from her sickbed. So, Ophelia survived but then died later on? Helentine lowers herself before the tombstone and sets down the flowers she brought up with her. Never thought that weight would still be pressing down in her grave. Even now. What kind of person was Ophelia? Once she leaves the notebook untouched, her gaze drifts from the grave and settles on you. She was determined, both stubborn and tireless in so many things. Sometimes when it got too hard, she'd want to run from it all. But she tried harder than anyone else to understand people's struggles, even when it meant hurting herself. After the Atlantic calamity, she took on so much that it was never hers to carry. Helentine levels her gaze at the tombstone. Memories rising that feel both foreign and familiar. Philia, this is Zebi, well-known commandant of Babylonia. And I serve in Babylonia's military now. But I'm still looking for that answer. One about who I really am. She slowly rises to her feet. We should go. But don't worry, I'll come back. I promise. Her confession at the graveside's done. Helentine slowly gets to her feet. A little dirt clings to her knees. She does not brush it off. Ophelia, how did she die? After the Atlantic calamity, she agreed to surgery to save the dying Helentine. So she did die in the surgery? Hang on. Surgery? I can't remember clearly. The time is too blurred. Or maybe I just don't want to remember. The punishing virus outbreak happened right around then. Disasters, cries for help, rescue efforts. All of it filled those days so completely. So completely that I can't even remember what her funeral was like. So, coming back to Port Podesta wasn't just about the delegation mission. You and Helentine stroll through the cemetery. Stroll through the cemetery. The nameless headstones on either side slip past one by one, vanishing into the tall wild grass. Before we left, I received a mail. Nothing but garbled text. A mail? It was sent from Port Podesta. The sending is an old family account I registered years ago. The only person who knew about it besides me was... Philia. You look over your shoulder, finding the grave you both stood beside only moments ago. Cassie, the woman with my father earlier. I must have started an assistant with the same name who died in the Atlantic calamity. Haven't never answered your question about her. Yeah. Right. So besides the military's mission, I need to find out where that mail really came from. And the truth behind Port Podesta's dad coming back to life. 3 kilometers north of the port, a line of towering blockhouses rises from the reed beds. This is the boundary between the port and the city where Port Podesta's past and its present stand on opposite sides. A rustle passes through the reeds. Several figures slip and slide, and the stalks spring back behind them, closing the way. This place is disgusting! But this is gonna tear me a new one later. Keep it down! Beneath the high wall, a my searchlight sweeps slowly across the darkened side. Head-high reeds grow thick and wild in the pitch-black night. Guards are on a 3-meter rotation. Blind spots on 10 o'clock. I'll go first. You didn't hear anything for 30 seconds, you're clear. Move during the next gap. Passes melt into the night without a sound. Layer and Wind counted 30 in silence, then follow him into the dark. Layer and the reporter navigate through the reeds, dodging the jagged edges of snapped stalks. Each step sinks into uncertain ground, but they slowly adjust to the unstable footing. The smell is so bad. Give me a second to catch my breath. They're at the base of the wall, tucked into a blind spot beneath the sweep of searchlights and patrolling guards. The port's briny reek is sealed off here, unable to reach them. On the other side of the wall, a dilapidated tower rises into the night. Only the faint, sporadic glimmer at its peak suggests it's still functioning. What is that thing? The one that keeps blinking. Signal tower. I used to work there, actually. Never mind that. Cress is how are we getting across? I'll give you a boost to climb over the wall. Climb over. You're a war correspondent. Shouldn't it be like basic training? I'm a war correspondent, not an acrobat. It's almost 4. Shift change gives us about 30 minutes. Don't waste it. I'll go first. Thanks for everything, old man. Don't thank me. Just find out what the hell Tavis is really doing down there. Make sure the whole world knows. Leia plants a foot and crosses his shoulders. Scales the wall and lands lightly on the other side. Parted by the two of them, Wind grits her teeth and clambers after her, far less gracefully. Bud. To protect your precious camera, Wind decides to land rear first. Ow! Ow! Wind, come on! Guards over there. 2 beams of light drench them like a wave of cold water, shocking the pair wide awake. Alarms scream through the district. Soldiers swarm toward them from all sides. Run! No. At this rate, they'll catch us both. Split up, head for the signal tower. If I'm not there by dawn, go on without me. Fine. Just stay safe. Leia veers into a narrow, twisting lane. With more guards closing in behind her every second, she clenches her jaw and dives into the tree-lined stretch that leads towards the city. Lady Vanessa, I swear this was not my... I swear this wasn't my fault. The guards do not follow, and neither does the reporter. Feeble pursuers, Leia drifts through the lush, overgrown woods. Isn't this supposed to be the city? What's all the trees? Whatever. At least I lost them. Hope wind's okay. From a dark corner of the greenery, where the city's bright lights cannot reach, comes the faint sound of labored breathing. Huh? What's that? Leia stops in her tracks. When she sees a figure curled up against a tree not far ahead, her eyes go wide. Huh? She jumps slow and uses the tree shadow to creep closer. Alas, she can make out the figure's slight, fragile build. Ophelia! Hey, are you okay? Leia reaches out and takes the young woman's arm, only to find her skin ice cold. Helentine. Hey, stay with me. Helentine. Help. The woman raises her head. Her tangled long hair slips aside, uncovering a pale face. Ophelia! Beyond the vast circular observation window, a web of metal walkways spans out to connect over a dozen steel experiment tanks. Inside one of them, a young woman floats in suspension. Her vacant eyes are fixed open, and every now and then, a faint trickle of bubbles slips from her nose and lips. It's none other than Cassie. Hello, Lythos! How are you doing? It's been a while. On the other side of the glass, a punishment chair glides silently into place before the observation window. Why did you replace the assistant again? Tavis stands behind him, still in the same impeccably tailored suit. Still not lifelike enough for you? No, she's sufficient. She doesn't even remember her own death. Oh? Which also means she holds no fundamental regard for the fact that she's alive at all. That's an insightful perspective. I love Lythos! Guiding the River Crane, Lythos shifts over to the control console. It puts me in mind of an old cloning experiment. You've heard of it, I imagine, Dr. Travis. A scientist once tried to achieve immortality through cloning. He extracted cell nuclei from dead rats and cloned them. From the original rat came a third clone subject. From the original egg came the clone subject B. From B, subject C. From C, D, and so on. Over 57 generations, more than 30,000 attempts in total. When the 58th generation was finally cloned, every subject died shortly after birth. The Yamanashi experiment led to humanity's pursuit of longevity through self-cloning. Deleterious mutations from repeated replication eventually led to organismal death. Sounds a lot like Project Cathilla you mentioned, doesn't it? Muller's ratchet constantly constrains the long-term persistence of individual will. What exactly is your point? I heard a different reading of the experiment from Mr. When life and death are no longer within one's own command, over those 30,000 attempts, every cell in those clone rats longed for death out of sheer exhaustion. Travis's face stays hidden in the shadows as he looks towards Cassie, still drifting inside the experiment tank. You're telling me even a cell, the simplest unit of life, has a death drive? I'm not here to debate such lofty philosophy with you. It merely struck me. I need to blow my glasses again. No! I'm gonna clean them. Something on my glasses. That's not every living thing's... Not every living thing desires to live. I don't care. I got it. Oh, I made more of a mess. Hang on. Travis leaves the observation window and crosses to the console. A pale blue holographic display lights up, and he pulls a set of data. I guess I can read well enough without my glasses, so I'm fine. We're ready to begin. Do we have to move so soon? Great actalic explosion. Detachment of FOS. The world is shifting due to the Sephiroth. Abalonia may have already caught wind of Polar Podesta's secret. I confirmed it with my own eyes. Evie's among the delegation. You can't seriously believe they're here for some hollow charity charade. A familiar name, a flicker of emotion crosses Lythos' otherwise placid face. Hang on, I'm cleaning my glasses. I'll be able to see it soon. Actually, I wonder if not wearing my glasses would help with my stuttering. Because I feel like without my glasses, I'm gonna have to like force myself to read the words more. which means I'm gonna be paying more attention to the words I'm saying. And hopefully stuttering less. Sorry, I'm still wiping them down. I think I made them worse. It's hard to tell. Right, good enough. Abby. The initiation of Veil Rain must be moved up. He chose to turn to look at the experimental tank on the other side of the wall, his eyes fixed on the crystalline form that resembles a sapling. A magnificent creation, the understanding Sephira. A withered branch of the fallow tree of Ushio, the wreckage of humanity's ambition to comprehend all, to master all, reduced now to a mere translation device for consciousness. Will anyone find happiness in this, Tavis? I don't care. The man, his face born with age, pulls his gaze from the screen and fixes it on the Sephira ahead. In the Golden Age, devout scholars believed humanity had triumphed over three great calamities: war, famine, and pestilence. They were utterly convinced the final horseman, death, would one day fold in humanity as well, and the punishing rise came and shattered that fervent faith. Parting forever from those we love, letting go of what we left unfinished, watching possible futures slip away, rise above death's grip and all that suffering, all that regret it ceases to be. And I will carry on that struggle against the final horseman, the battle humanity began in the Golden Age, until I defeat it. Rising above death's grip. Such nostalgic words. To win this long war, you're willing to reach for our power without hesitation. That does take considerable courage, Dr. Tavis. I love Light though so much. By using the understanding Sephira to translate the data of the dead from the Red Tide projections, reconstructing their consciousness, allowing them to return. This may not simply be resurrection in the literal sense. Ooh. That's interesting how he's doing this then. Maybe creating a new form of life entirely, one where humanity and the punishing rise can coexist. Think what you will, that's not my aim. What matters is the result, a living reunited with the dead, holding them, kissing them, mending unfinished regrets, burying guilt, setting sail once more toward hope. They wouldn't have to torment themselves any longer through their imaginations of the dead. Once Veil Rain falls and the miracle is realized, every unjust death will be undone. All the suffering endured along the way, and all the doubts and sins will be forgiven and forgotten. Are those words meant for yourself, Dr. Tavis? You seem to believe you have a firm grasp of human nature. Tavis, who began checking data at the console the whole time, pauses for a moment. I just have a firm grasp of pain. Is that so? The battle suit you asked for is ready. Go have a look when you find the time. Lythos lets out a soft chuckle and steers the paper crane out of the room, leaving its heavy shadows behind. In the vast darkness of the tidal hub, a dark green silhouette slowly takes shape. I'm curious, what tempted you to meddle in poor Podesta's affairs? Yanjin, what do you imagine tempted me? The understanding Sephira. You're not wrong. I have little interest in Tavis's Veil Rain, but his technology is genuinely intriguing. It might be worth trying on Margaret. His technology can't still function without the understanding Sephira. Without it, it's no different from the Red Tide. Sephira's translation logic, its capacity to receive data from the Red Tide projections. And I've sensed the half Sephira inside holds countless variables. No matter, best to let things take their course, much like the people here in Port Podesta. Speaking of variables, Effie of Babylonia has arrived! Whee! Is that part of your design? I'm just a traveler in search of answers. Though I am curious. Lythos looks up at the camera mounted in the corner of the laboratory. Poor Podesta's centrifugation filter has been handled. Falsified data should have kept Babylonia blind for quite some time. Our tracks were perfectly covered. So those leaked punishing rise readings. Who let them slip, I wonder? Tavis remains stationed at the vast observation window, where the half Sephira glows with constant pale blue light. He shuts down the last holographic screen and opens a channel to Lythos. Preparations for Veil Rain are in place, and thanks for your support, newly appointed agent. I sincerely hope your wish is granted. I look forward to witnessing the moment the miracle comes to pass. Thank you. He ends the call and sinks wearily into a nearby chair, his gaze drifting to the date shown on the desktop terminal. Poor Podesta's rainy season is almost here. Port Podesta was rebuilt before the Atlantic calamity, and by modern standards, it's not an aged city. It's an advanced infrastructure that has kept underground flood control and storage systems sound, even after years without maintenance. Deep beneath the city's foundation, past the metal decking, through the concrete substrata, beyond the labyrinth of pipes. A crimson tide moves like a living thing, creeping slowly through the dark. It seeps along foundational cracks, climbs the outer walls of pipelines, rising inch by inch. It is waiting. Waiting for the veil rain to fall. Okay. The ocean is a cradle of life, lying in the vast seas surrounding them. Rains along the Atlantic Rim have entered an age of exploration, developed highly advanced trade networks. During the Great Depression, each fragmented territories maintained frequent exchanges, yet conflicts over interest never ceased. Years of warfare brought endless suffering and scars that would endure for generations. The support of the great families, the Transatlantic achieved regional unification, providing the Golden Age as various territories reached reconciliation, established the United Foundation, signed the Jarrett Accord, and formed the Transatlantic Economic Community Alliance for Trade and Commerce. That transformed the Atlantic coast from division towards cooperation and shared prosperity. Nice. During the Golden Age, the TEC flourished with towering skyscrapers across the cities and breakthroughs in scientific research running one after another. Region activity actively participated in major projects such as development of Gestalt. We worried about this, didn't we? And the Olympus Project. The leading family of the four great families during the Golden Age, the Airhorn family, dominates the financial sector and pioneered the United Foundation. Through financial capital and insurance systems, they distributed risk across the entire collective, binding the fates of the transatlantic families together through economic ties. Beyond that, the Airhorn family secretly influences the media landscape of the TEC. Transatlantic Herald is one of the many enterprises under its control. This is my first diary entry. After I woke up in the hospital, a doctor I didn't recognize came to see me right away. Do you remember your name? Helentine. Good. Can you see clearly? Yes. Do you know where you are right now? The hospital. Do you remember why you were born here? I spent a long time trying to remember, but the memories were like water I couldn't hold on to. The larger I gripped, the more I slipped through my fingers. I don't. The doctor looked surprised. He just looked down at something on his clipboard. He told me memory loss is one of the most common after effects, and that I shouldn't push myself to remember. For the time being, the priority is observation. After that, he began asking about my past. He asked if I remember my grades from FOS, college. And he graded all. But when I tried to think back to that time, all that came to mind were images shrouded in fog. It seemed to exist, but behind a distant pane of glass that I couldn't reach. The answer I could give was, I'm sorry, I can't remember. Then the doctor asked me if I remembered what I did while working at Selman. That question was even harder than the last. The images I could see didn't even belong to me. I'm not sure. Still, the doctor showed no surprise at all, no surprise if he'd known my answer all along. And he told me to look at the person standing beside him and asked if I recognized her. The face beside him felt very familiar. She was quiet the whole time. Her face was pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes that she couldn't quite hide. She looked exhausted, but she was letting herself together, refusing to look any more undone than she already did. Something in my body knew what to say before I did. Ophelia. Recognition of family seems to be intact. Helentine, I have a few more questions. Have you noticed any headaches, ringing in your ears, nausea, or trouble focusing for short periods? I didn't think so. Not at the time. Or if there was something, it was too faint for me to name. Tell me your impression of yourself. I went quiet for a long while. My impression of myself? What kind of person am I? What kind of person am I supposed to be? The images in my head were like knotted threads. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't untangle them. I can see the memory of myself crying at FOS. I can see that I seemed frustrated, struck, and powerless and struggling with work. Judging by those moments alone, I seem like an ordinary person. Someone who cries, who gets sad, who blames herself when she falls short. But then I can see so many other memories that contradicted all of that. Ah, she has both the memories. People were always praising me, seemed to have been recognized, watched, and taken for granted as the best one. Those images contradict each other so completely that they can belong to two different people. I have no way of knowing which one is closer to who I really am. Maybe what unsettles me more is, when I look at the Helentine in his memories, I don't strongly feel that person is me. It's more like watching through glass, observing someone connected to me, yet not. How do you answer a question like, what kind of person are you? I think what's interesting is, like, she isn't Helentine anymore, right? She's Helentine and Ophelia kind of combined. So she has every right to feel this way. It's interesting to see how they've written this. It's far too complicated, so I just shook my head and said I wasn't sure. The doctor's face stayed blank. Hard to tell what he was thinking. Family can keep trying memory simulation, but don't overwhelm her all at once. We need to avoid putting too much strain on her mind. I'll update Mr. Spellman on her condition. That's all for today. The room became much quieter once the doctor left. I turned to the young woman beside me. She looked worn thin. She's one of the few people still clear in my memory. The silence between us stretched on. She just stared at me. Her tired eyes didn't move away, and I found myself not knowing where to look. Were we close before? Symptom of mind deviation. Philia falls quiet for a beat. Our relationship is complicated. What do you remember, Helentine? So much has vanished from my memory, but she's still there, stubbornly. I think I only remember you're my sister. Everything else is kind of hazy, like what we used to do, things like that. That's it. I don't know how to describe the look on her face in that moment. A little disappointment, maybe. Some resignation too. But beneath that, something deeper was giving way. Like a small hidden letting go. Do you really not remember who you are? So what kind of person am I supposed to be? If Father saw you right now, he'd probably feel even more guilty. What I'm about to say, just take it as me giving you a little cheat sheet. The old Jew would never ask who you were supposed to be. You always knew what to do before anyone else. Or you look like you did anyway. It didn't sound like a compliment. She said it more like a fact she'd long accepted, but one she never really liked. What do you mean I look like I knew? Because I never had you figured out either. Someone's in trouble, you gotta help. Someone's crying, you stop. Even if I had nothing to do with you, you always took it on like it was yours. I never understood why either. That sounds kind of nosy. Not exactly likable. It was nosy, and you were stubborn. You wouldn't be talked out of anything. Couldn't be stopped once you set your mind on something. No one could change it. You sound angry. Yeah, I am. We can't remember anyway, so might as well be honest. Helps figure out who you are, doesn't it? So does it feel easier? Looking at me now. Who knows? Everyone wants their old you back, you know? Everyone. Father, people in our family. A lot of them. Everyone went through so much just to bring you back. Do you remember how you ended up like this? I shook my head. She watched me like she was waiting for me to piece together something from the scraps. You had to run straight into the middle of that explosion for the rescue. I tried everything to talk you out of it, but he wouldn't listen. And you came out of it covered in wounds. That's just who you are, Helentine. But I sound like a good person. Sure. So good it gets annoying sometimes. If that's what you think, then go on playing the good person. Father wants to hold you back after all. What about you? What I want doesn't matter. The answer didn't fit what I remember. If Father asks, you should tell him you're starting to remember things. He's tired enough as it is. Don't add to it. I understand. Let's leave it here then. Get some rest. I'll see you again. She left and I still couldn't sleep. I'm confused. According to Ophelia, it seems everyone wants me to go back to being the person I was before. But what was that person like? What am I supposed to be come for everyone to be happy? And so, I picked up the pen and paper from the bedside table and began this first entry. I don't want to forget. I want to record what others say about the person I used to be. Maybe then I can become the one they all remember. What I've learned today, I suppose, is this. The old Helentine She was probably someone who put others before herself. Helentine really was a strange one. The office lights were dim. Tavis held the hospital report in his hands, silent for a long while. I spoke with your sister. The situation could be worse. Helentine has retained most of her basic self-awareness. I see. That's good to hear. But she's still recovering. I need you to take over some of her responsibilities for now. Tavis lifted her weary eyes and looked at his daughter standing before him. Me? I need disaster relief and coordination. External communications and research documents that don't require her direct oversight. All of this will be transferred to you in the short term. Haven't you always wanted to be involved in these matters? You do keep track of things, Father. Tavis paused for a moment. I'll have Helentine assist you. I'm hoping the work will help her recover her memories as well. My theory is she borrowed too much from another consciousness. It weakened her own mind. Based on clinical experience, frequent memory stimulation from someone close may accelerate the recovery of the primary personality. Did she forget about the experiment in the process, then? The way he's referring to it almost seems like she doesn't know. So I need to help her while you work together. Consider it a form of rehabilitation. And once she's recovered, you'll both continue serving poor Podesta and become the pride of the Spellman family. Lydia's hand tied around her sleeve. She wanted to say something, but the words never came. In any case, Helentine will be discharged. Oh, got my throat. Helentine will be discharged soon. The coming days may be demanding for you. But once we get through this, everything will fall into place. I understand. Wait. Ophelia stopped. Though she did not look back. How have you been feeling lately? Ophelia froze for a moment. I'm managing fine. Any headaches ringing in your ears or mood swings? Nothing. Tavis remains under the light. His face showed more taut than when they had spoken of family affairs moments before. Huh. So no, she does know about it then. The consciousness surgery you went through is unprecedented. I'm still a bit concerned. Come see me every day for a checkup from now on. You seem to be recovering well, but I can't help worrying. Okay. Thank you, Ophelia. I'll take care of everything, Father. With that, she walked out. The door whispered shut at her back. Silence returned to the office. Tavis remained where he was, alone, his gaze fixed on the unfinished paperwork that covered his desk. He did not move for a long time. Meanwhile, Ophelia walked down the corridor with quiet steps. She suddenly felt like laughing. Even now, the first words from her father's mouth had been about her sister. She knew exactly where his thoughts always lingered. She used to envy her sister, who shone so brightly. And in her darker moments, she had wondered if she might finally have a chance to replace her. When that chance finally came, delivered in the cruelest way, she found herself incapable of even the smallest joy. She knew the truth. Her sister, the one who'd grown up beside her, was never coming back. Strange emotions coiled up her chest with each step, weaving themselves into a web that bound her with height. Perhaps the sister had come to this because she herself was so painfully average. Like everything was her fault. Yeah, and even then, he's like blaming Ophelia for Helentine's state. Oh, she might have borrowed too much from someone's consciousness, yeah. The corridor stretched on endlessly. Only after walking for some time did she realize her hand had been clutching her sleeve this entire time, never once letting go. As though from this moment on, something had caught hold of her and pulled her down into the darkness her sister had left behind. Suddenly, a faint dizziness crept up from the back of her skull. As if something deep within her mind quietly torn open. Ophelia stopped and braced herself against the wall. What's happening? She looked down. A dark red droplet landed on the pale tile, spreading slowly. For a moment, she stood still and lifted a hand to her nose. Her fingers came away warm and damp. She looked at the stain without expression, then quietly erased it with the cuff of her sleeve. Should probably go get that checked out, man.
Father has become busier than before. I hardly see him anymore.
Voice acting! Let's go!
Ophelia comes to chat with me every day, though. Sometimes she talks about work. Other times she just tells me what's been happening in Port Podesta lately. Ophelia is a strange one. She complains about work, but she clearly cares about it. When the topic comes up, she can keep going for hours. I don't really understand much of what she says about her work. I also don't know what I'm supposed to say about it. So I just nod when she pauses, or say something like, I see, or that does sound like a lot. At least she brings macarons. The first time she set the box on my bedside table, she only said casually, the old you hated bitter things.
It's kind of messed up again that like the pressure's on her to become the old self and not like who she is now.
After that, whenever she sits by my bed frowning at her documents, complaining about something, I just nibble on the macarons she brought.
So it's not like she can rediscover herself. She's just forced back into this into the role she doesn't even remember having.
Sensors are all I have left for taste now. But I genuinely love those cloyingly sweet things. The sweetness feels good right away. It doesn't take any thought. It's like a kind of comfort that seems too simple to work, but somehow it does. When the conversation runs out, she always looks at me awkwardly. I usually don't know what to say either, so my eyes wander around the room and eventually land on the diary sitting on my bedside table. It didn't take her long to notice I was keeping a diary. Ophelia seemed genuinely interested in what I wrote, though. She read through all my ramblings from beginning to end. According to her, there was a citywide writing competition when we were kids. We both entered. Ophelia won an award, while I didn't even get an honorable mention.
Ah, so Ophelia did succeed, or like, have
She
something.
held on to that memory all these years. She said it's one of the few times she ever did better than the old me.
This CG is really pretty as well. The old you would never cut the diary. She wrote everything down to the last detail. How far technology's come, it's almost funny people still do this. But maybe feelings are just too complicated to figure out. That's why people still need to write them down. This sort of thing feels more like something I do, honestly.
She laughed, like she'd just thought of something. Then she grabbed the pen from my bedside and scribbled down a list. She called it the Helentine Code. She wrote down many things the past Helentine would do. For example, 1. Helentine wakes up early. 2. Helentine refuses anything bitter, especially coffee and kale.
I so messed up that she's being like, instead of letting someone rediscover who they are, maybe like find out new things about themselves, like as if they're a new person, forcing her into the old role she used to have.
3. Helentine rarely cries, though that doesn't match what I remember. 4. Helentine is far too kind for her own good. Ophelia suggests I fix this bad habit. Trying to become someone I used to be really is as hard as it sounds. Before she left, I asked if she could bring me more macarons next time. The yellow ones were really good. She paused for a moment, then smiled at me and said,
Before it was always you buying them from me. I don't actually like sweets that much, you know. But if you want them, you'll be out soon, right? I'll have some ready home. See ya! My first task after being dispatched came sooner than I expected. Ophelia stood at the door, already dressed, a bouquet of white flowers in her hand. Her expression was more distant than usual. Come with me. Where are we going? She offered no explanation, and I didn't ask for one. I followed her into the car. The streets outside the window grew more crowded. White flowers began appearing along the roadside, and more people dressed in black. It was only then that I began to realize where we were probably headed. A memorial service for the victims of the Atlantic calamity. Flowers stretch from the cemetery outward along the walls. The white bouquets spread like rising tide water around the ruined city. What does people go through amnesia feel like? Maybe. I'm not sure how accurate this is to real amnesia. Because I know like some stories tend to kind of play it up, but I'm curious to know like if anyone... I should probably look into it now. If nothing else in my own like writing. About what amnesia feels to go through. She let me out of the car, and we joined the line of mourners in silence. I'm really sorry about your daughter. He held the bouquet of white flowers in his hands. You watched her grow up. If things had gone right, she would have started college this year. Her tone was calm, like she was talking about someone else entirely. Now there's nothing left. I couldn't even get her ashes back. The woman lowered her eyes, her tone quiet and flat. I'm sorry. Bringing her flowers is the last thing I can do for her as a mother. What about you? Came to bring flowers to my brother. He was on the rescue team. We weren't exactly close, but the woman glanced back and scanned the crowd. Her gaze stopped when it found us. Are they Spellmans? Tavis's two daughters. They both survived. If it weren't for the world government and those big families, the Antikai would never have existed. None of this would have happened. In the end, we're the ones paying for it. What about my daughter? Perhaps it's because conscious hearing is too sharp. I could hear every whisper from the crowd with perfect clarity. Ophelia just held my hand a little tighter. Their hushed anger drifted over with each gust of wind. The smell of damp earth mixed with flowers. And somehow, that only made it harder to bear. We walked slowly forward. The stone steps of the cemetery were cold underfoot, still slick with dew left by the morning mist. Each step made an unpleasant wet sound. The largest monument in the cemetery was covered in names. As far as I understand, some of these names belong to the civilians who lost their lives in the disaster. Others belong to those who gave their lives during the stakes crossing rescue operation. The rescue is organized by the transatlantic families together with ordinary citizens from the surrounding areas. People call it the Styx Crossing. The name alone tells you enough about how brutal it must have been. The operation did save many lives, but some never came back. One by one, the mourners ahead bowed, laid down their flowers, lowered their heads, and left. It seemed that no matter how angry people were, stepping into the cemetery quieted them all the same. When our turn came, Ophelia let go of my hand. She bent down and laid her white flowers before the monument. She stared at it as if searching for something. Do you remember Cassie? I shook my head. The assistant you hired for me. She wasn't with me for long. That girl was always clumsy, mixing up files, forgetting appointments, turning the simplest things into a crisis. I always thought I'd have much more time with her. She seemed to find what she was looking for, or I settled on that name. I could have saved Cassie back then and talked you out of it. Would things be different now? I think I'm starting to understand the way you used to live. If I could give everything I have to do something, leave something behind. Is that why you chose to save me? Father told me what happened. Ophelia took her hair back and managed a faint smile. It's so hard to figure out what I really want. Honestly, I don't even know the answer either. I just felt it was the right thing to do. I'm just like anyone else. I'm not that brave, Helentine. I'm afraid of dying, of pain, of things that cut too deep. When you're actually face to face with them, the ordinary person can't just stand there and take it. Seeing you in that hospital bed, it hurt every time. People who'd give themselves up for others always end up dying so easily. It's just not fair. That's what I said yes when Father asked. You're right too, Ophelia. Let me follow your lead for once. Otherwise people will keep saying I don't seem like your sister. So, are you happy with the outcome? If you were the old you'd probably say that as long as you did everything you could, it's enough. I don't actually mind the way you are now. Come on, let's go. She lowered her head, took my hand, and walked away quickly towards the exit. The murmurs around us hadn't stopped, but she pressed on at a defiant pace, not looking at anyone. We passed through countless bouquets left in mourning. Got an itch, oh god. Wait, Helentine! Just as we were about to reach the end of the line, a child's voice suddenly piped up from the side. This flower is for you. She fumbled a little, picking a flower from the bouquet in her arms, and gently placed it in my hand. The girl looked nervous, but the look in her eyes was earnest. She gathered every bit of courage she had just to walk up to me. You know me? Hmm? You're the one who brought my dad back to the hospital. I know it was you. Dad always said you should pay people who help you. He can't get out of bed yet, so I came to give you this to... Oh! I came to give this to you for him! I stared blankly at the flower in my hand. Sorry, it's just really bad. If it were the old Helentine, what would she say in a moment like this? I only did what I could. Thank you. How is your father? He's still recovering, but the doctor says he's out of danger now. Thank you for saving him, Helentine. Ophelia bent down and gently tidied the remaining flowers in the child's arms, her expression softening. Thank you, too, for giving her a flower. What's your name? My name is Enid. Ah, coming! In the distance, an adult called the girl back. I stood there, staring at the flower in my hand. I was suddenly at a loss for words. I pressed into my diary. Same way I'm trying to keep the old me in these pages. A heavy rain came after the memorial. As we parted, Ophelia told me I didn't need to represent the family in anything today. I should just rest. Though she looked more like the one who needed it. The rain grew heavier through the afternoon, forming a lead-grey curtain beyond the window. As I stared blankly outside, there was a knock at the door. Ah! Ophelia came in, followed by one who looked strangely familiar. She wore a dark, sharply tailored military uniform. Her stride was brisk and steady, but there was a faint stiffness to her movements that most people wouldn't notice. She came bearing her injuries, just like me. Just like before. Before? But what before? She's starting to remember. While I reached for the memory, she was already at my bedside, pulling up a chair and sitting down. Helentine? She said it softly, like calling to someone who wasn't really here. I reached instinctively for the notebook on my bedside table, but her hand stopped me before I could. Don't. Her fingers were cold. Fresh scabs covered a few of her knuckles. I'm not in there. I'm here. Something in her eyes went out to the moment I reached for the notebook. It only made me more desperate to find something to hold on to. Anything. I didn't want to see a look in her eyes. It's Helio. She's still recovering. And so are you. She had all the time during her recovery. The day would work just as well. It's just not going away and going insane. Philia's voice sounded tired, and it carried a hint of urgency. Philia, give us a moment. Just a cup of coffee. Helentine. Miss Ophelia, the delegation from Jarrett has arrived. The words made Ophelia's already slight shoulders sink a little further. She shot me a worried look, then turned her gaze to one across from me. Miss Helio, you have my word. She didn't say what she was promising exactly, but the words seemed to lift something from Ophelia's shoulders. After she left, it was just the two of us in the room. Miss Helio. I took her gear using the same form of dress as Ophelia had. Miss Helio. She lingered on the words for a moment, as if they called up something from the past. A past I knew nothing about. I see. So Arachna, and you as well. Both of you. Arachna? A friend. Our friend. If she were here, the two of you could trade those weird little jokes again. I don't know if I can follow them the way the old Helentine did. It's alright. Even now, she's still gonna laugh out at you. She was the talkative one. Much better at lightening the mood than I am. She'd clap you on the shoulder and say something careless, like, worst comes to worst, just treat it like a brand new life. The corners of her mouth lifted, almost on their own. I saw a little warmth there and something bitter too. She gave her life protecting students during the Atlantic calamity, relief, fought to the very end. The woman before me closed her eyes in silence. I lowered my head, thinking to myself, she knows the memories have slipped through my fingers like sand, yet she still offers these precious pieces of the past to me. Can you tell me what happened back then? When the disaster broke out, I was closest to ground zero. You and Arachna were the first to answer my distress call. She paused longer between sentences than Ophelia did. Each sentence felt deliberate, like she was carefully choosing what I could handle hearing at this moment. Few words could never capture the horror of it. People who refused to resign themselves to fate charged into hell itself. They pushed upstream against the river of Styx, ferrying their people back to the world of the living. The signals went dark one by one, but I couldn't stop. I just kept pushing toward the epicenter. When I made it back to the surface, I heard you were dying. 2 days later, you'd undergone constant conversion. Whatever it took, you're still here. That's enough. After she said that, the room went quiet. If it were Helentine, she would know you, and everything you told me, and our friend. I'm sorry. Don't be. Her tone was gentle, but it left no room for argument. My name is Adelaide. Adelaide Helio. When she mentioned her family name, something complicated flickered through her eyes. It was there and gone in an instant. You used to call me Ade? 8? But you don't have to now. Don't force it. Then, Adelaide? Yes, this is fine. We talked about other things for a while after that. She mentioned you might go to FOS. She didn't seem to want to discuss matters between her and her family. I didn't feel it was my place to ask. She asked what I'd been doing lately. The stuff the work affiliate assigned me. Budget approvals, project execution, security deployments. If this were Ophelia, she would have lit up by now and said something like, "That's just how you used to be." So I expected Adelaide to nod too, but she only listened in silence. Other, Ophelia, the rest of the family, they won't want me to become what I used to be. So I should be trying to become her. She got up from a chair and walked over to the window, standing with her back to me for a moment. You're trying to become the old Helentine because others expect it of you? Or because you want to? I couldn't answer. I never asked myself that question. Adelaide turned around. Look in her eyes. It was no longer searching for the person who should have been here. She was looking at someone new. I remember the Helentine you were, but I didn't come here to turn you back into her. What matters is what you think. Right here, right now. She took a card from her pocket and placed it on my bedside table. This is my number. Whether you figured things out or you're still lost, you can tell me. Anytime. I'll pick up every time. Oh. She didn't say any longer. She turned and headed for the door. Helentine. She paused for a moment. Take care of yourself. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. The words rang out like a brief, sharp echo. As I watched her leave, that familiar sense of deja vu stirred inside my mind. Remnants of who Helentine used to be rose to the surface. Perhaps in some past I can't remember, she too had walked towards the future, with that same resolve. Ray's voices had already echoed through every corner of the Marigold Council chamber. That's how he always is. What he expected to discuss with Arius' lapdog, Marco. Talk about his family head who blew up the Atlantic Eye. Realized my family lost because of it. A great pity. I'm simply stating the facts. Under these circumstances, solutions should take priority over grievances. Perhaps you'd be better off consulting that butler mechanoid of yours. The mechanoid might be rational enough to actually hear what I have to say. Leon remained silent, standing with his hands limp at his sides. His face held no more expression than a dead monitor. Alright. Enough. Squabbling won't get us anywhere. The great family council has finally been reconvened after all this time. Don't waste it on petty bickering. The conference room door swung open and Tabitha Spellman walked in carrying a thick sack of documents. Apologies, some personal matters came up. Everyone's here now. Shall we get down to business? Leon, wait outside. This is a family meeting from here on. It's inappropriate for you to sit in. Yes, sir. The mechanoid walked out expressionlessly, closing the door behind him. Right then, the Atlantic Great Family Council convened for the first time in a long while. As you're all aware, there's only one item on the agenda today, the Atlantic Eye. Arius Airhorn ignored Dominic's warnings and pressed ahead with the extraction of the understanding Sephira. Resulting in consequences no one foresaw. Holographic projection flickered to life. A miraculous megastructure that once symbolized the transatlantic economic community's glorious past and future materialized above the table, bathed in red from base to summit. Energy and current power output centers, undersea fiber optic and information distribution hubs, atmospheric circulation control facilities, all damaged, all offline. Fast-trending direct and indirect economic losses cast the attendees' faces in deepening shades of dismay. According to the few survivors, when the explosion occurred, the Atlantic Eye Central AI automatically activated a hidden system called Ananka? It contained the disaster and prevented further damage, but also sealed off the entire facility completely. Whether this was Arius' doing or Dominic's, it no longer matters. What matters is the Atlantic Eye is now a total loss. At last, he folded his hands together and rested them on the table. I called this meeting for one reason. Before the government steps in, we decide among ourselves what happens to the Atlantic Eye. Once the investigation wraps up, we'll have even less room to move. Does Dominic know about this meeting, Marco? I have no interest in him or his research. Right now, my only concern is asset management. From that angle, Dominic is nothing more than a researcher we happen to sponsor. Decisions like this should have been made by the Great Family Council from the start. With Arius running everything, the council is formality. I had no say. And as for the outcome, you've all seen how that turned out. Oh, Anarchy! Is that how you pronounce it? Anarchy? Anarchy? Okay. This is what happens when you let technocrats drive an investment. Well, Airhorn, anything to say about whether whatever project Arius was running? This was exactly why I opposed pouring more money into this project in the beginning. And what did we get? Nothing. Not one worthwhile return. Instead, how many did we lose? Arius knew exactly how to stack the deck and shut out anyone he didn't like, didn't he? I'm not here to discuss Arius. I'm mourning your family's deed or cursing his name. Neither one will solve anything. The acting head of the Airhorn family delivered the facts without a flicker of expression. And the control court has already cleared me of any involvement in Arius' actions. Today, I'm simply here on behalf of my family to discuss what comes next. I know why all of you invested in the Atlantic Eye in the first place. Tangible returns. There's no shame in that. Even you, Cornus, profited handsomely from it. Cornus fell silent for a moment. But the Atlantic Eye has collapsed. After reviewing the situation, the only path left for everyone to recoup their losses from this project is another certain project that Dominic and Arius were working on together. I'll make my chair higher, hang on. Oh, hang on, it's too low. Ah, here we go. The rejection displayed partial findings from the mine research. World government claims this research was the direct cause of the disaster, but we're out of options. It's the only thing of value left from our investment. Particularly the mine research. No, my family is done pouring money into this project. Bornis finally broke his silence. Do you think the world governments are fools, Casper? The control court. I support it. All eyes turned toward Tavis, who had held his silence throughout the proceedings. Since you're also eager to debate what's worth it, perhaps you should hear from someone with actual expertise first. I would deny the economic losses the disaster has caused. The technology itself is real value. The rejection switched again. This time, Helentine's medical records appeared on the screen. These are clinical cases I've compiled recently. Case 1 was dying at the anti-calamity site, already beyond what conventional treatment could reverse. Both the brain damage and the destruction to the mind framework itself far exceeded what traditional methods could address. But through improved mind reconstruction protocol and construct conversion, she survived. The technology itself was a direct extension of Dominic and Arius' research. Tavis paused for a moment. His voice finally took on a suppressed, almost stubborn edge. But Dominic and Arius' true missions were never as economically valuable as they made them out to be. Using improved mind technology to provide the world government with more advanced construct designs, driving medical breakthroughs, supplying experimental data for neuroscience. If those two geniuses had been truly pursuing only these goals, today's disaster would never have happened. It could never have happened. Travis let out a sigh. What were they really after? Does anyone at this table truly understand? To be honest, I don't fully understand it myself. What I know has always been limited to the technical side. Someone sparked a lighter. The small flame flared and threw a brief glow across the set of fingers resting near the edge of the table. Humanity always overreaches when it chases miracles. That's the real problem. As you will know, my work has been about pushing research towards practical applications in applied science. From Dominic and Arius' theories, if we can extract... Let me stop you there, Travis. You misunderstood me. Huh? Tavis's hands still in the air. A brief look of puzzled uncertainty passed over his features. What I'm proposing is this. We steal away any of these research findings and negotiate with Arius's assistant. That acerbic little man, Corona. He may be willing to cooperate. Corona-san is far closer ties to the world government than we do. And they're interested in the same technologies you mentioned. I know none of you have ever thought much of him, but he was far closer to Arius than I ever was. Right now, this is the best solution I can offer that serves everyone. Before Corona-san takes over completely, I need you to tell your research as well, Tavis. The world government already considers this project extremely dangerous. How we position ourselves matters too. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Can you guarantee Corona-san will accept? He's already reached out to the Arrowin family several times since the disaster. Cornus leaned back in his chair, letting out a short exhale that sounded somewhat between a laugh and a sigh. Corona-san, then. Never thought we'd end up negotiating with a man of such particular tastes. You just had over my research. Tavis brought his fist down on the table, his nostrils flaring with barely contained fury. None of you can even follow the research briefings. What right do you have to decide what happens to this data? Perhaps Corona-san will bring you in as a technical consultant, Tavis. With his backing you might find yourself with better opportunities. I don't think this is situation. I don't think the situation we're in can be resolved by debating technicalities anymore. We're out of options. World government is watching us closely over this. It's time we made our position clear, Tavis. I have no objections otherwise, but I will be personally involved in these negotiations with Corona-san. Since people more or less stated their positions, let's follow the Great Family Council's tradition. All in favor of reaching out to Corona-san, raise your hand. You! The heads of the three families lifted their hands in unison. And it's decided. Ongoing research is to cease immediately. Formal negotiations with Corona begin tomorrow. I'm with Tavis on this. The room fell quiet for a moment. The holographic display still shone, but Casper and Cornus had left, and only Tavis and Marco remained. On the wall, Helentine's medical file still hung in the air, marked with the recovery curves Tavis had traced and retraced countless times. Tavis, I'm here today to represent the Helio family's position, but I want you to know that I'm not entirely against you. Tavis kept his head down, gathering the papers from the table sheet by sheet. I know you don't want to abandon years of research. You think this is about the research. Research can be halted and picked up again. Data can be lost and rebuilt. Even without Arius, 10 or 20 years, progress is only a question of time. What about the people? People? My daughter, Ophelia. She accepted the legacy of the Consciousness Tide Project. If the research stops now, what happens to her? Marco, does anyone care? He lifted his head. The anger in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an exhaustion that bothered boredom and emptiness. Does anyone here ever truly care about the people who died because of this project? The ones who are still going to die? Anyone? Has any of you considered... have any of you ever said a single word of apology? Have you? Is it because there's no blood in your hands? Is that why you can sit in your offices and talk so grandly without carrying any of the weight? The man raised his voice. Did you have any idea how many people we could save if our research were made public? Open your eyes, Marco. Look what's happening in poor Podesta. Is this the golden age you wanted? I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do, Tavis. It's too late, Marco. All of it. Too late. Tavis clutched a stack of documents. The name of Ophelia was printed on the top sheet. I need to pee again. Oh god. Right. Let's keep going. Or should I pee real quick? I've been chugging water like crazy. I can't need to go pee again. I might go do that. Alright, hang on a second, I'm gonna go pee. And please enjoy this background while I go pee. Where is it? I don't know where it is on my, there it is. I'm gonna go pee, be right back. 1 second. Yay! Pee time. Enjoy the music. Oh, one sec. I didn't click on it properly. Hang on. There we go. Just threw some of the charity and probably close the door. Hi, sorry for taking so long. I'm back now. Let's go. Right. Poor Podesta, present. Tavis's welcome banquet proceeds as planned. Helentine stands with you, helping with the final preparations. The objective tonight is to extract as much useful information as possible. To do that, you first need to look like you belong here. How do I look? No need to worry. It suits you. She reaches out and adjusts your tie with a light, precise touch. Nothing more than needed. Then she steps back and looks you over, as if running a final check. Just mind the etiquette once we're inside. People from the TEC used to care quite a bit about these things. Like I mentioned earlier, hold the glass by the stem, not the bowl. She pauses for a beat. Her voice stays flat. You seem pretty at ease with all this. I'm not, really. Helentine takes out her ever-present notebook and flips to a page with practiced ease. I'm just holding what my notes say. Truth is, I'm not very good at this sort of thing either. Working as an advisor in the military isn't just about combat operations. Sometimes diplomacy is part of the job too. So all of this is just what I've written down over time. Every time I got something wrong. On the page, a short list of menu items sits beside a few scattered careless crosses. I could never remember which course to start with, or whose glass is supposed to be higher when you toast. Honestly, I'd rather fight corrupted than put on a smile and trade pleasantries with strangers. At least combat is straightforward. Then why strategic diplomacy? Diplomacy is the fastest way to end a war. Conflict is never as simple as one side winning and the other losing. Most of the time, both sides bleed. Whoever bleeds less just calls themselves the victor. So if diplomacy can settle something and reduce the fighting, I'm willing to do it. Even if I don't enjoy it. Even if I'm not that skilled in it. She paused and looks at you. At last, the faintest hint of a smile touches her lips. Does that sound like something a diplomacy advisor would say? The banquet's about to begin. Stay sharp. I think I'm better at pronouncing the word banquet, because I keep trying to pronounce it banquet, and that makes no sense. Inside the banquet hall, guests in suits and gowns murmur in low voices beneath the crystal chandeliers. The soft light shifts across their faces, making everyone look polite and perfectly in place. But when scraps of those hushed conversations drift to your ears, something about them feels subtly wrong. Let me give you the most direct, no-nonsense answer I can. I believe aligning with Babylonians is a sound decision. Now that at least sounds genuine. I'm not flattering you, by the way. I'm offering my honest opinion. While poor Podesta needs his reform. But I can't pretend this isn't a complex issue. Poor Podesta's problems run deep. You've hit on exactly the right point. Straight to the heart. This is just... we're going in circles. Poor Podesta's resource situation is critical. Shall I elaborate? Make sure I reply on second answer, but somehow answers nothing. Father hasn't made an appearance yet. Aside from us, the guests here are almost all from the TEC. Anyone you know? A few familiar faces, not many. And the way they're talking is strange. I feel it too. Something's not right. Is it a cultural thing? Before Podesta, I remember, wasn't like this. Should we start with the familiar faces? Familiar faces. With practiced caution, Helentine threads a path through the guests and brings you to a stop in front of an old man. Sit well, Mr. Casper, Airthorn. I didn't expect to see you here. You look well. Do you have a moment? Helentine. It has been a while. The last time we met must have been around this outbreak, I think. Casper Airhorn lifts his glass in greeting, his eyes quietly appraising you as he does. Who's this? The Grieving commanded. I've heard a great deal about you. Mr. Airhorn, I'll cut to the chase. Babylonia has detected unusual punishing vice activity in the vicinity of Poor Podesta. You've been here longer than I have. Have you noticed anything off? Unusual? Define unusual. At a function like this, anyone who can't hold a straight conversation for more than 2 sentences counts off. You ask me. Which is just about everyone here. We're talking about punishing virus here, man. What do you mean? Family's already a disaster, and there's hardly a soul worth talking to in this room. Otherwise, you wouldn't find me over here drinking alone. Casper lifts his glass and takes a small sip. Sounds like you found yourself with more free time these days. Free time? No, it's free time anymore. Either the punishing virus has killed you or it's well on its way. I'm just holed up here, surviving on borrowed time. As for your question, you should speak with your father. He's the one running Poor Podesta after all. From what I hear, he's apparently resumed some kind of research lately. That's why he called me here. Said he plans to unveil some new findings. Can't say it interests me much personally, but Babylonia tends to take notice of these things, don't they? At that moment, a stranger cuts into the conversation without warning. Mr. Airhorn, you're needed over there. Casper offers an awkward smile. My apologies. I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Wait. Helentine's words are barely out when another server abruptly steps in and cuts her off. As if it were all deliberately orchestrated. Is everything alright, ma'am? If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. We're fine, we like a moment to ourselves. Throughout the banquet hall, the server's glances keep drifting your way. Each look held a beat too long. Ever since we started talking to Casper, someone over there has been watching us. Helentine moves to the banquet with practiced ease, her voice dropping to a low murmur. They work for your father. He's probably had eyes on us since the moment we stepped off the plane. Her voice carries no inflection. Oh. I should check it on the floor. There we go. Back on my desk as he should be. No! This time he's back on the desk. There we go. The voice carries no inflection. She might as well be stating a fact she's always known. He's monitoring our movements. Maybe he's connected to anomalies in Port Podesta. We don't know that for sure yet. But we can't sit here and wait. Let's keep gathering what we can from the banquet. Evie, wait here a moment. I want to test something. Test something? Helentine nods, her gaze darting sideways for an instant. A small cluster of familiar guests are gathered there, looking in your direction. Go ahead. With a brief nod, Helentine walks towards a different group of guests chattering nearby. Good evening, may I join you? The guests stare at Helentine for a second, and their faces shift into something close to a standard practice smile. Of course, ma'am. We're just getting started. Lovely evening, isn't it? What do you want to talk about? Do share. Any interesting stories about Port Podesta? Only just arrived. You come to the right person then. A little known fact, Port Podesta ranks one of the top ports in the transatlantic economic community for cargo throughput. In recent years, with the accelerated development of Constellia, trade volume has continued to climb and is about to hit new heights. Economic growth that reaches the levels of society is a sign of true progress. Under Mrs. Bowman's leadership, Port Podesta's future looks bright. No pause. No emphasis. Still like they're reading straight from an official brief. I see, thank you. Without another word, Helentine raises her glass. Small gesture of parting and slips away. And? Like it was all rehearsed. We're not getting anything out of them. But I think you can see what I was getting at earlier. They're only here to shadow you. The building isn't very tall. The restroom window leads straight outside. And a tiny mechanical spider crawls onto Helentine's fingertips. She shoots you a meaningful glance. Got it. Just to be safe, I'll create a distraction. If anything goes wrong, I'll see you outside. Goodbye, Helentine. Helentine puts down her glass and heads for the exit by herself. Miss Spellman, a moment. This banquet was arranged for Babylonia's delegation. You're leaving so soon. Wouldn't that seem so inappropriate? We've received a transmission from Babylonia. I need to step out briefly to handle some official business. I see. In that case, perhaps I could send a few people along with you. It's part of my responsibility, after all. Makes things easier to account for on our side. Miss Spellman needs to step out. Can I get a few people over here? The server speaks quietly into the communicator. Helentine gives a slight wave toward the ceiling dome. Will you slip between the tables and guests, working away towards the restroom? Please wait here just a moment. Just then, the lights along the west hall of the banquet hall give a sudden flicker. Every server's eyes snap towards them at once. The lights are acting up now too. Someone needs to go check this, please. The guests are right there. Can anyone just go take a look? In the next breath, the entire western side is swallowed by darkness. Footsteps and shouts ripple across the banquet hall all at once. What's going on? Only once you've melted into the street crowd do you let yourself ease your pace. The city streets look exactly as they should, ordinary yet unremarkable. What do you think of this place I just bought? Honestly, it's lovelier than anything I've ever seen. But the conversation drifting through the streets still carries something unnatural. Excuse me. The vendor offers nothing but a textbook smile. Happy to be of service. What can I help you with? Mind if I ask a few questions about how things have been in Port Podesta lately? Port Podesta is built... This This is, absolutely not a human response. Port Podesta is a city built upon a mechanical organism. During the Golden Age, Port Podesta was the most prosperous city in the This is not answering any questions! In the TUC. It boasts an advanced current regulation system, a well-developed shipping network, and a trustworthy municipal management framework. Does that answer your question? He delivers it all in a single breath, his tone so flat it barely registers his speech. It's similar to what you saw back at the banquet. And Mr. Spellman is the administration of Port Podesta. Mr. Spellman is the current head of the Spellman family. Since the Golden Age, he has devoted himself to research and development in the field of the mind. He has been recognized with honors, including top 10 outstanding scientific contributors of the Transatlantic Economic Community and the Air Corps Medical Advancement Award, among others. During his tenure, Mr. Spellman has achieved major clinical breakthroughs in multiple areas of mind research. In recent years, Mr. Spellman... he's broken! Mr. Spellman is the current chief administrator of Port Podesta. Does that satisfy you? Please come again. Enjoy your evening. We've just encountered NPCs. Enjoy your evening at Port Podesta. Rebecca's calling it now. Yeah, I think so as well. But with no choice, you walk away. A few steps later, you glance back despite yourself. The vendor has already lowered his head, fussing over the trinkets in front of him. Nearby, a handful of customers talk about their purchases, their faces wearing the same pleasant, empty expressions. People in this city, something isn't right about them. Your gaze moves across face after uniform face, hunting for any sign of discord. Someone like Casper who still seemed capable of real feeling. The woman's silhouette cuts through the sameness. She stands among the street crowd, her eyes watchful and easy. She does not belong. It's Win! She feels your eyes on her and tenses up, her whole body going stiff. What? Travis's people here too? Stay back. She nearly yells the words and then turns and runs on the spot. Wait! Her pace is completely out of step with the languid rhythm of everyone else in the street. You chase after her without thinking. She glances back and seeing that you're truly following, only runs faster. She clearly knows this area inside out. A few sharp turns carry her off the brightly lit main road and into the dark mouth of a side alley. How are you still on me? Why can't I shake you? Wait, just a moment. Fine, guess we're doing this the hard way. Leia, just one. Go! Leia! Out of the alley bursts a dark silhouette, a wave of glowing energy hissing and spinning in their grip. Got you! Now that you're here, you can't... Leia? Don't think of it, not long after the mission to support Seeker and Constellia, Vanessa filed for Leia's new frame development. For some reason, the Science Council has their hands full for quite a while. The new frame took far longer to develop than usual. You'd seen Leia in this form before, back in Babylonia. Huh? The two of you share an awkward glance for a moment. Abby! The other woman stumbles to a stop, still panting. She catches the exchange and freezes in place. Win, relax! This is the biggest great commanded. You two know each other. So you're not with Tavis. Oh, thank God. You really scare me to death. Okay. So what are you even doing here? I'm on a diplomatic mission. I was trying to ask a few questions. Next thing I know, she takes me look at me and runs. Could I ask the same thing, Leia? I can ask you the same thing, Leia. What are you doing here? Personal stuff. I gotta you approve about Lady Vanessa, okay? Anyway. Crisis averted. Babylonians really are in shape. What's going on exactly? Are you two hiding from Tavis? More or less. Win and I have been looking into Port Podesta and Tavis lately, for reasons. Behind them, a young woman leans against the wall, her head lowered and her face slick with sweat. And who's this? We found her on the way out of the port district, smuggling ourselves through. She's in bad shape. Helen... Her brow is tightly knit, and her limbs twitch faintly as she murmurs in pain. Helentine. Looking at the girl before you, well, she tells you this is the first time you have ever met. However, for some reason, the moment her face comes into view, hazy fragments of memory surge up from the deepest recesses of your mind. In the end, everyone's trying to find a vein to reach the finish line. Nothing more complicated than that. A wave of dizziness washes over you and your lips move before the thought can catch up. Ophelia? So we know something then. Ah, look at the page. I just noticed the page is turning. Oh. Also, aforementioned, let's go! The night rain over Port Podesta is not lit up. Outside the window, red streaks of light slide down the glass, throwing distorted shadows onto the floor. Inside, the room is quiet. Only the sound of the rain remains. A young woman lies in the bed, her lips moving faintly. Her limbs still twitch from time to time. Philia. Helentine kneels by the bed, her sleeves pushed past her elbows, binding the girl's bleeding wounds tight with gauze. Philia. How is she? I've done what I can for now. But something's wrong. Her pulse is barely there, and she's so cold. She speaks without lifting her fingers from the bandages. A mechanical spider lowers itself from the ceiling, its tiny legs testing the air before landing softly in Helentine's fingertip. She lets the slight, cool weight rest on her knuckles, and slowly closes her palm around it. I've made some adjustments to the hotel's central system. Win? And this. I'm Leia! Hi, nice to meet you! And Leia will both be registered as local residents now. That should keep you two from running into any more identity issues, or at least spare you some trouble. Helentine pauses to consider her words, and looks at the woman dressed like a reporter. Win, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Oh, you two know each other? Helentine parts her lips, groping for the right words. Feels as though she has too much to say and nothing she can grasp at all. I mean, we were friends a long time ago, I think, but... Huh? A sharp pain stabs between Win's brows. She pressed a hand to her head, the words she was about to say suddenly gone. Why do I... Did it require more than just... Ophilia's consciousness? To bring Helentine back? Or Helentine back, sorry. Hang on a second. Helentine shuts her eyes, and only after a long hesitation does she slowly begin to speak. With you and Ophelia should... Helentine pauses for a moment. You should have... died? Oh no, wait, she should have died. Back in 2163. Because of the punishing virus. As a war correspondent who fell in the line of duty, Win... What? Helentine, what are you saying? Win goes rigid. 63. War correspondent. Punishing virus. Me! She points to herself. I've been in Port Podesta this whole time, though. Wait, look, my camera still has all my photos from these past years. Let me show you. Without waiting for her to finish, Helentine slips a yellow newspaper clipping from her notebook. It's a list of casualties. 4th row, 5th column. The name Win is right there. Put behind the list is a war correspondent's ID from that time. So okay, so it's just that she was operated on as well to bring back to life. I wanted to confirm it at the time. I was hoping it was just someone else with the same name. I found this among your personal effects. I don't remember ever having this ID. When did I... Win's mouth opens but nothing comes out. I didn't... Another sharp pain rips through Win's nerves. Win grabs fistfuls of her own hair, slips from the couch and drops to her knees on the floor. Win! Leia finds painkillers and guides Win back onto the couch, steadying her. What have I been doing all these years? No, wait. Last few years I wasn't in Port Podesta. Port Podesta wasn't like this. Rest for now, Win. Don't try to piece together the past just yet. We'll talk more once you're feeling a little better. Win gives a vacant nod. Leia eases her back onto the sofa and pulls the blanket snug around her. The room settles into silence. Only the rain outside the window can be heard. From what you said earlier, Ophilia's in the same boat as Win. Her voice sounds different from her usual. The playfulness at the end of her sentences is gone. It's hard to make sense of any of this right now. When Win first told me, I thought it was just rumors. Leia, what exactly brought you to Port Podesta? It's a whole thing. Long story short, someone robbed a tomb. Leia takes a newspaper out of Win's bag and unfolds it across the table. The front page headline is circled in red ink. Aaron family cemetery burglarized. Intel came in about a grave robbery and the body was stolen. I followed the trail. Every lead pointed here to Port Podesta. Once I got here, a contact put me in touch with Win. I figured the whole dead coming back thing was just hearsay, but now... She looks at Win, still shivering on the couch, and over at Ophelia lying in the bed. Man, what a mess. What is even going on here? We came to investigate traces of an agent. And ever since we arrived, things have been strange. At the banquet, the people in the streets, they were all off. Tavis has been watching us this entire time too. My father is the most likely suspect. The Spellman family has always governed Port Podesta. Father would never allow anyone to disrupt the order here. If an agent really is in Port Podesta, that I really are returning, there's no way he doesn't know. That's what the people in the port district think too. People have been disappearing for a while now. A lot of them have come down with something. Symptoms are just like what Ophelia and Wynn are going through. Okay. The tidal hub is connected to the whole city's groundwater. Everyone's convinced something got dumped into the water supply. So they've been wanting to investigate what's inside the tidal hub. And they're willing to help Wynn and me get past the border wall into the city proper. The tidal hub? My father's property too. Helentine looks down at her sister's pale face and lets her gaze to you beside her. We have to go on the offensive now. Tomorrow's diplomatic conference is at the tidal hub. It's too good an opportunity to pass up. Most of Port Podesta's forces will be tied up at the conference. With security spread thin, we'll have an easier time searching the rest of the building. Father especially will have his attention elsewhere. Assuming we can slip away mid-conference. For anyone who might get in our way, I'll handle them ahead of time with my spiders. Her fingertips give a faint twitch. I don't have clearance anyway, so I'll head to the tidal hub perimeter tomorrow and wait for you too. I'll be your backup. Once you shake loose, I'll find a way to meet up with you. I gotta ask though, are we a little short-handed here? This is getting deeper by the second. Should we call this to Babylonia? Helentine shakes her head. My father's watching every move. He's already on edge about Babylonia's involvement. If Babylonia moves now, we risk tipping him off. Exactly. We don't have anything solid enough to formally charge him with yet. I'll contact Raven in code and have them on standby. Bringing them into Port Podesta too soon would only alert Tavis. Helentine stays quiet for a moment, then her eyes flicker towards Ophelia again. Just then, Wynn's voice comes from the side, weakened and steady. I'll stay with Ophelia. Don't worry about us. Stay a minute. I'd just hold you back. Hey, none of that. Lie down and rest. We've got Babylonia behind us, and the Raven commandant right here. How would we even lose? Helentine regards Wynn on the couch and says nothing for a moment. Thank you, Wynn. She looks at her sister one last time, then slips her hand back beneath the blanket and smooths the edge. Then we move tomorrow. Primary target the tidal hub. If anyone picks up anything suspicious, report it immediately. Beyond the window, a brighter flash of lightning splits the night. The room bleaches white for a heartbeat, then settles back into its dim, damp quiet. The project was called Something Rain, wasn't it? Which is like, you know, water supply, something rain. I forgot what it's called. A dense grid of holographic screens float in the air, slicing every corner of the city into countless fragments. Streets, the port, storefronts along Hilston Street, hotel corridors, the entrance to the tidal hub. How can a dead person have an identity? A little spider's trick is nowhere near as efficient as its punishing virus. Let me lend you a helping hand. The man cloaked in shadow taps the screen, silently pulling up the records of a deceased individual from Port Podesta's database. Identity verified. Welcome to Port Podesta. And administrative permissions to Helentine Spellman. Helentine Spellman, permission of authentication complete. Ah. Don't thank me. I'm only hoping your uninvited guests might disturb the set for a slumber a little. He chuckles quietly and swipes away the hotel room feed. Scheme dismissed. The next scene loads inside the tidal hub. Lythos and Tavis still stand before the vast observation window, their eyes fixed on the Zephyr beyond the glass. All my pieces are on the board, Lythos. It's your move now. What are you doing? On the screen, Lythos seems to be staring absently off to one side. He tilts his head a fraction, then slowly turns his gaze toward the center of the lens. Through the screen, he appears to look past all the data and static, straight at the man watching from the other side. Found you. What's going on?
Then, I just let things take their course. A routine settled in.
I love these voice parts.
I started
Her voice
handling
is so
some
beautiful.
of the family's simple clerical work. Though honestly, calling it work feels a bit generous. Most of the time, I just sign my name. Ophelia's helped me so much. It didn't take long before I picked up a few tricks. Some documents only need a quick look at the conclusions and proposals. Ophelia has already reviewed plenty of them herself, so I really just have to confirm things with the people involved. One advantage of being a construct, I can work through the night without consequence. Even if I'm slow during the day, I can always make up for it in those quiet nighttime hours. That way, no one will notice I'm not a particularly quick learner. I
Oh.
sometimes wonder, if everyone became a construct, would work efficiency stop being a concern? But then, if everyone were a construct, why would there even be work? Anyway, once I started getting the hang of things, I at least stopped looking like a complete fool in front of my colleagues. My father is as busy as ever, buried in wrapping up his research. I tried sneaking
Oh, I need to skip that, sorry.
once. That was a mistake. It might as well have been written in an alien language. Those formulas and engineering diagrams practically made my visual module spin. I didn't try again after that. Now I just ask him what he'd like to eat when he comes home late. He's always exhausted, and he rarely answers me. Maybe all this work talk is too dull to record. I think I'll be better off writing about the everyday things. Ophelia found out how much I love macarons. Now several boxes appear in the fridge daily,
Oh.
without fail. It's become a sort of ritual after work, having something sweet once everything is done. It makes the day's troubles feel like they just melt away.
This is me with my watermelon, man. I get it. Shaking your hand
I
up.
keep writing about myself,
Shaking
but
your hand.
honestly, Ophelia's habits are far more worth recording. She has so many little quirks. Living under the same roof again. So many of our old rhythms have naturally come back. For instance, the house is enormous, yet we hardly ever turn the lights off at night. Ophelia is terrified of the dark, and she has night blindness on top of that. One evening, I turned off a switch without thinking. When I stepped back into the hallway, I found her feeling along the wall, barely able to move through the room. She looked so embarrassed when she noticed me standing there. But she covered it up quickly, asking what I needed, as if nothing had happened at all. I've made sure to break that habit since. No more turning off lights without thinking. Ophelia struggles with sleep anxiety too, and it's quite severe. Whenever I walk past her room at night, I can always hear music playing softly from inside.
Aww.
I asked her about it once, on our way home. She told me having a little sound actually helps her fall asleep.
I'm the same. I'm really the same.
Unfortunately, I don't think this construct body of mine can really understand those subtle, fragile human things anymore.
Aww.
But I don't mind it. Working through whatever's left of the day with that faint music in the background is rather nice, actually. Oh, and I must remember to remind Ophelia to wash her hair. One night we worked late, really late, and when we got home, she said she'd just lie down for a moment. By the time I went to check on her, she was already fast asleep.
I don't know. I mean, okay, I'm very used to falling asleep without meaning to. But, God, if I needed to wash my hair, I would not be able to fall asleep at all.
I didn't have the heart to wake her, so I just closed the door quietly. The next morning, her hair was an absolute disaster. I had to rush to help her wash it as fast as possible. We were late anyway. Thank goodness nothing important was scheduled that morning. So I decided, from now on, no matter what, I'm making absolute certain she washes her hair before bed. There's so much more I could write. Too much, really. When I try to describe someone fully, I realize words are never quite enough. Ophelia loves fresh flowers. Every single day, she puts new ones in her office. There's always that faint floral scent when I walk in. Ophelia doesn't actually like sweet or bitter things. Her coffee needs loads of ice and milk before she'll drink it. Sometimes Ophelia is in a bad mood. When that happens, the best thing to do is give her space. Otherwise, it only makes things worse for her. From what I've seen, she takes that pet of hers, Hoo-Hoo, out for walks alone when she's feeling low.
I love how much she's written about Ophelia as well.
It's strange.
You can really tell
Ophelia dislikes
she's written more about Ophelia than she has about herself.
TEC has ever created. But she seems genuinely attached to that weird little artificial creature. She says it's because squishing Hoo-Hoo is incredibly stress-relieving. Also no feeding, and it never gets sick. I still can't agree with her on what makes a good pet, though. Cats are humanity's best companions.
I'm with you,
That's not
Helentine.
even a debate.
I agree, 1000%. I love my cars. Every time I go to pee today, whenever I get back, I see them like outside my room, just curled up in a little ball. I love my cars.
I asked Adelaide about Ophelia's quirks once.
Adelaide, it was
the
Adelaide the whole
ones
time.
And the difficult
Damn.
ones alike. She said that the old me would adjust my entire life to match Ophelia's habits. I'm doing the same thing now, aren't I? I think in that sense, I can kind of understand how my past self saw things. What she must have felt.
Man. Poor Podesta. The man turned the page of the weary hand, his eyelids heavy. The dark bags beneath his eyes told of many sleepless nights. Knock knock. Come in. The man outside shuffled into the office, visibly uneasy. Do you know why I asked you here, Chief Editor? I can't say I do, Mr. Spellman. The last several issues of the Poor Podesta Daily were under your supervision. And this Poor Podesta radio station running on the signal tower. You're in charge of that too, correct? Soaring death tolls. The four great families turning on each other. The truth behind the Atlantic calamity. Are we gonna start censoring, Are we gonna start influencing what stories get published? Tavis pulled a stack of documents from the cabinet and threw them onto the desk. That's... The man's face flushed with deeper discomfort. Under normal circumstances, I can look the other way when you publish things like this. But do you have any idea what state Poor Podesta is in at the moment? These pieces you're putting out do nothing but breed doubt. That's all. Tavis wrapped his fingers against the newspaper on the desk, a flicker of anger tightening his features. Disasters don't get solved by people like you writing columns. They get solved by those who can act. The radio on that signal tower is meant to serve the victims. They need to know where to get supplies. They need to know whether anyone is still coming for them tomorrow. Instead, it seems to be doing the exact opposite of what it's supposed to. Mr. Spellman, with respect, the people do need the truth. Their fear right now comes from not knowing what happened. The world government keeps saying the Atlantic Eye wasn't destroyed, just temporarily shut down. But who can guarantee it? Right now, as we speak, over 8,000 people are dying in hospital beds across the port. 3,000 more struggling to survive in camps with no homes to return to. Tavis wrapped his knuckles on the table, cutting him off. I know your kind always have their own ideals, your own little crusades. But if the truth matters, I don't care. Starting tomorrow, can you fix this? If you can't, then the paper and the signal tower, all of it goes to someone who will. The man dropped his gaze, eyes fleeing from Tavis' stare. The truth won't put food on anyone's plate. I understand. You can go now. Podesta Daily Editorial Office. This piece won't work. Haggard and exhausted, the chief editor gazed at the freshly submitted piece and dragged his hands through his hair. This article about the hardships people are facing after disaster. I can't let it run. I've said it over and over this morning. Write something that puts people at ease, alright? We just came down from above. We can't keep running stuff like this, and every single one of us is out of a job. But that's not what you said before. Hi, Win. What are you doing here? The reporter still scolded, felt silent for a moment. Look, I know. Trust me, I know. It's not exactly easy to churn out this kind of thing. The chief editor raised his head. his hair a mess, and his eyes heavy with exhaustion. But work with me here. I'm trying to figure this out too, aren't I? There's gotta be an angle somewhere. Just give it another think, yeah? Fine. The reporter gathered up the manuscript with her head down, muttered an acknowledgement, and turned to leave. She opened her computer and tried to write something, but the words wouldn't come. As her mind wandered, she thought of someone. Oh, day, month, weather clear. Afternoon, Ophelia wasn't home, so I had to receive a visitor by myself. It was a reporter. I'm sorry. You are... only just kind of surgery. Still recovering. Some things are a bit hazy. It's Win! You seriously don't remember me? Even your doorman knows who I am. I stared at her face for a long moment, trying to pull together whatever usable fragments I could from my scattered memory. Did we have tea together once? Oh no, completely wiped. I'm the one who's been trashing you in the papers. Does that ring any bells? Seeing the confusion on my face, the woman began telling me a story I didn't recognize. At first, apparently Wynn didn't like me very much. She grew up in the dock district of Port Podesta. Money was always tight. Her parents were divorced when she was young, so Wynn had to fend for herself from an early age. To make a living, she started selling newspapers for a small press. At first, she was just a paper girl. But the papers was short in funds, so she eventually had to start writing too. As for the content, it was a local tabloid, the kind that thrives on outrage. Calling it news would be generous. Really, they just took malice people already carried, put it into words, and sold it back to them. And I was exactly the kind of target she was after. The elder daughter of the Spellman family. Young, constantly showing up at the so-called charity events. Perfect material. So you and I, we were... That's exactly how we met. Did I actually skip something? Hang on. Oh wait, no I didn't. Once she was selling papers on the street corner, with a stack in her arms when a group of street toughs shoved her aside. She tried to stand her ground, telling them the paper wasn't all nonsense. It only started a fight. Look at you, peddling fear and acting proud of it. Who even reads papers anymore? Take a good look at the trash you're shoveling. Excuse me? What? You're nothing but lapdogs for the Spellmans. You probably have a problem with that. You! She was young then, but her mouth was tough. Terrified, really, but too proud to be the first to back down. That was the day I happened to pass by. And I stepped in? Yeah! And so was you and got the message real quick. After that, you read my stuff and asked me if I was the one who wrote it. I was kind of, well, I fessed up. Hang on a second. Ow. It was only after she said this that I finally went to piece the scene together from her words. It was interesting, actually. You write much better than I do. You're not mad? Why would I be mad? Why would I be? And everything you wrote was wrong. Took a sip of the tea in front of me. Charity work in Port Podesta really was my father's idea. Just wanted to take some of the weight off his shoulders. Do the best I can with what's in front of me. The articles are pointed, but I understand. They give a voice to perspective that's already out there. But it's your name getting dragged through the mud. Probably don't want to hear this from me. But everyone knows how things work in Port Podesta. People have enough to get by, sure. But the old family enterprises still have their hands in everything. Food, housing, work, every part of daily life. They decide where a budget goes, who gets seen, and who gets left in the shadows. Generations of families have built their fortunes here, drawing their lines, stacking up influence. Some problems have been carved into the city's bones for so long they barely look like problems anymore. But if we do nothing, things only get worse. Last week, a few dock workers were flagged by the automated terminal for violations. I dug into it for hours. Turns out there's a flaw in the family's payroll system. I submitted the report. As of today, the family still hasn't released the funds to upgrade the terminal system. So everything you wrote, I'm in no position to criticize you for it. We're gonna remain quiet for a moment. That's why I went for all the conflicts and drama. That's what gets people to read. Honestly, I was just trying to scrape together a living. I didn't read your paper, you know, back then. Bad news always travels, doesn't it? You had a strong instinct for it to dig in. I just thought, maybe you could push a little further. Look past the surface and see the people behind the story. You're seriously such a weird person. Take it as advice from a reader. What happened after that? After that, you actually gave me your contact info. You said if I ever ran into trouble again, I could come find you. And did you? Of course I did. You barely pieced one thing together and the rest just slips right out again. I came back to see you loads of times for material, for interviews. We did a whole bunch of them. We did? Yeah, we did. Honestly, I just wanted to see how you were doing today. Ever since I heard you were hurt, I've been worried. I'm alright, nothing serious. That's sad. If I pretended there wasn't a work angle here, I wouldn't be totally honest. I really did come to check on you, but the editorial office has been breathing down my neck. The chief editor wants something that'll help put people at ease, and the brief is just so vague. Write something to steady the public. What does it even mean? So feel free to just let me complain. If you have any advice, I'd love to hear it. She finally took out her notebook, but didn't open it. She just rested it on her lap. Is there anything you want to talk about? Literally anything. I'm completely tapped out. Like how the memorial service felt, maybe? I heard you were there too. And just so we're clear, I'm not here to write about your injuries or anything private that happened in this house. Anything you don't want to answer, I won't write down a single word. I just need a thread to pull on. Anything! Thinking back to what Ophelia told me at the memorial, but a tangled mix of emotions all over again. It's hard to put into words. Grief? Sorrow? Regret? I can't quite sort it out myself. Well, I'm not sure I can explain it very well, honestly. Ophelia was the one who took me there yesterday, so I must have just stayed with her the whole time. I heard a lot of voices there. Some sharp, some grieving. Some trying to comfort. It's still hard to pin down exactly what it all felt like. There was this one girl who gave me a flower. Here. The flower I received at the memorial was still pressed inside. I hadn't preserved it properly, so the edges had curled slightly. The petals had lost some of their moisture. And somehow it still held onto a stubborn trace of life. I heard plenty of awful things that day, but if someone still wanted to give me a flower, I guess maybe I did something right in the past. Is any of this useful for your article? The chief editor would never let me print out any of that. But hearing you talk like this, it kind of makes me believe that even though you've lost so much, you haven't become a completely different person. She looked down and closed her notebook, as if she'd already gotten what she really came for. That's enough? So you really did just come rid of meat off me? We had a bunch of my macarons! How did we suddenly end up here? That's not why I came. Just thought of something. The old me probably would have said that too. Is that what you'd call a lame joke? If you're cracking jokes, you're doing okay. That's a relief, honestly. Alright, I'll bring macarons next time, promise. I've still got a deadline breathing down my neck, so I'll see you later. Don't forget to tune in tonight. Yeah, take care. Rin is so cute. I have to read this now. Later I listened to the Signal Tower broadcast. No breaking news, no accusations, nothing about the four great families or the truth behind the Atlantic calamity. We did simply gather what people wanted to say to their lost friends, their family, and their loved ones. In Port Podesta, it seemed death made everyone equal. Everyone wept. Everyone grieved. Everyone had regrets. Everyone fell apart. Wayne had just collected those voices and turned them into a segment. Thinking about it now, I don't suppose I was much help in the end. Winnie told me she'd gradually start taking charge of the Signal Tower's programming. And the macarons said she'd bring me. I did get to have them. 3 years after the punishing virus outbreak, I heard that Wynne had died. She'd become a war correspondent, apparently. When I first heard the news, I couldn't even connect the name Wynne to the word death. Not right away. I think it's because in my memory, she was always so loud. And music then is the sound of someone alive. After turning it over my mind for a long time, I found myself flipping back to this page. Sorry, my brain just skimmed over this. Keep wondering if I told her the wrong thing back then. The way I probably should have noticed something was wrong with Ophelia sooner. I'm gonna find out how Ophelia died then. How have you been feeling lately? Ophelia didn't answer the question directly. She turned her head away, her gaze drifting to the medical equipment beside her. If mood swings count, I'm probably unstable every single day. Had 3 reconstruction budget meetings today. Water rationing for the Port District, temporary school closures, and warehouse fire safety rezoning. A little bit piled on at once. Well, I suppose it just sounds like a normal day for me. Tavis didn't humor her joke. He just kept scrolling through the data. Some of your test results today aren't looking good. I suggest you step back from all family business starting tomorrow morning. You need to stay here for continuous observation. At least 48 hours. I'll have Helentine take over your workload. Tavis flipped through her medical records. The doctor told me you had 3 brief dissociative episodes during your cognitive test this afternoon. You wrote down 2 completely different years when signing the date. Your hand released a cup without you noticing. These are serious warning signs, Ophelia. You should have told me sooner. Ophelia dropped her gaze to the report. It was thick with annotations. Along the margins, red peaks flagged one abnormality after another, probably like hearts beating somewhere in the dark. So what's the verdict? The compensatory activity in the damaged regions of your brain is abnormally elevated. The external structure was only meant to stabilize things. Now it's actively taking over more and more neural functions. What I'm saying is, it's growing dark too fast, like a wound healing over a foreign object, fusing it into the flesh. This keeps going, Ophelia. The words caught in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to speak of death. Father, I thought your research project was shut down. Trying to save you. The hospital room fell quiet for a moment. I'll handle that end. The Great Family Council will be receiving the full report. You don't need to worry. Can we keep this from Helentine? Just for now. She's only just started to have something close to a normal life again. I'll have her take over your work in the meantime. She's going to find out sooner or later. Then later. I'll check in tomorrow. Just let me go home tonight. Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how serious your condition is? I need to go back and pack a few things. I promised Helentine to be home for dinner. I understand, Father. I really do. Tavis held her in his gaze for a long while, saying nothing. If you feel even the slightest dizziness tonight, any trouble speaking, any memory gaps, any symptom at all, you come to me immediately. I still don't feel right about this. Father, will you save me? I'll do everything in my power. And that's enough. Thank you. Going home now. See you tomorrow, Father. I'm guessing the dinner goes badly. Ophelia took her time walking home that evening. Fog horns from the docks. Water dripping down from the eaves. Traffic in the distance. Poor Podesta was never quiet at night. Head down, she watched the cobblestone steps beneath her feet, lost in thought. What words would ever convince Helentine? With what kind of heart she should say goodbye to life? There was no answer. She raised her head and took in the street she had walked in more times than she could count, as though seeing it for the first time. Everything was just as it always was. Street lamps, cobblestone steps, the bakery window, faint lights from the docks in the distance. And then, at the corner of the next street, she spotted Helentine. It looked as though she had just come back from the port district. Her face was tired, her head hung low. Lydia's heart gave a violent jolt. She wanted to run to her. She wanted to say so much. She wanted to hear the voice just a little longer. But her body refused to move as if rooted to the spot. Blood poured from her mouth in a thick, warm gush. The world began to dissolve. The vision lost its focus. Her hands and feet became strangers. To her. She lost all sense of distance. Of warmth. Of color. The very idea of direction slipped away. Helen... She held herself up with the last of her strength. Her body pressed against the wall. That cough destroyed my throat, man! Ugh! Helentine was heading home. In the moment she vanished from what little remained of Ophelia's vision. Helentine. The dark silhouette had already vanished around the corner. The streetlights had faded to darkness as her vision collapsed. She never got to see Helentine one last time. Hotel room present. Her eyes snap open. The ceiling isn't familiar. Gray daylight filters through the curtains. Outside, the rain keeps falling, crossing from past into present, from dream into waking. She pushes against the cushions and fights her way upright. You're awake? She startles awake from an old dream, her breathing fast and broken. Cold sweat covers her forehead as she looks around the room in alarm. She does not see her. Helentine, where is she? She went to the title hub with, Evie. There's a conference today between Tavis and Babylonia's diplomatic delegation. Leia's also... Right, Leia is... paying no attention to the barrage of unfamiliar names. But Leia shoves herself up and tries to climb out of bed. Hey! For the second her feet meet the floor, her knees give out. She feels like a broken branch and collapses onto the ground. You've been unconscious for a long time. Your body... There's no time. She raises her head. Her pale face holds nothing but a certainty that borders on obsession. Take me to the tidal hub. That's... Following Ophelia's fixated gaze, Wynn looks towards the window in confusion. Far beyond, thunder rolls across the distance over the sky. Rain and mist are slowly gathering. Tidal hub. The seats wrap around the center podium in concentric rings. The projection screen has been lowered, and the lights are set to conference mode. Tavis stands at the side of the stage, nodding to each delegate as they arrive. A diplomatic conference, set up like a lecture hall. Staff said Tavis had an academic presentation last minute. The meeting's been pushed back. He left academia decades ago. What's he going to present? No idea, but if he's bold enough to set the stage, he's the host. He got time. The agenda changed. Corbadessa only informed us this morning. The presentation's at least 50 minutes. With Q&A, Father will be on stage for at least an hour. His eyes are still on me. Wait for my signal. Understood. In the fading light, Tavis mans the lectern and straightens the microphone. I know many of you here, particularly your diplomats from Babylonia, have questions about today's arrangements. An old man who left academia decades ago, adding an impromptu presentation before a diplomatic conference. You must think I've gone mad. But allow me to begin with a recent event. The FOS starship has returned safely, which marks another great victory. And yet, once again, humanity has paid a great heavy price for that triumph. The hall fills with the sudden resonance of political speech. Whispers stir among the audience. And the projection screen lights up. The Atlantic Calamity, the activation of the zero-point reactor, the Acadia evacuation. One historical event after another cuts across the screen, followed by a long, scrolling list of the dead. Since the Atlantic Calamity and the outbreak of the punishing virus, human civilization has staggered forward on the shoulders of sacrifice. Every era has its martyrs. Every victory is brought with blood. Every today stands upon the bones of yesterday. So I wish to revisit a question that may sound coldly pragmatic in times like these. How best do we repay those who gave everything? Lord Tavis, forgive me, but you're drifting into sensitive territory. If you intend to discuss how we treat our fallen soldiers, my Babylonian friend, you mistake me. This is at its heart still an academic presentation. I have no intention of critiquing Babylonia's policies. He lifts a hand to signal patience, then presses the remote. A single line of text appears on the screen. Humans don't need consciousness. This was a theory put forward by Golden Age scholars that humanity is nothing more than a bundle of desires shaped by hyperbolic discounting. Because human value judgments follow this hyperbolic curve, they produce irrational decisions and unpredictable actions. When a reward looms close, the mind magnifies its worth far beyond reality. Short-term whims and long-term ambitions each send their champions into the arena of the brain, battling for dominance. This endless war for selection is what we call consciousness. A hologram flips to the next slide. We think differently now. Advances in neuroscience have revolutionized our understanding of biology. Consciousness is no longer some mystical black box. It is the emergent state of competing feedback systems, located in the midbrain, lateral ventricles, and basal ganglia, all integrating with one another. To put it plainly, consciousness is a manifestation of brain function. Is what arises when neural activity processes information and renders decisions. A byproduct. He pauses for a beat. The mind of a construct, however, is precisely the opposite. The projection turns to a page, and the blueprint of a construct's mind spreads across the screen. The mind is built upon how the human brain operates, simulating a global neuronal workspace. It receives input, generates interference patterns, and makes competing feedback systems, and ultimately produces an autonomous judgment. For the mind, consciousness is not a byproduct. It is the primary design objective. Once again, a diplomatic court official lifts a hand and interrupts Tavis's presentation. A view has been around for quite a while. Chief Technician Asimov explicitly addresses in his earlier reports. Global neuronal workspace theory, integrated information theory, regardless of which theoretical framework guides mind modification, the functional output remains fundamentally the same. He pauses, measuring his words to keep them from sounding offensive. With all due respect, Doctor, if this is the research you've kept hidden for decades, someone else beat you to publication many years ago. A few restrained chuckles ripple through the hall. Helentine taps her finger lightly against the back of your hand. Let's go now. The diplomatic court officials' questions set up a full of murmurs throughout the auditorium. These members lean in, whispering to one another. In all the noise, no one notices the two figures in the corner rise quietly and slip out the side door. Once you're outside the hall, a mechanical spider crawls from Helentine's sleeve and probes the interface of the maintenance panel at the corridor's end. Leia, side door. Come in now. The familiar girl in aqua blue slips deftly to your side and steps into the elevator with you. The door slides open and a wave of disinfectant mixed with cold metal hits your senses. Ahead, a broad metal gantry extends into the dark without end. On either side, deep shafts plunge into nothing. Huge steel skeletons rising silent from the black. It looks like the organs of some creature magnified 10,000 times, frozen beneath the foundations. Helentine leads the way, guiding you and Leia deeper into the darkness. From here, we keep going forward. You know this route. At your question, Helentine's stride falters. Strange. I've never stepped foot here before, but I remember it all. Every corridor and every turn. Whose memories are these? Are you alright? I'm fine. Let's keep moving. She resumes walking, her footsteps echoing up the metal deck of the walkway. Crackle. Suddenly the echo twists without warning. The metallic ring recedes, and in its place comes the sound of nothing, something burning. Debris cracking and bursting into flame. Oh, she's remembering stuff now! Don't go, please, Helentine. Ugh. This time is different. We don't even know. Do you not see it? Hey, you okay? Helentine's hand closes around the railing. She leans forward, pushing towards the edge of the walkway as though something below is drawing her in. Helentine! You seize her arm and pull her back from the brink, breaking the spell. Abby? You didn't see it. All I saw was you spacing out and almost going over the edge. It scared the hell out of me. I saw the Atlantic Calamity. Ophelia was begging me not to go. There's an uncommon tremor in her voice. Up ahead, the room is just up ahead. Ah. In the dark engine lights that went dead decades ago reignite one by one in Helentine's eyes. She can almost see the ports as they used to be, magnificent and alive before the past swallowed them whole. And she quickly tears herself free of the memory. Phantom lights die again, and only the deep, unbroken darkness remains. The three of you stop at a heavy metal door. A pale blue glow leaks from the seam beneath it. Helentine sets her jaw and pushes it open. What's inside? Inside— No! Come on! Inside the hold house, the presentation moves into its closing phase. All of our current research on construct minds rests on a single premise. A mind can only house the cognitive function of its original owner. What if we could replicate a person's consciousness in full, with complete fidelity? The work of Dominic and Arius converges on a single conclusion. Given sufficient biological conditions and a vast enough volume of replication data, an artificially constructed mind can fully replace the original cognitive foundation of the subject being copied. He pauses for a moment. Regardless of the subject's current physiological state. What does that mean? Alive or dead, it doesn't matter. Alive or dead, it makes no difference. How much data would that require? Based on the conclusions of Dominic and Arius, we've run the calculations exhaustively. The figure comes to roughly 7.34 by 10 to the 21st power units of data. And after saw the complete records of nearly 10,000 Earth-level civilizations. It's absurd! Nothing like that exists. You're quite right. At least nothing like that existed in the Golden Age. As if savoring the suspense, he lets the sentence breathe, leaving a long pause. Then he advances the projection to the final page. A searing red spills across the screen. But it does exist within the punishing virus. How are people gonna react to this, man? Well, this is basically, like, heretical at this point. The air in the hall seems to vanish. The diplomatic corps official's smile freezes, then twists into something close to fear. Do you know what you're saying? Tavis Spellman. As his voice cuts through the room, the crowd's fear gives way to something more volatile. People begin rising from their seats without thinking. Rolling questions straight at Tavis, each one sharper than the last. Those who remain seated dismiss his words as ravings, Others, more alert to the danger, start searching for the nearest exit. I know. I know exactly what I'm saying. And I also know that none of you have any idea about the miracle Dominic and Arias left behind. The research was built for this. They constructed a compilation system that lets humanity turn the punishing virus against itself. No authorization from the Ascension Network required. No blessing from any agent. With a system, we can extract the dead data from the red type productions, transfer and compile that, and fabricate mind to replicate the original cognitive foundations. Which brings me back to the question I posed at the beginning of this presentation. Since the Atlantic calamity and the outbreak of the punishing virus, human civilization has staggered forward on the shoulders of sacrifice. In every era, someone rises to throw themselves into the great chasm that threatens to swallow civilization whole. For those brave souls who stare death in the face for the sake of humanity, the greatest, the fairest reward I can offer them, presses the remote one last time, is to bring them back. The click of the remote sends an invisible ripple sweeping across the entire city. Then comes the roar, a deep hum rising from the planet's core. Every beam and every pipe in this dead whale named Port Podesta begins to shudder. This colossal corpse, lifeless for over 30 years, is reclaiming its heartbeat. Ooh! Underground, the floor beneath Helentine tilts violently. The whole foundation seems to be lifting. Whoa. Is this an earthquake? Dense phantoms begin to surface along the dark walls, transparent at first, then slowly reclaiming their color. The unmistakable crimson, the red tide. At the sight of the crimson bleeding through the walls, a violent pain slits Helentine's skull. Something is tearing at her, pulling at every muscle and nerve. Deep within this iron prison, something is forcing out an endless crimson tide, sending shockwave after shockwave through her mind. Around that thing, a flood of memory surges in. It's of her own. It's belonging to somewhere else. Why me? Under the present circumstances, the list of people I can trust has grown very short. And to put it precisely, among the researchers who are left, you are their safest choice. I intend to entrust the remaining half of understanding Sephiroth to the Spellmans, to your family. Something's in my mind. It's high burst from the wall seam. From the wall seams. Pipe fittings in every corner, like malignant tumors blooming through the whale's decaying flesh. And as the sudden sickness grips the city, the truth about the agent finally seems to surface from the shadows. Rain keeps falling in silence behind them as wind helps Ophelia struggle across the street before the tidal hub. Ever since I understand ripple passed through everything, the city streets and alleyways have become awash with strange, turbulent data streams. Red phantoms begin to materialize from within. Ophelia, hang in there. We're almost there. The entrance is just ahead. Huh? What's that on the street? No. Wind slips downwards out of her field of vision, and the grey, rain-soaked sky rushes in to take her place. Ophelia falls backward, plunging into a dream woven from the broken memories of the dead. The same wet nightmare. Memories, voices, faces of countless dead pour into her mind like a burst dam. Endless and unstoppable. She drowns once more in poor Podesta's rain. She drifts and sinks through an illusion in dark red. Body warm and clinging like blood. Faces drift with her in the liquid. Every one of them talking, and she understands nothing. Singing without end, she fails to make her sister stay once again. Oh god. Let's do this then. Let's see what's happening. Underground. Oh. What's happened to my cursor? Oh, it's not working. Okay, okay. So I think in missions where the you do the 3D missions, the cursor cells working at the start. The shaking and roaring underfoot do not let up. Fractures climb the walls and reach across the ceiling. A dark red glow pushes through the cracks, staining all three of your faces an alien color. Helentine, what's happening to you? Across the walls, across the floor, across the ceiling, the red tide pulses like the blood of the dead Leviathan flooding back into its guts. Helentine? Heavy Leia, something's wrong here. She still looks dazed, but she forces her legs to keep moving. What's wrong? My mind, it's resonating with something in this place. With what? I don't know. The deeper we go, the more I remember. Memories that are not mine. Then whose are they? My sister's and my father's. Huh? Her eyes are stretched wide, her pupils unfocused. In the stuttering light, she looks like she's trapped inside a waking nightmare. Why me? List of people I can trust has grown very short. You're the safest choice. Entrust the remaining half of the understanding to the Spellmans. She heaves the retching. A few unintelligible words spilling out without pause, then she gulps for air. Leia's hands right there in an instant, catching Helentine as her strength gives out. Half of the understanding... What does that mean? Half the understanding and something else. She shakes her head in agony, trying to bring the blurred memories into focus. When she finally speaks, her voice is thick with disbelief with a strong, unfamiliar weight. Half the understanding Sephira. Sephira? That familiar weighty word strikes you like a blow. Liv. Teddy. Alpha. And the final tribute Ushio. There's no time to think. The humanoid shape congeals from the dark crimson liquid, pulling itself upright from the blood before lunging at the three of you. It is not yet fully formed. Dark red fluid still drips from its unfinished limbs. Back off! Her light whip snaps around the creature's torso. A sharp, brutal swing and it bursts against the wall, dissolving into red fluid that seeps back into the greater tide. Helentine, we need directions! This place keeps shifting. I can't tell what's where anymore. This way. Shaking off the grip of memories that were never hers, Helentine pushes herself up and raises her buzzsaw to cut away forward. Hold on. Shouldn't we be pulling back? Isn't that the way we came? Red tide's already bleeding in from that direction. We can't double back now. Follow me. The course is on higher ground, and I can feel it. Whatever the Sephira is, it's safe. You're understanding, Sephira. My understanding? We're only half. How did the Sephira end up in the Tavis's hands? There's no time left to entangle these questions. Priority is now getting the three of you out alive. We stay put, we get boxed in. Let's push forward and break through. Understood. Gameplay now? No? Okay. Shoot by the light lamp, the spider silk, the roaring buzzsaw. Your grip turns and presses deeper into the red tide. Between skirmishes, you open your terminal and try to raise Grey Raven and military command. Switching to signal. A red tide protection lunges from the flank. A thread of spider silk arcs out and drags it into the dark. Establishing channel. Leia's light whip snaps around, a newly formed projection. The recoil shudders up her arm. Press halted. Helentine's buzzsaw screams, opening a seam through the tide. On the walls, projections melt into one another. A massive individual terrors, becoming a single looming thing. A series of short, ominous clicks, followed by nothing but a shriek of static in the earpiece. Comms node unresponsive. Uh-oh. Signal's jammed. Tavis? He's got too many diplomatic court officials here today. We won't give Babylonia an opening until he's gotten what he wants. The red tide projections closing from every direction. The walkway narrows with each step. Your friend Helentine's buzzsaw tears through the projections, leaving a trail of dark, jagged light. I've got the rear. Behind them, Leia's whip cracks, and the projections go spinning off into the dark below, one after the next. Another turn. Almost there. Thunderous roar fills the air, and a red tide colossus the size of a building comes crashing toward you. Watch out! Helentine's grip tightens, sudden and fierce, and she hauls you aside. In the next breath, the red flood explodes through the side corridor. Almost at once, light fractures and spills from every wall. Gleaming streams of data flood the air. They spread like foam, swelling to fill every visible space. Something deeper is at work. The part of Helentine's mind that resonates with this thing is being drawn in. The instant the anomaly registers, the survival instinct forged in the past crises drives you to rapidly reinforce the mind link with Helentine. A split second later, amid a deafening roar, half your field of vision is devoured by this strange, churning color. Abby! Helentine! Ah, here we go.
Wait. What is this place? Wait, Father! Commandant!
The Spellman family is done.
How did Port Podesta end up like this?
This is the bastard who destroyed everything!
Hey!
Is this what happened after I left?
Port Podesta needs rebirth, not your complaints. It's okay. You will understand when it is over. If I can undo everything.
Are those
Oh?
red time projections? But they seem different. Watch out!
Let's do that. Do 3 of these.
A burial just for you! A dirge! For death itself! Do you even... Father, we have to go after him, Commandant. Oh no. We need to rethink our route.
Up here!
Ho-ho. Ophelia used to have one too. Is it trying to tell us something?
I'll follow Hoo-Hoo.
It's a dead end.
You helping us out? Aww.
Hoo-Hoo is gone.
The Spellman family is no longer worth our investment.
Times have changed, Tavis. This research of yours is pointless.
Is there anything left in Port Podesta that's worth anything? Can you tell me?
Keep following him. What do I have to say?
You're asking me to give up? How can I let it go if this technology works? What this world needs is me. Me!
I see.
Watch out! They are coming back, Commandant. Ignorant lies! Father has been carrying all these years.
Go ahead and clink your worthless paddle, Sadness!
Where? What else is going on here?
We have to go after him, Commandant. My father
Come on,
is just
Tavis.
ahead, Commandant.
You haven't accomplished anything. You've been going in.
Not genius like Dominic or Arias.
The technology hasn't been progressing at all. Has this consciousness repairing technology been a mistake from the very beginning? Why can't I just work harder to find a solution?
His accusations. Father hasn't been able to let them go all this time.
Oh.
How long have you been in the lab? And you don't know the...
The punishing virus.
Hi.
What have you been doing all these years, Father?
I found it! I found the solution! There will be a miracle!
Uh-oh.
A burial just for you! A dirge! A death itself!
I don't think this is,
Ignorant lies! Your chapter is ending!
I think something's gone wrong here, Tavis.
The time for farewells has come. Oh!
What's going on here?
Caught up to you, Dominic Aureus.
Helentine brings her buzzsaw down. Phantom bursts apart in a strange blazing light. In the space of a blink, weightlessness sweeps through you, and the turbulent illusion releases you both back into the waking world. Watch out! The underground current swallows you both in a heartbeat, tumbling you through the dark. Jagged flakes of rusted metal slice shallow cuts across your arms and shoulders. Open fire! Your finger works the trigger without pause. Rounds cut through the rushing water, breaking apart phantoms the moment they rise. Helentine, careful! Grab on! Her hand closes in on your arm, and a spray of silk flies from her wrist, biting into the dark vault overhead. Together you ride out the torrent, suspended one behind another. Oh. Without warning, another massive projection bursts from the flashing light, dissolving the threads in an instant. The next moment, the world spins into freefall. Sound grows distant. The world trembles. The red figures in view dissolve into shapeless blurs of color. Countless blurs surge towards the two of you once more. Whoosh! A white light cuts through the crimson chaos. Whip strikes like a serpent, carving sharp, improbable angles through the air. It coils around the projection, lunging at you, constricting with the force of steel cables until they rupture into broken streams of liquid. Effie, Helentine! Far off, through your failing sight, a shape too bright to look at bolts towards you. And your body drops, caught in the light whip's foil. Darkness clouds your vision. Oh god, it's dire, isn't it? That unseen ripple radiating from the tidal hub's heart has passed over every corner of Port Podesta. Under the heavy rain, red phantoms rise from the streets and lanes, congealing into skin and flesh, into faces one after another, each one distinct. How is this possible? Beneath the phantom veil, Port Podesta begins to mend. The rust recedes. Still goes smooth again. Paint pushes through the worn primer and returns to the deep green it wore years ago. The torn and rutted asphalt seals itself. Stones settle back into the cracks. Tar softens and spreads. Decades of tracks and old blood dissolve into the rain, scrubbed clean. A red phone booth on the street corner, nothing but a rust-eaten from frame slumped against a utility pole, flickers back to life. Glass panes reassemble in the window frame. Paint creeps across the iron inch by inch. Then... Huh? Who's ringing? Hello? It's me. I'm back. The ringing of a homecoming long overdue echoes across all of Port Podesta. Buildings knit themselves whole. Streets redraw their lines. The whole network of roads rethreads. And bridges that collapsed decades ago push fresh girders from their wounds. Out of the mud, in that uncanny light, steps surface one by one. Buildings born in different decades rise together alive again. The city is steeped in trembling colors, rich with the glow and ache of the golden age. Beyond the rain, an era thought lost is stirring awake. Move it! Everyone back! Keep up! The Rick Funkles from the dead? I don't know, seems trustworthy to me. Down the Port District docks, and the raid has gone their way. Crassus and the workers have been stepped at a supply truck heading from the docks into the city. The truck lies toppled on its side. Workers rush to haul the cargo out. It's the holdup, Vic! Get moving! Amid the work, Crassus glances over. Vic and a handful of others are standing there, with the rain beating down on them. Boss, look! Vic turns to Crassus and points through the veil of rain. Uh-oh. Huh? Through the veil of rain, Crassus watches the old warehouse bleed back into bright, fresh color. The Dock Workers Club, torn down years ago, slowly pieces itself back together. Strange phantoms stand among it all. Oh god. Oh god. Bring Mom home. Vic stares, rooted to the spot. The crate slips from his grip and crashes to the ground. Hey Vic, what are you? Oh god. Crassus seizes him, but something fierce erupts in Vic's wiry frame. He breaks the grip and strides through the downpour towards the waiting old woman. No, don't go towards the red tide. Bad things happen if you do. Vic. He opens his mouth to shout Vic's name, but then more of them are moving. A tide of workers rushing toward the phantoms. Stop it! Bad! Do not go towards the phantoms. It's how the red tide gets you! On the docks, in the alleys, dead mothers, missing husbands, everyone lost in the Atlantic calamity. Across the long years, across the veil of rain, they have all come back. This is impossible. Crassus gazes at the silhouette holding each other, weeping in the same downpour. An emotion he cannot name rises in his chest. When he sees Vic wrapped in his mother's arms, he is certain this must be some absurd dream. Lifts a hand to slap himself awake. Suddenly, someone takes his hand. Don't, Crassus. The small photo frame he had picked up before slips from his grasp again, but this time Crassus does not rush to retrieve it. A gentle voice, long absent, sounds at his side. He turns, unable to believe what he's hearing. Lorene? We need to stop listening to the red tide, man. A shrill alarm splits the sky above the conservation area. Inside the command post at Constellia, humans of Grey Ribbon have been standing by. Lee, comm status? Still down. Ever since that atmospheric spike, everything from Port Podesta has gone dark. Commanded. Without hesitation, Lucia patches into the highest level of military comms. This is Grey Ribbon. We're registering simultaneous anomalies, punishing various concentration and atmospheric systems, both originating from Port Podesta. We request immediate deployment. Once Constellia's transport is prepped and we hit cruising altitude, we'll push straight for Port Podesta airspace. Janet, please stay safe. We're coming for you. Glad they're on it at least. Someone's out there keeping an eye on us. From the heights of the tidal hub, Tavis watches the city below, a place eroded by time. A few stray raindrops fleck the air. Dr. Tavis, this ain't everything you hoped for. At his side, Tavis takes in the changing cityscape. The city is reviving. The dead are coming back. All the miracles he spent a lifetime waiting for are happening now, right in front of him. Something's wrong. Seeing the shockwave from the Sephira hull at the Port Podesta's boundary, a look of confusion crosses Tavis' face. He opens his terminal and brings up a holographic display. The aerial view of the port is replaced by a stream of complex data. Real-time readings of the understanding Sephira. Translation rate, information throughput, coverage radius, projected diffusion speed. Lysis glances at Tavis, whose attention is entirely absorbed by the screen. Based on the earlier translation rates, this shouldn't be confined to Port Podesta. The shockwave should be spreading, reaching the mainland, pulling in data from every populated center in its path, and diffusing across the globe. This miracle was never meant for Port Podesta alone. All those who died in the Atlantic calamity, who fell to the punishing virus. They deserve to be brought back. All of them equally. Cross-referencing the previous experiment parameters against the current readings, Tavis finally pinpoints the issue. The countless dead, translated and extracted from the red tide by the Sephira, is fading at an accelerated rate. Coverage has stopped expanding, the diffusion rate is in steady decline. Yeah, I don't have enough people to sustain it anymore, right? I do really like how Tavis has noble intentions. Like, even if he's going about it the wrong way. I love characters like this, in case you can't tell. Why is the Sephira translation rate dropping? The Sephira is resisting me. Lythos cocks his head. His interest is drawn towards the tidal hub. He thinks back over the scattered clues he had uncovered across Port Podesta these past days. All of them seem to point towards a single possibility. Someone has interfered with the Sephira. What? No one else could have gotten too close to it. It's only us. The Ascension Network's reach is far greater than you realize, Doctor. There's another agent in Port Podesta. Perhaps I'll deal with him for you. Keep your focus on the plan, Doctor. I need to figure out what the Sephira is missing so the shockwave can resume its expansion. The problem is much simpler than that, Doctor. Lythos licks his fingers and steals a paper crane gliding into the shadows of the hub. If the waves can't reach the shore, want to bring the shore to the sea? Huh? Tilting my... Oh, it's my next phrase, Steph. Hang on. tilting my head.
Ophelia's been away on a business trip these past few days, which means most of the work she normally handles has fallen squarely onto my shoulders. When work piles up like this, my mood inevitably takes a hit. It's even worse when there's no one around to talk to. The frustration just sits there, building, meeting after meeting. The conference room lights glare down with that harsh white glow. Water glasses get refilled, pages keep turning, and somehow, it's always the same discussions, circling round and round. And the people at these meetings, I still can't put names to their faces. The strange thing is, they all seem to know me, so I just play along. Nod at the right moments, flip through documents, offer a remark that sounds halfway intelligent, all while pretending I have any idea what's going on.
No,
I don't
Helentine.
even get it. Half the time, I don't even know what I'm saying myself. The meetings always drag on until evening. Only when night falls do I finally get a chance to tackle the paperwork that's been accumulating all day, without the faint music that usually drifts from Ophelia's room. The entire house feels unnaturally quiet.
Oh.
Sometimes I'll be sitting at my desk, working through documents, and I'll catch myself pausing, instinctively listening for that sound that should be coming down the hall. Things just don't feel right without it, and I can't seem to get used to it. Eventually, I dug out some old vinyl records and put on a few songs. I have no idea what any of them are about, but at least it settles my nerves a little.
Oh.
Also, the macarons in the fridge have been disappearing at an alarming rate while Ophelia's been gone.
Nobody to refill them.
Maybe I've just been stress eating. Or maybe it's because Ophelia isn't here to restock them anymore.
Yeah.
She bought a full 6 boxes before she left. Now there are only 2 left. And I'm actually starting to wonder if I should ration them. As for our father, the same as always. Barely home. With him and Ophelia both away, I've at least saved myself the trouble of cooking and washing dishes. One perk of this construct body. No need to bother with all those tedious human routines. Convenient, really. Things should feel easier now. But for some reason, I just feel kind of lonely. Restless, even. Makes me want to find something, anything to keep myself busy. Late at night, with the house entirely to myself, I finally had time to poke through every corner of my room. My room isn't very big, and to anyone else it probably looks perfectly tidy. But that's a big lie.
My
Open
room
any of the
is my
cabinets,
room.
and you'll find absolute chaos inside. Data cables with all manner of connectors, hopelessly tangled with silk hair ties. Photos from an old film camera scattered across the shelves. There's also a single earring in my drawer. I have no idea how it got there. Just the one. I've looked everywhere for its match, but it's long gone.
Who could that remind you of?
Right. The photos. Most of them are from my volunteer work at FOS. Standard documentation shots. Me standing basically the same way in every single one. I'm not sure why I even kept them. I had short hair back then, so I wouldn't have needed hair ties myself. Those tangled ones in the cabinet were probably meant for Ophelia. The few remaining photos, though, are personal. Birthday celebration at a cafe. Adelaide and me accepting our awards at the simulation competition. Dozens of graduation day group shots. Some of them have curled edges now, worn and a little rough at the corners. Maybe from being viewed too often back then. Or maybe they've just been shoved in there for too long. A loyalty card from a drink shop near FOS. All slots stamped, but never turned in for the reward. A little pack of tissues from whenever that was. Helentine was never good at keeping things organized. That's one habit I'd rather not pick up from her. Better to keep things tidy at home. But then, Looking at those old photos of Adelaide from our student days, it struck me, on a boring night like this, I could just talk to her.
Yeah.
So I reached for my terminal.
Adelaide. There was a second of silence on the other side of the terminal, followed by the sound of pages turning. Helentine? Or Helentine? I keep saying Helentine, I don't know why. What is it? Ophelia's away on business and Father's not home. Just wanted to talk with a friend tonight. Was it too much to ask? The words nearly left her lips but swallowed them back. The sounds of pages turning across the line told her Adelaide had other things to attend to. Who were old Helentine? What would she have said to Adelaide? I'm here. The voice on the other end gently pulled her back from her memories. I'm sorting through some FOS materials at the moment. So you're going? I'm still thinking. Probably yes. I see. How's your injury? Long enough to handle paperwork, which is good enough. She paused. Helentine? The voice on the other end of the terminal hesitated for a few seconds without responding. I was at the hospital the other day. I saw Ophelia. Ophelia? She was in a hurry. Didn't stop to talk. She didn't look well. That can't be. She said she was out of town in construction talks. On the other end of the line, rustling of papers grew slower. And she didn't want you to know. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow. I want to see her. The sound of turning pages slowed, each one taking longer than the last, until finally there was only silence. Helio? It might rain tomorrow. Take an umbrella. And be careful on the way. Perhaps she had premonition. Looking back, she had been usually insistent that day, offering more words of caution than usual. But that was something Helentine would only come to realize much, much later. Medical center early morning. How long did the double vision last? About 2 hours. A thin, strained smile crossed Ophelia's face. Tavis paged the examination report, his eyes settling on the spikes that shouldn't have been there. Move the interface down 3 vertebrae from C7. Tranquilizer gradient of 0.7 expresses too deep. We switched to a tier protocol instead. His fingertips drummed rapidly against the desk. Unconscious and restless, he was no longer looking at Ophelia. Father. Time. How much time do I have? Father. Travis raised his head in daze, his eyes studded with red. Once his typically neat hair was a mess. He didn't sleep again last night. Ophelia, I'll find a way. Having her was never just your decision. We made it together. Travis gave no answer. He simply gazed at his daughter, his face empty. His desk had grown crowded over the last few days, papers stacked high in every blank space with his frantic handwriting. He had been hunting for something he could believe in, some solution he could rely on, but he turned every page, read every study, and still found no way to reassure himself. We leave it in this proxy calculation device. How long do I have? The unit's activity is climbing too fast. 2 months, or even less, and there's nothing to hesitate over. I've watched you my whole life, and seen your every step and every breakthrough. I know what you're capable of. I trust you. It's a lot of pressure to put on him, you know? Travis hesitated, his lips parting, then pressing shut. He understood that saying yes meant binding himself to a promise. And the last thing he ever wanted to do was make a promise he might not be able to keep. Is there anything you want to tell me, Ophelia? Anything at all? I don't regret this. Not one bit. I want Helentine to live. A long, healthy life. Travis fell silent at his daughter's smile. I want the same for you, Ophelia. Kindness seized his throat. All his life, he had offered conclusions where feelings should have been, plans where others might have pleaded. Standing here now, he realized how pitifully few words he truly had. Go get ready. I'll be with you soon. Ophelia closed the door behind her. Travis stared blankly at the photograph on his desk. It was taken the day his 2 daughters graduated from FOS Despite how busy he was with work, he had still made time to be there. In the photo, his 2 daughters wore their FOS military uniforms. Their faces still young and bright with smiles as they stood beside him. In the Golden Age, he believed with absolute certainty that humanity's triumphs would one day overcome the uncertainty, every unknown. And yet, here he was. Arius. It was humanity you came to save. Was it include the ones who died this time? Does it include my daughter? Do they have a place in your grand vision? This door is too narrow, Arius. Tavis placed the photograph face down on his desk. Private operating room. Commencing removal of the proxy calculation unit. Scalpel. The instrument was placed in his hand, cold and silver. Above the surgical lamp burned with a white intensity that erased all shadows and warmth. The monitor kept its beat, almost cruelly steady. Inside Ophelia's abdomen, the auxiliary processor lay embedded, the unit that linked to the understanding Sephira. And down the length of her back, a spine of iron had been set, bolted from the 7th vertebrae downward. Each segment was pinned with rust-colored rivets down, deep between bone and flesh. Autosign stable. Set for activity within threshold. Completing incision. Neural mapping synchronized. For slave separation. The tip of the scalpel met its mark. The cut was steady, deliberate. No faltering in the hand that guided it. On the monitor, the parameters wavered briefly before steadying once more. Fluctuations is normal. Set for activity rising slightly. Pushing tranquilizer. Have the energy suppressor ready. Tavis's throat moved as he swallowed quietly. Super activity continued to rise. Push another dose. Preparing for unit separation. Still climbing. Continue. Activity still rising. Pushing safety threshold. We should stop, Dr. Tavis. As he hesitated, the monitor panel blazed to life with urgent red pulses. Dr. Tavis! The energy is backflowing! Cut the connection now! In an instant, food erupted from the Sephira, devouring everything in sight. I'm Helentine Spellman. Is there a patient in Ophelia here? I'm her family. Ophelia? Let me check. Oh god. From the corridor's end burst a torrent of blazing blue, rushing forward like a wave. Came with a howl. A beam of uncanny light shot through the building, rippling outward in rings that followed every color in their path. Uh-oh. Everyone. Not just security, the whole damn factory. What about the shipment? I'm still not healed up. Boss, over there. Shouts broke loose across the docks. Cassis seized the terminal and moved to the window. A column of azure light was climbing into the sky. In the direction of the city, fragments of buildings swept around the beam like fallen leaves, churning and spreading like a gathering storm. The hell is that? Did the fucking dam blow again? Sirens wailed over the city. High over the streets, Crassus watched as convoy after convoy of military and police vehicles surged into the highway, speeding towards the unfolding chaos. He swept his eyes across the scene, and after a brief pause, he reached for his terminal. How many people you need from the docks? After the disaster's core, under the beam's blue glow, motion simply stopped. The living was suppressed in an instant that stretched towards eternity. Then came the cracks slashing across the hospital walls. Around the frozen crowd, the blue light began crystallizing one bubble after another. It gleamed with strange colors. Inside each one, another world flickered, dissolving and reforming in endless succession. They collided together in spiral, these iridescent bubbles, spinning into a labyrinth of fractured, overlapping realities. What? How did I... She stretched her fingers wide. The numbness of surgery was gone, as if it had never been. From the shimmering bubbles, the winds of blue light unfurled and spiraled around her in a slow, ghostly dance. A sinister voice called out to her. Eat them. It's all yours. This is your feast. She caught Ophelia's wrist and laced their fingertips together, then stretched her hand into the drifting light. Huh. Something unraveled inside her. Her mind scattered into 1,000 threads, each one finer than thought, weaving outward along hidden veins in all directions. And then came darkness, and an absolute, unbroken silence. Where am I? To make you understand yourself, you must return to where Shadow was first born. The lights came on, and within the sound of a man weeping, his cries filling the room. Ophelia could still recall her mother's hollow features, lying there in the hospital bed. Tavis, come closer. Helentine, Ophelia, you too, come here. Ophelia hid behind her sister, too afraid to step forward. She had a bad feeling about it all. She only felt the coldness of the lights. Her mother reached out a hand, and it was cold too. Stella, how can this be? Tavis, please do something for me. Teach them how to love someone. Teach them how to say goodbye to the ones they love. Never learned it myself, neither have you. But they will need to learn it someday. Last, a feeling brought her little cheek to rest against her mother's hand. She was too young to know what death was. She couldn't understand why the room was full of tears. She just felt that when her mother was sick and everyone was crying, this must be the right thing to do. Never seen father like this. So broken. It was the first time and the last. The helplessness planted itself inside him, like a seed taking root in the dampest corner of his heart. On the night of Ophelia's 6th birthday, her mother was diagnosed with diffuse midline glioma? The doctor told her father the tumor had already spread through her entire spinal cord. By then, the surgery was too late. He believed none of this had to happen, if only he had paid closer attention to what was right in front of him. So he threw away his scientific ideals and sank himself into the swamp of practical work. But unfortunately, mistakes and regrets had a way of finding him. They followed him everywhere. Have you ever realized it? Somewhere along the way, you became his tool to settle all debts. That's not true. He's just trying to do better. That's what Mother asked of him. Is that so? With a mocking sneer, the shadow gave a snap of her fingers. Oh.
Good morning, everyone.
There it is!
I hope your stream is going well.
It is! Thank you so much for becoming a girl. Hope you're doing well. Hope you slept very well as well. I'm like... Oh, what's the word? I was gonna say I'm like 5 hours in now. It's been a long stream, but I'm really enjoying the story I'm reading so far. Afternoon sunlight fell in long angled shafts from the tall windows, settling over the heavy bookcases in the dark wooden desk. Papers were spread across it, anchored by a fountain pen. Tavis's glasses sat nearby, just taken off. Before the desk, a girl stood small and still, her eyes already reddening. You're great this time. It's still a B, Ophelia. B isn't good enough. You know the standard I held you to? Tavis laid the report card flat. His tone never rose, yet it wounded more than any harsh word could have. It's not that you aren't capable. During the derivation of the final problem, you stopped at the 4th step. You always fall just short of the mark. You've seen your sister's grades yourself. Ophelia's fingers twisted into the fabric of her sleeve. Father, I think... Helentine reached for behind and wrapped her fingers softly around her sister's shaking hand. What does my sister have to do with this? If she can do it, I have to be exactly like her. I've told you this many times, Ophelia. The Spellman family's motto is vision beyond all. Duty above all. For centuries, it was a matter of blood. Now it stands as something greater. A reminder that we are meant to go further than the rest. The Atlanticized monument is carved within the names of its designers, its overseers, and those who gave their lives for it. Trade routes are named for pioneers. Theorems carry names of the discoverers. Cities remember the people who shaped them. I don't want either of you to standing in the shadow of the age, watching greatness from the sidelines. What's wrong with being ordinary? You bear the name Spellman. I expect you to rise above that, to stand higher than the rest. This is also what your mother wanted before she... Not the one remember Helentine's name! Just remember hers and leave me alone for the rest of my life. She tore her hand from Helentine's grip and fled the study. The door slammed shut with a heavy, resonant thud. Then everything went quiet. Only the clock on the wall kept on, unhurried, as if nothing had happened at all. Father? He let out a soft sigh. Let her go. Stella's daughter would never be this fragile. The room dimmed, the lights receding into a low gloom. In the center, the shadow and her master stood together again. So this is your entire life story, as the shadow of your mother and sister. And here's the thing. No one can sympathize with someone who's ordinary, someone who runs away. That's what you are, what you are at home, right? What exactly do you want from me? You and Helentine both owe your lives to a piece of technology called the Understanding Sephira. Funny thing is, that same thing caused the Atlantic Calamity. The proxy calculation device inside you is linking to it now. And your father is ignoring every risk and trying to forcibly remove it. As a result, a small accident is happening in Port Podesta right now. You don't know what a Sephira is, but putting that aside, are you saying my surgery is going to destroy Port Podesta? Hardly. The device inside you is just a pale copy. At most it'll cost cost those people their lives. With a wave of her hand, the window filled with the image of the ruined medical center. Bodies drifted among the debris, held aloft by tendrils of blue foam that reached out like umbilical cords, wrapping tight around their limbs. The device is inside us. Let the accident run its course, and you'll have the happiness you've always longed for. Spare me the theatrics. I don't need anyone to hand me my happiness. Ophelia reached towards the shadow, but the space beneath her feet warped and stretched like a kaleidoscope. You people should understand me. Just look. The past rippled outward, like water disturbed by a stone, its waves reaching into every stilled future. Out of infinite moments, infinite decisions, infinite versions of herself were born. Each one moved forward, unshaken, walking the path her convictions had laid. She had once dreamed of becoming someone as reliable as her father. Professor Ophelia, she was at the podium delivering her latest findings in the mind. Students below watched her intently, their eyes full of passion. Just as she once did in her youth, admiring, thinking, questioning. She listened attentively to the young seekers of knowledge, just as her father once did. She had once wanted to say FOS. When applying nanomaterials to vacuum insulation panels, you must consider fresh slices before were full of dreams for the future, just as she and her sister had been. Isn't this what you wanted? No! Whoever I might have become, I would never let you do this. Is that really true? Her fingers nearly touched that other version of herself when countless shadows came rushing at her like a black tide. They tore at her shape and drove her backward. Where is everyone? Dad. Helentine. The wandering shadows seized her. Please, just answer me. No. Shadows from the sea of blood seized her. I could save Cassie back then and talked you out of it. But things be different now. Shadow of reality seized her. Like brambles of light, the blue tendrils wrapped around her, rippling into skin and muscle with searing, unbearable pain. Your mind's a mess anyway. Might as well give it to me. Get away! Get away from me! She thrashed her arm, but the thorns of light carved away a strip of flesh. Before she could recover, 2 more blue tendrils swept in and lashed her down harder. At least, I'd be more honest about who I am. The blue tendrils kept coming, winding tighter and tighter. Ophelia gasped for air as her sight dimmed at the edges. Then, through a sliver of vanishing light, she saw another figure, thrashing and straining just like her, throwing herself towards with everything she had. Ophelia! Time stood still. The construct she knew well shattered through every barrier in its path and stretched a hand toward her, down where she was sinking into the deep. Ophelia! Ophelia? Pass is ready. If you don't come down soon, it's gonna get all clumpy. She went to Ophelia's room first and knocked on the door. I'm coming in? Only silence met her at the door. She stepped inside. The bed was made with care, the curtains drawn halfway. On the desk lay an open workbook and a pen someone had forgotten to cap. Ophelia was not there. She tried the terrace, only to find empty as well. Ophelia? Dinner's ready. Dad already left. She checked the little reception room at the end of the second floor. It was also empty. The piano room door was slightly open. She nosed it wider and looked in. A sheet draped the piano. The chairs sat in its tidy vacant rows. No sign of her. At last she came to the storage room and paused. The door was not quite closed. Just a thin crack of darkness showing through. Helentine needs to open. The smell of damp wood and old cardboard rose to meet her. The storage room was crowded with forgotten things. Rest boxes, discarded decorations, odds and ends left to gather dust. Light fell from a high window, catching the slow drift of dust motes in the air. Behind the pile of boxes, just as she suspected, was Ophelia. She had made herself very small. Her head was buried in her arms, and her shoulders shook in uneven, silent waves. Red ribbon in her hair had split halfway loose, hanging beside her neck and like a dying flame. Her body shuddered with each breath. In the stillness, every sniffle echoed clearly. Ophelia! What? Dinner. Go eat by yourself. I'm not hungry. When she looked up, her eyes were swollen and red. her voice too thick with tears to hide. Pasta's already done. Now you've even taken over the cooking around here. It's not like that. Pasta's the only thing I know how to make. And if you leave it too long, it gets all clumpy. And just throw it out. She hid her face in her arms again. When she spoke, the words were thick and prickly, as if she were determined to sound ungrateful. Slowly, Helentine lowered herself to a crouch before her. If I hadn't come looking for you, would you have stayed here all day? Why do you care? It's not like anyone cares about me anyway. I do. I feel worried. What's there to worry about? You don't even know what I'm feeling. You're perfect at everything. Just go eat by yourself. Go talk to Dad about your perfect grades by yourself. Hello, Alice. You're my favorite pal. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? I'm not as great as you think I am. You always say that. Thea looked up. Her tears came faster now. Why are you so good at everything? Why am I always just a little bit behind? I've been working really hard too. Why does everyone always compare me to you? Do you have any idea how much I hate that? This is as far as I can go. What am I supposed to do? Ophelia, I thought if I took on more, you wouldn't have to carry so much. If you do everything for me, then what's left? You took it all. I'm the only one with nothing left. You can handle everything just fine on your own. It's not what you think, Ophelia. Like things with Dad and things around the house. I figured you wouldn't enjoy all that boring stuff, so I wanted to handle more of it. It's really the only thing I'm good at. All I can do is try to get things done as well as I can, and not cause any more trouble. Then Ophelia's sobs went on, filling the quiet room. But the more I tried to help, the worse you seemed to feel. I don't really understand why. Honestly, I don't like dealing with all this stuff either. You're lying. Stop crying, okay? Here, take a tissue. Wipe your eyes. Helentine handed her the tissue. I don't like how Dad's been either. I don't like everything that's going on at home. I'm not good at everything. Your cooking's way better than mine, for one. What Dad thinks is good or bad, it doesn't really mean anything. There's so many other people in the world beside him. Dad always praises you. Other people can praise you too. The kids in our class will love the snacks you make, don't they? There are tens of thousands of people in this world. You have to believe someone out there will appreciate you. Like you, understand you, respect you, and want to spend their life with you. But where are they? I'm one of them, and I'm right here with you. Helentine? Helentine reached out and softly dried the tears from her sister's cheek. You don't need everyone's approval. You just need to be yourself. Keep trying to prove myself, trying to show everyone, show Dad that I'm worth something. But I can never seem to find my way. Then let's make a promise. A promise? Yeah. We promise that no matter where you go, Ophelia, I will find you. I will keep you safe. I don't want you to just sing by my side. You're so talented. You should be out there protecting everyone. Alright then, I'll protect you, Ophelia. And everyone else too. Is that our promise? Yeah, that's our promise. Wonder how that went. Oof. Hey, it's pizza day. It is pizza day, yes. I've just reminded myself my corn pizza. So no more tears, okay? Ophelia understood this was the vow Helentine would carry with her to the very end. Of course I do. I made a promise, didn't I? So to protect all of you. Sorry, Ophelia. There are still people who need me. It's something I have to do. Ophelia! Oh, what a pain. To the dim blue void, Helentine could barely move. Thin strands pulled at her from every direction, and chunks of wreckage hammered against her, draining what little strength she had left. If I destroy that device, I can save everyone, right? With a violent surge, she tore loose from the bindings and seized the scalpel off the table. Open your eyes and watch. What I want was never some weepy little trip down memory lane. What are you doing? Stop it! I've never wanted anything to be better than the person I was before. Not of Ophelia. The scalpel bit deep, parting flesh. When the wounds spilled not blood but shimmering iridescent light.
Sister. You're really bad at comforting people.
I know. But there are thousands of people living in this world. There has to be someone out there who will accept and love you. So, Ophelia, try to care a little more about the people who love you, okay?
Okay.
Oh,
be like you and not trouble anyone. One day, I'll be able to do everything as well as you, sister.
No. Maybe I'll even do some things better than you. Like death.
What?
I tricked you, didn't I, sister? If this anomaly keeps going, it'll only get worse. If my death could really bring about something in the end, perhaps then I could finally forgive myself for accomplishing nothing in this life.
No!
Wait.
You may have forgotten much, but there has to be someone in this world who will love you. There has to be.
No. Ophelia. No!
I'm not crying. I'm not crying, you're crying. God. As the procedure advanced, the Zephyr energy bled outward, then quiet as Ophelia's consciousness slipped away. Whether the disturbance itself had been weak, or the suppressor had simply functioned as intended, the outcome was the same. No large-scale catastrophe followed. Parts of the medical center were compromised, but the damage was nothing like what had been seen at the Atlantic Calamity. The entire event lasted 16 minutes. Its radius stretched 10 kilometers from the medical center. Those within the radius recalled it only as a dream. A strange one that made it impossible to describe with any clarity. But time had unraveled entirely for the young woman bound to the understanding Sephira. She saw herself. Countless versions of herself. Each standing at a crossroads of fate. One fought shoulder to shoulder with Adelaide. Another walked forward beside a commandant she knew well. Another fell with the world, swallowed by its ruin. Playable Ophelia when, quote, talk sorry? No, trust. Playable Ophelia, trust. Just trust. In every world, deep despair found her. And in every life, she refused to stop. Perhaps all of her selected selves understood the same truth. The world could not be saved by one or two hands alone. But she still believed every person had something irreplaceable to give. She and her sister had always shared this conviction. Out of infinite chances, the actions born from that shared conviction became the only inevitability she could grasp. Ophelia searched the futures, and in every one, red consumed the horizon, devouring all that might have been. Fate's threads wove themselves into a vast, sorrowful music. Ophelia could only listen and sigh. She watched herself die in 1,000 different ways, and with her sister, her father, every friend, every love, every face she'd ever known ever crossed every life. In every story, each version of her had tried to gather what little hope remained and bent it into a thin blade of light, pressing it against the dark. The red tide thickened into blood and spun itself into a crimson cobweb. She hesitated. Could she even peer into the future? Everyone was certain every action became meaningless. If the future were only randomness, then action and the consequence had no meaning either. In the end, humans were creatures who acted on conviction alone. Ophelia decided to step into her world once more. What kind of ending awaited it? A future would have unfolded for those she loved once she was no longer there. Even if it ended in ruin, she wanted to see that end with her own eyes. Gently, she slipped free of the knotted threads and drew aside the last veil that hid her world from view. She saw her sister's future. Ophelia was, done so dirty, man. She was on a battlefield. She was thinking. She was standing before the corpse of the universe. She saw her father. He's in Port Podesta, in pain, in sorrow, in the dead of night. She saw Port Podesta. It was bleak, silent, and decrepit. At the end of every thread, an aimless red thing lay coiled, waiting. It pulled her mind into the deep. A hand A hand woven from crimson nerve fibers and heterocrystal clusters reached out from the red tide and gently rested atop her head. Then everything began collapsing. The bizarre and flickering visions drew inward, spiraling toward a single point. The whale named Port Podesta, the sycamore tree FOS, her sister's silhouette, her father's reports. All of it was pulled inward, crushed together, and fused.
Who the hell is chopping onions in here?
I don't know, man, it's not me, but I'm crying anyway! Thank you so much for coming here, I really appreciate it. Thank you! Until it hardened into something small and strange. Something she did not recognize. Sephira. And beside it stood a construct who was familiar as a heartbeat, but they had never once met. Lucia, are you here to take my misery? You've already seen how this ends for you, haven't you? I have, but I think it's a good ending. Even knowing you'll face death and endure the long wait, I saw it far in the future we'll meet again. In some new way. But we will. With my sister. With you. With that Grey Raven commanded. It'll take time, whether it's inside my sister's consciousness or inside the Sephira. Every ending comes at a cost. I know. Let me bear my own. Let me carry some for you, Lucia. That's all I can do. I'll wait for that day inside her consciousness. And when it comes, let's sit down and really talk. In that future we both want. You, tree. Every world, choose. Ophelia took in every word. It was an invitation, an inquiry, and also a soft, distant sympathy that seemed to travel across impossible distances to reach her. Ophelia's eyes lit up for a moment. Thank you for coming to tell me this, Lucia. Ophelia looked back. Countless versions of herself smiled, even in death, gazing upon the multitude of stars as if the truth of all things were written at the very edge of the universe. One after another they fell, and with each fall they laid down a road into the unknown. 1,000 choices flashed through her mind. The answer had already formed inside her long ago. She knew her decision. The same decision every version of her in every world would make. I'll see you again in the near future, Lucia. She gave Alpha a nod, and she turned her back on the way she came and began to walk. Through the rain of Port Podesta, across the Grand FOS, past the figure of her father, beyond the skull of the whale, the world's weight did not burden her steps. That weight would be borne aloft by the rising song of every living soul. She made her choice. The door creaked open, joining the chorus of fate. In that endless music, Ophelia believed her life could change something. Just like her sister, this was her only chance. If at the end of her life she could change something for herself, her life, for the world, the universe, even if it was a gear turning one notch forward. Even if time erased our name from memory, even if the rain fell again tomorrow, I have to go now, Lucia. You're gonna say goodbye? Yeah, a proper one this time. Once again, the words her mother had spoken long ago returned to Ophelia. Teach them how to say goodbye to the ones they love. The door closed softly. And the light trapped in the prism, and the world's... hiccup again, 1 second. No, I'm good. It's from fine as silk. And they began to gather now, all at once. I'm gonna tell you what pizza I have, so you can invite you to eat it. I have corn pizza. Cheese and corn pizza. Every vision streamed toward a single point, like innumerable rivers surrounding to the same vast sea. The young woman chose to take up the weight of the future. What might have been, she entrusted to the living, though her name would be soon lost to wrath and memory. Her goodbye, she pressed into that single moment, though her future would carry no trace of her voice. Her regrets she let fall behind her, though the world of understanding would never understand her. And then she walked forward through the door. To end the disturbance of understanding, to guard the future she still believed in. She surrendered her consciousness to the Sephira. She chose death and goodbye. Oh god. Okay. Look at the pages, man.
Ophelia is gone. And it feels like all the good things in the world went with her. Not long after that, a virus called the Punishing Virus suddenly broke out. Communications went down first. The transoceanic lines, then the intercontinental ones. Just like that, Port Podesta became an island unto itself. I remember sitting in the evacuation transport as it pulled away from our house. Father was sitting beside me, his hands clenched on his knees, saying nothing at all. At the time, I didn't know what he wanted to go back for. I only found out later that it was Ophelia's things, her old records, the fresh flowers she kept on her desk, those boxes of macarons she'd given me, still sitting in the refrigerator. But that night, the Punishing Virus didn't allow anyone to take anything with them. The world government sent rescue teams.
God, the CG gets me paid.
We evacuated to a shelter outside the city. 3,000 people packed into a space meant for far fewer. The registration forms only covered 2,000. People held their children. Others carried the wounded. Some just sat on the ground, staring at nothing. I don't think they could comprehend how everything had collapsed in a single night. None of us expected that winter to last so long. The food rations shrank day by day. Amidst the hunger and the cold, people kept dying. What I found hard to understand was how people still tried to burden their already fragile lives with something more. There was a young man, terminally ill. He gave all his ration tickets to his mother. With his last 2, he traded for a pack of cigarettes, smoked them by the door, and then walked out into the snow. The signal tower around the shelter had long since failed. Still, every day, a man in coveralls went out to repair them. "What if there's a signal?" he'd say, heading off as calmly as if he were simply going to work. On the 10th day, he didn't come back. An old woman waited outside every day for her husband, the one who never showed up. A mother used the last scraps of fabric she had to knit clothes for her child, not yet born. And there was a little girl who kept secretly saving half her meal tickets. Even as her body grew thinner, she refused to trade them for more food.
Aww.
I'm saving them for my sister.
Oh.
She'll come find me.
Oh.
It was because of Captain Mira that I made up my mind. She fought her way here all the way from the European continent. With her rescue team and the countless scars they carry, she threw herself into Port Podesta's relief efforts without a moment's hesitation. The Spellman evacuation convoy only made it out safely because she protected us. Her own home was in City 015. Her family remains there forever, buried in a city that fell before ours. I asked her once, why would rescue teams who still have homes of their own reach out to help her face? And her bitter smile.
That's hang on.
She said they knew their loved ones were never coming back.
Let's just I'm not even gonna like acknowledge trolls, man. Just not.
But there are people here in Port Podesta who still have a chance. If humans don't reach out to each other in times like this, then there really will be nothing left. I submitted my application to the rescue team that night. The rescue team didn't belong to Port Podesta.
Don't give it any thought. Don't acknowledge trolls. Nothing happened. Don't give reaction.
They were part of a hastily assembled auxiliary organization under the world government. They didn't have an official designation. Their supplies came almost entirely from outside aid, donated by whoever was willing. But they kept going, They used whatever strength they had left to pull survivors from death's door. They defended the water pipeline, the lifeline nearly everyone depended on. They also defended the port's signal tower. For years to come, it would be the only one capable of sending signals to the outside world. Every person still alive in Port Podesta during those days owed them their life. No one would admit it, but that's just how it was.
Man.
Thinking of how desperately Father wanted Ophelia's things back, I returned to the Spellman estate during one mission.
I just thought of something stupid. Sorry. Okay, to ignore my own advice for a second, if you donate something really stupid and you get banned for donating something really stupid, it's your money you've just wasted. I'm gonna put that towards merch. I'm just saying.
I sorted through the old records she always listened to before bed.
Putting that towards the
flowers
you know, I'm not
still
gonna
sitting on her desk.
I'll stop acknowledging.
Those
Sorry.
last few boxes of macarons she'd left for me in the refrigerator that afternoon.
If you want to be an idiot, that's your call.
It almost felt like she was still there. Like everything could go back to the way it was before.
Okay, now no more dodging.
On the way back, I found the older sister that little girl had been waiting for. She was in a collapsed section of the city. I remember thinking, perfect. I still have the macarons with me. She can share them with her little sister, just like Ophelia and I used to. I had such naive thoughts then. When I finally cleared away all the rubble, I found she had already died from blood loss.
Man.
More and more of us were sent out on rescue missions, but fewer and fewer made it back. As one of the rare constructs at the time, I was always the one who survived. The lucky one. I began to lose track. Who died first? Who died later? Who died because I couldn't hold on tight enough? Who died because I wasn't there? Mira died on the 37th day. That day, the mission was to rescue a worker's family trapped in a house in the Port District. The roof collapsed when she went in.
God,
In her
man.
final moments, she was still murmuring something. Don't let another mother lose her child. That night, I picked up Mira's radio. The captain's radio. The rescue team members all accepted it without a word. I think they believed the same thing, that only a construct like me could last until the end. That only I could carry the curse that belonged only to the living. I've long lost count of the days.
I was gonna say, man. God.
It was a cold, wet night when Father returned to Port Podesta with the CPF filter element. I didn't know where he got it, but Port Podesta's defense could finally be rebuilt around that filter element. That much I understood at the time. Later, I found out that during those days, Father had met with many people. People he'd refused to see before. Like the dirty Corono he despised when he was young.
This is like Grave of the Fireflies stories.
With no loyalty.
What's
to
that?
anyone.
I've not heard of that before. Thank you for becoming here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. I should look that up. PGR writers, right? Like someone took everything from them. Yeah.
He traded
I
the
wouldn't even
Spellman
say
shipping
this.
charts
It's
for
just
medicine.
really depressing.
He
Oh god.
exchanged his most precious research assets for intelligence on supply routes. And then, through means I still don't fully know, he acquired what was needed. I couldn't stop him. I had no right to stop him. Not then. Not when I had no grounds to prevent anything that might keep people alive. Night after night, he stayed in the command center, always calculating the same thing, how long Port Podesta's resources would last.
Huh. Oh, it's a movie. I see.
To keep Port Podesta alive, he became someone else. Someone a little mad, I think. Someone willing to use anything necessary. I only realized it much later. After so many failures and so many losses, the TEC finally established its defense lines. Supplies have to be controlled. Food has to be rationed. Everything has changed. Port Podesta now stands on a foundation of mourning. Everyone is lost. No one knows which way to turn. No one can say where the future leads.
I would drink Golden Rain
We
from
just
Sydney
cling to the
Sweeney.
remnants of the Golden Age, scraping by on borrowed time.
It's just face in my hands. Cool. I'm glad you shared that with the class.
Please go watch it while you're eating pizza later.
Thank you, Mr. Forgiving. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you know, wait, I'll see if I can find where to watch it. I don't know if it's very sad. I probably wouldn't watch it with them eating pizza. I don't want my pizza to get like salty. But thank you for the recommendation. I will.
But life goes on.
Save that actually. Let me make a note of it.
Somehow, it does. Sometimes I
Copy and
open the
pasting.
fridge without thinking, and I find that the macarons stored inside are all gone. Not
I'm
a
saving
single
this.
one left.
Hang on. I'm so sorry, Helentine. There we go. Made note of it. Oh god, man.
I can't help it. I just feel hollow.
I was gonna say get her a therapist, and then I read that's how this chapter opens.
As the Spellman family's representative, I've been helping Father manage Port Podesta's post-disaster reconstruction.
Oh. Huh?
There's no end
There we
to
go.
the
Sorry,
work.
I was pressing nice. It wasn't doing anything.
Rebuilding structures, food rationing, utilities management. Commerce has been disrupted, facilities abandoned, and even the most basic water purification has become a problem. Port Podesta's resource reserves weren't abundant to begin with. Whether building materials or food supplies, nearly everything has to be rationed now. With Ophelia gone, there's no music in the evenings anymore. I've never gotten used to the silence. So I turn on the radio while I work. Day after day, the broadcasts carry nothing but reports of humanity's defeats. All over the world, the same story. That's when I began to seriously consider my plans for the future. If it were the old Helentine, faced with a world like this, what would she do?
Oh god. I used to believe that after everything we'd been through, life would finally start getting better. It didn't take long for that hope to fall apart. The orders began pouring out of Father's office, one after another without pause. Outbound vessels, approval required, relief supplies impounded, medical fleet standby. After the punishing virus outbreak, Port Podesta became one of the few ports in the CFC that could still function. Ships rushed in from all over. Passing through Port Podesta, they were meant to head for the front lines deep in the TEC, but Father held them all at the docks. At first, to sense something was wrong were a few of the old dispatchers at the port. This Helentine? This is the fourth one this week. The White Gull filed for departure 3 days ago. She only stopped at Port Podesta to refuel and resupply, but she hasn't been cleared. What's the reason? Contraband? No. The release supplies have now been classified as pending review. Have already been moved to our warehouses. He slid the list across the table toward me. The edges of paper were worn soft from being turned over too many times. I looked at what was written there. weapons, emergency rations, bandages, painkillers. These were things meant to save people's lives. I'll find out what's going on. The next day during the handover, Father was still sitting at the other end of the table. That's the list across to him. Father, none of these ships were bound for Port Podesta. Father raised his weary eyes a little. He did not speak. They're carrying relief to other cities across the Atlantic. People are still waiting for rescue out there. If these ships are even a day late, I know perfectly well. Then why? He raised his head. His eyes were weary, but there was no trace of yielding in them. Our industrial production is offline. Port Podesta's medical supplies will run dry in 3 weeks. Construction materials, current consumption, will last 2 months at most. And I haven't even mentioned food. Right now, every person in Port Podesta is on 1,500 calories a day. You understand where this is heading? He tapped the list with his finger. These ships pass through Port Podesta. We have the authority to inspect, audit, and requisition. It's too depressing. That's PTR, put the punishing in.
I need Futanari, Mom.
I was sniped instantly. Sorry, any VOD watchers, that message disappeared as quickly as I saw it. That was sniped fast. I don't know, you know, I'm not even gonna say. It's always been the rule. But none of this belongs to Port Podesta. They're meant to save other people's lives. Rescue teams are depending on them. How can you justify this? Our own production will be back online soon. Where are those other people? Drowning in punishing virus. Buried in rubble we will never lay eyes on. People are dying everywhere, Helentine. Morality is a luxury we don't have in wartime. They need Port Podesta, not the other way around. I understand where the leverage lies. Perhaps let's all decide. Rather than watch the entire TEC collapse, I choose to protect lives that we still can. Port Podesta's safety has already been confirmed. These rescue teams come together on their own. They're not here for politics. They just want to help. The other places are running out of time. I worked alongside rescue teams before. I understand what drives them. You saw what Port Podesta was like back then. And Port Podesta's running out of time, too. Has anyone stopped to consider what we need? I understand you want to save everyone in front of you. But it isn't possible. The punishing ice is spreading across the water. These ships won't get far before they're destroyed. It's suicide and a waste of resources. We refuse to let even one ship through today. No one will ever trust Port Podesta again. Trust is a problem for another day. Trust is a luxury. Survival is the only necessity. On the brink of extinction, diplomacy and reputation are worth nothing. He pinned the list down with 2 fingers and slid it back across the desk to me. This discussion is over. Next thing to go over. I didn't argue further. He was already convinced his decision was the right one. It was the first time I'd wanted to do something myself. And the first time I realized that Tavis and I weren't walking the same path. Thick fog rolled over from the sea, swelling the searchlights into blurred halos. Using the temporary clearance I had over Port Podesta's resource coordination, I stamped the release approvals for every ship that had been held this week. Mrs. Spellman? The guards will look out the other way. Don't worry. Take your things and go. On the dock, the rescue teams were checking supplies against the manifest, item by item. There were shouts from the workers aboard the ships, hushed murmurs among the rescue crews, and the sound of wind and waves filling the spaces in between. In that moment, I think I began to understand what the old Helentine must have felt. The White Gull, the plane, and other ships that had been held at the docks had all raised their flags for departure. Miss Spellman, inventory is complete. The last of the filters and bandages are loaded onto the White Gull. Are you really coming with us? I've made up my mind. I'm just doing what I can. I'll go with you into the Atlantic, as far as we can get. And try to save people. As many as we can. Thank you. Through the thick fog, engines were already rumbling low. Just as I turned to step onto the boarding ramp, a headlight cut through the distance. Father got out of the car alone. No attendants with him. Helentine Spellman! His voice carried the weight of exhaustion. Have you lost your mind? I mean, it's so perfectly clear. I know. You're not saving anyone. You're stealing poor Podesta's future to feed some fantasy of playing the hero. Something wrong with other people's lives. Is that what you call future, Father? My voice grew louder before I could stop it. It was the first time I'd ever raised my voice at him. You think one ship's worth of supplies will save a single life out there? Helentine, you don't even know if the White Gull can make it past poor Podesta's fog. Right. Right now, there are people who need me. People waiting for help. That's why I have to go. Every pill you give away tonight, every crate of food, it could kill someone in poor Podesta tomorrow. Father took a few steps closer. In the dark, I could barely make out his face. Helentine, come back. If you can't now, you can pretend this never happened. Come back with me! Before this, I had never once questioned anything Father asked of me. But this time I chose to stand here in the cold sea wind. Father, the ship is ready to sail. Sorry, I just saw something. Sorry. You're leaving with them? At a time like this? You're abandoning poor Podesta? A trace of scorn showed in Father's tone. The fort is falling apart. And you, a spellman. It will be fine. Poor Podesta has you, Father. Vision beyond all, duty above all. I offer my hand to anyone in need. And it's the simplest lesson poor Podenza and FOS have ever taught me. FOS? Father paused for a moment, then laughed. You dare talk about FOS? You're not Helentine. You're not her at all. Oh, Helentine listened to her father. She would never spout this nonsense. These delusions. Ah, that's how they fell apart. It's my decision. It's what I, Helentine Spellman, want to do. Father opened his mouth, but no words came. I turned away and stepped onto the White Gull's gangplank. It swayed gently under my feet. I didn't look back. Set sail. The mooring lines dropped into the sea one by one. Through the thick fog, the dock slowly began to recede. Father just stood there. He didn't call out to me again, and he didn't send anyone to stop me. Until the fog swallowed him whole. The sea wind was cold and sharp with salt. Your heavy consciousness surges through the young woman's memories. The last images before the mind connection broke still cling to your vision. The red tide, the crumbling streets, Leia's light whip cutting through, and Helentine, her face turned back just before crimson light swallowed her whole. Your nerves burn. Poor Podesta on the punishing virus. Father's plan. A cough tears up from deep in your throat, tugging at the dull pain in your ribs and dragging your mind back to the present. Great and commended! Oh, thank goodness, you're okay! The familiar girl leans over the bedside, her face calm between relief and lingering alarm. This is not any place you recognize from the streets of Port Podesta. Room is unfamiliar. The curtains are drawn shut, sealing out the light. You turn your head. The other two stop talking and look your way. One is Wynn, her recording gear clutched in her hands, her face still pale. The other gives you a pause. Ophelia! The face you glimpse through the mind connection is right here before you, alive and real. On the other side of the bed, Helentine lies still. The gashes across her synthetic skin stand out starkly in the low light. Her brow is slightly creased, her lips shifting now and then as if forming words, but no sound comes. Is it different languages like French or Spanish? I'm not sure. For text, I've not used any other language in English for text. Dub is the different languages, but I don't think for the text. Oh, I mean, I don't know for the text. There might be. I've not seen it myself. Where are we? The same safe house as before. It's still secure for now. Your thoughts begin to clear. In the battle earlier, Leia had arrived just in time to help you both. It should? Ooh, okay. Thanks for the save, Leia. I know that right now. We're way past, thank you. I just pulled you two out when we ran into Ophelia and Wynn. We all made our way back here together. Get up. Wynn is by the window, her head turning towards you. As the haze lifts, your mind slowly takes in the situation. How is Helentine? She hasn't woken up yet. The young woman lies still, her chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly. Now and then she murmurs something too faint to catch. The damage to your mind cannot be judged from the outside, but looking at it is enough to make your chest tighten. She was muttering non-stop a while ago. Serious mind deviation. She's a little more stable now, but she'll probably need time. Except mind connection. The mind connection barely initiates before a sharp, searing pain detonates inside your skull. Chaotic noise floods in, like countless shadow voices forcing the way into the depths of your consciousness all at once. The intensity of the pain forces you to break the mind connection. Abby, you're barely back on your feet yourself. Don't push it. Poor Podesta. What's the situation out there? How fast is the punishing virus spreading? It's hard to describe. This isn't like anything we've seen before. On the way here, we ran into all kinds of strange things. The like punishing virus manifestations, but not like the red tide productions we're used to. These ones barely showed any aggression. Actually, it wasn't like they were attacking at all. More like they were searching for something. That's the only reason they managed to get to you in time. And it's gone worse since then. Theory, poor Podesta has gone completely insane. Tavis lost his mind. He started shouting some kind of cryptic proclamation that nobody could understand. After that, the whole city just... Look, I think it'll make more sense if you just see it for yourself. The entire city's layout is still shifting. Its blocks undergoing massive transformation. Old buildings are being replaced by structures from an uncertain time. The new and the decayed collide in harsh dissonance, like a puzzle forced together with pieces that do not match. An eerie blue light seeps through the discordant seams, glowing like inflamed sutures holding a wound together. Punishing virus did this. This is my father's... Tavis is doing. Ophelia crosses the room and comes to your side. Well, you were unconscious. When and Leia fill me in on what happened. I have the raw picture now that you're even Commandant. And I may be able to offer some answers. Ophelia, Helentine told me about you. Back in the Golden Age, you were already... Yes, I shouldn't be standing here. I am aware. My sister may not know the full truth yet. My father would never give her that. But I do know, or at least I have my theories. I'll keep it brief. My father, Tavis, was half of the understanding Sephira. That's what truly caused the Atlantic calamity all these years ago. A chill climbs your spine. Sephira... what was wrong with me today? Sephira. Just hearing that word is enough to put your nerves on high alert. So everything that's happening is connected to this understanding Sephira. From what I know, the Sephira has already been integrated into the punishing virus. The red tide has consumed vast amounts of information. The understanding Sephira can compile that data, and even alter parts of it. He's always been trying to prove that the understanding Sephira can reassemble information that's always been lost. It's already been lost. Memories, emotion, residual impressions left in the minds of others. According to his framework, if you can collect enough of it, you can reconstruct a person's outline. The punishing virus holds exactly that kind of information. All he has to do is use the Sephira to materialize it. Perhaps with a single person or entire city, the Sephira can rebuild it all. As stillness fills the room, beyond the glass, the rain keeps falling. Wind drops her gaze to her hands, resting still on her knees. Even with the Sephira, these illusions are still built on the punishing virus at the foundation. The world doesn't work that simply. There has to be a price for bringing back the dead. A price. And the tremor ripples through. English is hard. It is hard. I'm a native speaker. It's the only language I can speak, and I still mess it up. Metal stretch along the walls, twist and lengthen, like bones long asleep, beginning to grow again. Shattered roads drift towards one another. Poor overpasses and old city streets overlap and merge. Electronic billboards blink one after another, displaying commercials that went silent years ago. In the fog, lights glimmer. Voices cry out. Familiar names are called over and over. Wait, Win! Don't! Glancing back, you see the room that was intact moments ago, now slipping between the real and unreal. A deep blue glow seeps through the cracks in the walls, pulsing in and out of sight, slowly gathering into floating bubbles. Win! The instant Win makes contact with the projection, she appears to drift into the illusion as well. Win! Win, step out of it! The room's structure collapses and contorts at an alarming speed, cutting Win off from the rest of you until it consumes her entirely. A Across the city, people sink into these embraces one after another, as though sinking into warm water. The punishing virus no longer arrives as monsters. It comes as the light above a front door, the food kept warm on the stove, and the cry of a child who should be dead. And with these illusions, the city holds on to everything still breathing. Deep within Port Podesta's hub. The place no longer looks like a research facility. Light keeps leaking from the understanding Sephira. Light leaking from the understanding Sephira passes through walls and conduits, stretching and folding corridors at random. Alarm lights spin across scenes belonging to different decades, their red beams sweeping in circles like a vigil held over a grave that has lost its date. A man in a cloak stands at the center of the corridor. Lythos! And you, little rat skulking through the hub. Sharp instincts for a newly appointed agent. The man does not turn around, but his voice carries the tone of someone who has been expecting this greeting all along. I'm curious, your predecessor, the one who held regret before you, where exactly has he gone? Mister's already made his own choice. And I'm completing the work he left unfinished. A soft laugh escapes from beneath the hood. The punishing artist is devouring the city, and you're the one who set it all in motion. Don't you want to see your handiwork firsthand? I've watched a particular show play out more times than I can count. It holds no novelty for me anymore. So that's why you brought the red tide here. You let it swallow these people, devour every memory they held of the dead, and then use the understanding Sephira to split it all back out. Crude, even for you. Even when the punishing virus destroys the flesh, consciousness persists within the red tide. That ceases to be an ending. It becomes a form of propagation. The life simulation discards will find a new way to win the punishing virus. She's a look at her right knee. What, you mean Lythos? Yeah, he is. It's a long story. I hardly think you're in any position to judge me. Lythos reads the data streaming through the Ascension network, and finally confirms who stands before him. As I thought, you're the thing that vanished from beneath the tombstone. Ghost of the Airhorn family. Arius Airhorn! I unearthed you from the Golden Age's grave and raised you as an ascendant. How did she manage that? The words have barely settled when Lythos lifts a hand. Dozens of paper cranes detach from this punishment chair, unfolding in midair into blades thin as gossamer. They cut towards the back of the cloaked man's neck in near silence. Impudent brat. Or impudent brat? How do you say that word? The man finally turns. The first paper crane holds before his eyes and snaps in two, broken by some unseen force. The rest follow, plunging into invisible fissures in the air, and disappearing like sparks, followed by an old photograph before they can touch the ground. Much like your answers, I have no intention of revealing the nature of my authority. The shockwave... What a cool braid, by the way. The shockwave blasts backwards, ripping his hood away. Red light floods his smiling face, and catches the flicker of recognition in Lythos' eyes. Lythos does not let him breathe. The paper cranes twist into jagged spikes and shriek towards Arius, their scream tearing through the alarm-filled air. Arius lifts his hand. White neuron-like rifts flow open around him. The cranes are dragged into their rings and launch back from behind Lythos. Arius then presses his palm downward. A tremendous force detonates, soiling the corridor in dust and smoke. But in the next heartbeat, countless paper cranes catch a newly ascended agent of regret before he can fall. No wonder the understanding Sephira has been acting up. Some information slipped out. Besides Dominic, you're the only one who could manage that. You mean, Ophelia? I merely exercised some old clearances and released her from the Sephira. If anything, Professor Tavish should be thanking me. A reunion that bridges life and death. Surely one of the most poignant scenes that this world has to offer. What is it you're after? I'm simply here to reclaim what's rightfully mine. Lythos glances briefly towards the hub where the understanding Sephira is stored. It should never have fallen into Tavis's hands, much less into the hands of someone who turns graveyards into nurseries. The golden age you share with Dominic is long dead, Arius. Your arrogance makes me sick. And yet, from what I gather, you've climbed to where you are by stepping over corpses as well. River Crane glides past Arius' face. Tavis has his work to complete. Don't disturb him. Poor professor. Even now he believes he's saving someone. Liza snaps his fingers. The punishing ice oozes from the cracks in the walls, and the whole space begins to distort again. A cage of red prisms crystallizes around the pair, hoisting them up and drawing them away from the sufferer, receding into the distance. Stay! Watch this clinical trial to its end. Yanjin, I found our little rat. The two figures crash into each other. Again, river cranes, red tide, and the city's twisting architecture tear into one another deep inside the hub. Projections still drift through the streets. In the fog, the dead linger, reaching for the living with clumsy, tender calls. The city quiets, settling into a reunion long overdue. The streets heave upwards as if something immense is pushed from below. The ground tilts sharply. Red light bleeds from the eyes of the colossal mechanical creature. The shadow of a past scream with the sound of tearing metal. In the distance, buildings sway and glass falls like rain. And from somewhere deep in the city's belly, a long, mournful note sounds. Outside the window, the colossal bionic narwhal rises slowly from beneath the port city. Like a mountain range submerged for ages, breaking back to the surface. The sea spills around its enormous body. Dark crimson waves churn outward on either side. Buildings sway. Rail lines buckle. The debris of the port is dragged into the ocean and crushed beneath the monster's surging wake. Huh? In the distance, rusted armor plates are caked with decades of barnacles and seaweed. Seawater pours. I'm hallucinating. I noticed something in the corner of my eye, but it was like literally nothing. I thought it was like a moth or something, but no, I'm going insane. In the distance, rusted armor plates are caked with decades of barnacles and seaweed. Seawater pours through the gaps in the deck, then vanishes beneath the climbing waves. What the hell is happening now? The city is moving. The direction, it's heading for the land. The building clusters sway with every push of the creature's movement, like toy blocks set on the deck of a massive ship. In Stelia, the red mist turns. The veil of rain falls. The dead stand beside the living. Like shadows the world has permitted to return. And Port Podesta, laden with red tide, advances toward the land. Calamity prayed into being by countless voices. Sorry, I was gonna say, when I noticed my phone, like buzzed, so I had to look at it. Like, as in I looked down at the screen, not like I got my phone out, but I'm doing it now, let's have a look. It looks like my sister got me one more piece of merch. It's a mini Phoebe. I got a mini Phoebe Nui. So I've got that now. That's awesome. Okay, let's do this. I'm happy it's a Phoebe. Oh god, sorry. I'm trying to stretch. Stretch properly. I'm not sure. Should we do one more? Or shall we? I'm getting hungry is the thing. It's like 7 PM right now, so I might call a break now. And get myself some pizza. God, this chapter's so good. I'm really, really enjoying this. Do I do another? Do I get my food? Do I get my dinner? I'm getting hungry. I am uncertain. I think this was like a good place to end it. God, this story is so good. The story is really... Yeah, it's been almost 6.5 hours. And it's been very, very good. And I've enjoyed all of it. But I think I need to go get some food because my stomach's starting to hurt. Which is not a good... Wait, I used that many black cards today? Oh god, I'm cooked. Thank you for watching! And thank you, Cricket's sponsoring the stream. If you want to download PGR, which you absolutely should, you should go use the link that's pinned or in the description or at any point, just download it. or be very sad. You know, we'd be sad to you. I'm gonna get some food. Sorry, I'm very hungry now, so like I'll go get myself some pizza. Which I'm very much looking forward to. I'll also post pics to Phoebe as well. Sorry. I'm so happy my sister really get me merch from China, man. I need to do another PGR merch shop, which I keep eyeing the Lucio wedding ring. I'm just saying, man. Like I have hang on, I want to interact. Let me go. I just there we go. I just you know, I'm considering it, so I might pick that up if I want. But yes, I will go and eat later. Thank you for coming. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I hope everyone has a really good night. This is a lot of fun. I love this chapter, and oh god, you should definitely play this game if you haven't already. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.